Hi there, everybody. My name is John Wilcox, and welcome to this Worms 25th anniversary panel. I'm joined today by some of the old guard, the stalwarts, some of the veteran developers of the Worms franchise from over the last 25 years. They're still at Team 17. They're still knocking it out of the park. They're doing brilliant stuff. Guys, why don't you give your names and your positions at Team 17, and we can take it from there.
Sure, I'm Andy Morris and I'm the principal animator at Team 17.
Hi, I'm Nick Gomersall. I'm the Director of Art for Team 17.
Hello, I'm Kevin Carthew and I'm the Creative Director at Team 17.
Now, you guys have been with the company for a long, long time. You've grown up over the last 20 years plus with the company. You've seen Worms develop and become the phenomenon that it continues to be to this day. Can you give a bit of background onto how you came to be at Team 17 and your first experiences of Worms? Go on.
Sure. Well, I came to Team 17 in 1997, just as Worms Armageddon was being worked on. I'd come from virtuality before that, making VR games in the very early days of VR.
The first generation of VR games.
First generation VR, very clunky. So I joined in 97 and I've been with Team 17 ever since.
Amazing. So, and Kev, how about you?
I joined not long after Andy, actually. I joined in 1998. It was really kind of like, it's my second proper job, really, like almost right out of college. Joined in the QA department, so playtesting games. And Worms Armageddon was my first experience of working on a Worms title as a tester. Before that, like Team 17 was the game developer of my hometown. I was always a huge fan of Team 17 games growing up, so the chance to work at Team 17 was like genuinely like a dream come true for me.
I started in the games industry in '96 for a company called Gremlin Interactive. Came to work for Team 17 in 2002. Starting on Worms Sports. It's the first Worms game I worked on as an artist.
Amazing. Okay, and you've also worked your way up since then. Talk about your experiences with Worms prior to coming to Team 17. Did you play the first games? What are your first experiences of the franchise?
I think it would be very similar for a lot of us in that Worms was just, well, everybody knew Worms. It was just a popular game, the 1 and 2 certainly for me. An after pub game with friends. Worms was everywhere.
I think it's a similar story for us all, really. I mean, I always remember Team 17 obviously with Worms and with games like Alien Breed. I used to love playing those with my friends on the Amiga, and and that's how I kind of first got to know Team 17.
For me, I used to play it with my friends. It was an Amiga game. Was developed on the Amiga. Came out first for the Amiga. Me and my mates were all still like very sort of like nerdy, kind of like console wars, firmly entrenched in the Amiga camp. And I can literally remember walking home from school with friends and them telling me about Worms for the first time and trying to describe it. And the game that it was often compared to Lemmings, and I think that's because of the destructible environments, the small creatures, tiny little sprites on screen. But I mean, anybody who's played the two games knows that beyond those visual similarities, the games are very, very different. But yeah, even though there were shareware games similar to Worms, I remember nobody being able to quite describe it at the time. But I do remember that we played it an awful lot. And I think, similarly to a lot of people have said that we've met at trade shows variously throughout the years, probably all of our exam results suffered in some ways from playing Worms a little too much.
I think one of the things that I remember with Worms, and not that I'm this panel is about you guys and your experience with Worms and the franchise and things like that, but I think for me, playing the early games was trying to come up with names for each of the characters, and being a teen at the time, it was all about, do I want to name them after superheroes, or do I want to name them after TV characters or whatever, which was always. That was half the battle. Some people spend a lot of time doing character customizations, and for me it's trying to think of names for Worms. How did you guys approach your naming conventions for your worms? Were they family members? Did you not? Did you just leave them by default? What's all that about?
I think for me it was often family members, but it would also be, of course, the people that you're playing with, and I think I'm not sure why, but yeah, family members for me would have been the most common thing. Yeah.
I can't quite remember what I started out naming the worms with. Probably something rude as a 15-year-old schoolboy. But it is really surprising to me and really interesting, like how much that matters to people. Like I can remember the early days of QA. It was testing. It must have been testing Worms Armageddon, and we really needed reinforcements on the testing front. And the publisher actually sent over some testers from America to play with us. I can remember playing against those guys and just the ritual of them going through before every single game and making sure that the worms all had the correct names and they were all named in the correct order. And yeah, it really adds something to the game. You know, mechanically it has no bearing on the gameplay, but it's surprisingly important to people.
Nick, did you do family members as well, or?
Yeah, I think you do. You always do it based on your friends, don't you? But it's like especially typical on the newer games where you can like customize them and you can make them feel like, you know, whether it's a superhero, whether it's, you know, it's what your friends look like, or, you know, I think that's part of the beauty of Worms, you know, being able to do that, and it makes the whole experience far better, I think.
The first game that I worked on from a design point of view that I was really involved with, Worms World Party, I named all of the worms in my team, because back in the days then, the default teams, the developers would have a default team that actually ship with the game. My game was called Team Chesh, named after my nickname, and all of the worms in Team Chesh were named after the housemates that I was living with in student digs at the time. And they were absolutely stoked about that. I think that there's a version where the back of the box you could see Team Chesh on there, and it actually had all of my housemates' names in print. They absolutely loved that.
For many people, Worms Armageddon is perhaps the pinnacle, arguably, of the franchise. For them, it's held in and continues to be held in very high regard. Kev, it was the first Worms game that you worked on since starting at the game. What is it about Armageddon, do you think, that continues to stand out for the community? What makes that game so special?
It's quite hard to put precisely into words what it is about Armageddon, because there are certainly other versions of Worms that have come along and have, say, had more features, been more feature complete. But it really comes down to, with Armageddon, you know why it's special when you play it. It's got a real tightness to the gameplay mechanics. Everything just feels right in that game. The way that the physics work, the very sort of like cartoon wormy physics, it comes down to how the worm feels kind of like satisfyingly grippy as it makes its way around the landscape. The entirely deterministic and predictable way that grenades bounce around, and I guess that kind of plays into, you can't quite master Worms because there are so many variables involved in playing a game of Worms, and the random factor makes every single game different. But you can almost have mastery over the control system. And this is quite easy to look up. You know, it's still astounding to us if we watch videos of like the top tier Worms and Armageddon players. They can do things with the ninja rope that, like, you know, even we in QA at the time could only dream of. You know, it really just feels incredibly tight and incredibly satisfying to play.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps Worms WMD, which is the most recently released Worms title, ahead of Worms Rumble, which of course is coming out later on in the year. You know, that was very much inspired to be perhaps a spiritual successor to Worms Armageddon, coming 18 years on, something like that. And you know, how do you go about trying to replicate, and this perhaps can open up to the three of you, how do you go about replicating that wonderful experience, that sort of core experience for WMD?
I think we started essentially with Armageddon, didn't we, Kev, in terms of like the AI. So the whole point was to make a faithful successor to the original game. That was the original intention for it.
We were very conscious, as you said, John, about like the enduring appeal of the Worms Armageddon game, or any of the Worms games that use that engine. Worms World Party uses the same engine, has the same look and feel, and we were conscious of that being such a fan favorite. So we really wanted to almost start with that as a basis. We couldn't just start with the Worms Armageddon code. It's a really old code base, but we did pay a lot of attention to exactly what was going on under the hood to make that game feel so special, to make it feel that tight. And that was really the idea of replicating the physics of Worms Armageddon was almost like the bedrock that we wanted the rest of the game and the game's features to be built on. So it started with that feel. It had a very different look, which Nick and Andy can probably talk about. But then the design team really wanted to build on top of that feel, more contemporary features and things that would add to the Worms gameplay and complement the Worms gameplay without moving it too far away from that, hugely successful fan favorite in Worms Armageddon.
Well, I would comment that, I mean, obviously I would pay enormous credit to Danny's original Armageddon sprites, which were just beautiful. And we took a lot of care to reference the original animations when we came to doing WMD, and even down to the detail of trying to match up things like the movement of the worm when he's walking and jumping and roping, making sure that the timings of the different animations kept the same feel as WMD. Yeah.
I mean, visually, we wanted to create something that was almost like hand authored. Every single time you played the game, even though it's generated, we wanted to make it feel like it was a beautiful painted picture painting, and that was one of the main kind of like, not a hurdle, but one of the things we really wanted to solve for the game, to make it, rather than just being a slice of a landscape, which a lot of Worms games have been up to that point. We wanted to really take it forward and produce something really different, and that's where a lot of the focus was. From a visual point of view, is creating these kind of like beautiful landscapes.
I mean, the look that you're talking about, the look that's certainly changed over the last 25 years. The look of the Worms themselves. Nick, how do you go about? Essentially, it's almost a redesign with every iteration, every couple of iterations of the franchise. But it's a worm. How on earth how do you start with that?
I think you have to be very sensitive to the design of the worm, to the feel of it. I think if you look at a lot of the designs, it's just subtle pushes. We've got the kind of like an almost like a Mickey Mouse type character. You don't want to spoil it too much. There's something very special about that design. So we're always like putting just little artistic flakes, little, just pushing it in this and that direction, depending on like current trends and pop culture and so on. So to make it always relevant, I think that's the key thing. Making it relevant, and I think we've been pretty successful at that over the years.
And Andy, about taking the beautiful art that's developed for the game, how do you then proceed to animate that, and how important is it to retain or tweak the animation with each iteration? How do you go about that?
Well, so our starting point would always be the technology that's being used to make the game. So what platform is it on? Is this like a 3D rendition of the worm or a 2D rendition of the worm? And then then there's a technological challenge on how you can actually achieve this in the first place, and that influences quite a lot to do with the look. So if you looked at a game like Open Warfare, for instance, this was a sorry, some dog barking there. So if you looked at a game like Open Warfare, this was an attempt to get the game to run on a PSP. So we had to do a new 2D version of the worm, but not using the sprite system like the Armageddon and the games that had come before, because the PSP couldn't deal with sprites. So we needed to find a new way of solving that, which we did, I think, quite successfully with that one. And that went on to be a system that we used in a number of 2D Worms games with increasing sophistication. So that's the main challenge is dealing with the technology that it has to run on at the time.
And of course, there's the leap then that the franchise made from 2D to 3D in Worms 3D. Kev, some of the design challenges of that game. Can you talk us through about how you take something that's essentially a 2D flat map and bring it into a 3D space, and some of the challenges that the team had to work to overcome, and how you overcame them?
For a long time, they were probably more technological challenges than they were design challenges. The thinking at the time for bringing Worms into 3D was probably fairly straightforward. I don't think we tried various things, such as, would it be a 2D game still with 3D graphics, or would it be a 3D game, as in it would be represented much like what you see in Worms 3D. But maybe there would be a camera view where you would have like a cut through render of the landscape, so it was still playing 2D. But they all seem to be attempts at just making the 2D game again with 3D graphics. And I remember for a long time, the challenge was all about really like, how do you aim in 3D? How do you judge depth in a 3D environment when it's a 2D projection on a monitor screen? And for a long time, I think we just accepted that you couldn't. And then there were several attempts at prototyping, which sort of proved that maybe you could if you aimed in first person. And so that was the solution, essentially, that rather than having the 3D over-the-shoulder camera view, when you aimed in first person, you hold down a button, go into the first person mode, and take your shot from there. It definitely, I think it simplified the strategy. I don't think there's as much strategy in the 3D games as there are in the 2D games. A lot of that comes down to the technology again, having less landscape to play with, having fewer objects to take cover behind. But yeah, for an awfully long time, it was more a technological hurdle than it was a design hurdle. Several prototypes were made that contributed towards us being a little bit more confident that it was something that we could pull off. But it was really a breakthrough from one of our programmers, a chap called Andy Clitheroe, that really came up with a way to make the landscape deform in a way that is Worms like. For a long time, we were using something called the height map, which meant that you could have hills and mountains and things like that, but all you could really do was pull down the height of those hills and mountains. You couldn't punch holes in things like you can in the 2D version of the game. And Andy's solution really enabled us to do that. And it was really when we had that technical solution, it felt like in the company there was so much momentum behind this idea of making a 3D version of Worms. And now we had the technological solution in part. That's where everything was going. And then everything else from a design point of view, by hook or by crook, kind of got figured out along the way throughout development.
And if I'm wrong, the solution is voxel based. Is that correct?
I think so. I remember describing it one time as voxel based, and I got castigated by Andy because he was like, "That's not how it works at all." I think the last time I remember him described to me, I think he described it as being voxels but rendered with polygons. It's essentially like, it's a little bit like Minecraft, but way ahead of when Minecraft was developed. Essentially, you have these landscapes that are made in a very specific way. Everything is already a really, really heavily subdivided polygonal mesh. So all of the deformation kind of already exists in the landscape. There are faces willing to be turned on and off to be removed out of the landscape. So you can, almost like 3D pixels, which is what I suppose voxels are essentially.
Amazing. I don't think we can have a panel on Worms and its 25-year history without talking about the weapons of Worms. People will have their own favourites, but I think everything from exploding sheep to holy hand grenades to concrete donkeys to, pokes to dragon punches and everything in between. Talk me through some of those weapons choices. Again, how on earth do you come about developing those weapons? How do you ensure that there's balance amongst them all when it comes to the full game?
I mean, there must be some weapons that we've designed from a visual point of view, because it feels like that's how we got started designing weapons in Worms. It felt like that for a long time, everything in Worms was some silly thing or some pun or some kind of like parody of something that was happening somewhere in the world at some time. Like there was the the mail strike. I think that came about when Royal Mail was striking in this country at the time. There was like the mad cows, which was like the mad cow BSE epidemic. But they were all pretty much some form of some silly iconic thing that would explode. And I've talked about this before. There was definitely a point in time when we stopped considering just doing daft things that would make the biggest explosion, and we started thinking about things that would increase the depth of the game strategy and the depth of the gameplay, lead to more and more rewarding situations. In terms of balancing them, that's quite easy in Worms, because for a long time there's been a thing called a scheme. That is the armory that all of the worms go into the game with, and almost like on a per scenario basis, you can determine whether those weapons appear or whether they don't appear. Everybody knows that the concrete donkey in Worms, from a balancing point of view, is like completely unbalanced. It's almost broken, but that's okay because it only appears like 1 in every 50 games, and everybody always accepts that if you got the concrete donkey in a crate somehow and you won, you were just fluky. You know, it wasn't your skill. You can always just say bitterly, you were just lucky to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, do you guys have a favorite weapon? I mean, I don't want to be, you know, typically Welsh and stereotypical, but I mean, the sheep, you know, is not even my favorite. So I'm just going to say it wasn't my favorite. I liked again, from you guys. I always enjoyed getting people getting right on the edge of a cliff and just poking them off to their death.
I think from a visually impressive weapons point of view, the Armageddon's pretty, you know, satisfying when when that launches and obviously the entire thing blows up. I think that's pretty satisfying. But everybody loves, like you said, everybody loves the sheep. I think that is a cool one.
Yeah, specifically the super sheep. There's a real tension when you use the super sheep and you're flying it around. You know, and people are waiting to see if you're going to smash into the landscape or or drop him into the sea, or if you're actually going to take out half their team. It's a real fun weapon to use, and as an animator, it's a great fun weapon to actually work on as well.
I would have said the sheep.
You can still say the sheep. It's okay. Still say the sheep.
I do have a fondness for the sheep. I would like to highlight, though, it is surprisingly difficult in Worms to make weapons and utilities that really endure. If you look at like the core weapon set, it's not changed an awful lot since the very first game back in 1995, because that's just so well balanced. It gives you such a nice suite of tools for playing the game. So it is difficult to come up with things that endure. I think one of the things that we did in Worms Open Warfare 2, we introduced the electromagnet. It either attracts weapons or it repels weapons. It has 2 settings, and that's a really fun one. And it leads to all sorts of chaos. It looks great if you say drop an airstrike on top of a repelling electromagnet and it just scatters the bombs around the landscape. And that is one of the weapons that I think is, it's become a staple essentially. It's one of the few weapons that we've introduced, and it's really had staying power, and it's really expanded the depth of the game's tactics. So yeah, special shout out for the electromagnet from me.
Absolutely. Good shout. There have also been, of course, spin-offs in the franchise over the last 25 years or so. And some have made it and some haven't. I know that there was rumblings of a karting game back in the day. Does anybody want to sort of explain more about that, how it came about, and you'd have played it. I wasn't a Team 17 at the time. How did it feel, and how does it sort of step out of the typical karting subgenre?
I don't know about how it was created, but it's certainly from a visual point of view. I mean, that was the first title I worked on when it came to Team 17, and I was just impressed at the time. It just looked so good. Visually, it was probably Kev can allude to. It's one of those titles that almost came to the point of it. It could have been released. It was quite close to that. But visually, it's a great product to work on, and visually it looked really, really good. Worked with some fantastic artists at the time. I just remember it being a fun diversion from the normal game.
Yeah. It started out as being Mario Kart with the Worms characters essentially. So you didn't necessarily always play as a worm. The sheep was a character in it. The skunk was a character. They all started out in karts, and it was like a Worms licensed version of Mario Kart. Partway through, I think it wanted to be a karting game as well as a deathmatch game, and partway through it stopped being like Mario Kart. It became a little bit more like Twisted Metal. And I remember the final game became possibly more like Quake than Twisted Metal. All of the other characters were gone. The worms were just in tanks now. And it was almost like a third-person shooter, like an arena-based third-person shooter. It was in development for an awfully long time, and like Nick said, it did look fantastic. And it's always puzzled me why we didn't do something with it, because I remember I think the thing that we landed on, you could have probably released. It was really, really polished. It just never quite saw light of day. I think maybe the reason it didn't quite see light of day was it had already cost so much money to develop. It had been in development for such a long time. It probably ended up being a really expensive project. And it was a time as well where it was much more difficult to get games to market. You didn't have digital storefronts like Steam. Everything was reliant on physical still. You needed a publisher really to get that kind of investment. And I don't know for sure, but at the time, maybe we just couldn't quite attract the interest from a publisher. But it was a good game.
And do you guys have a favorite installment? As I said, there's been an absolute plethora of Worms games in the last 25 years. What's your favorite Worms game, and why? And you could have worked on it or not.
I think for me, I've always been really proud of Mayhem. I think it was such a technological achievement, and it was a lot of fun to work on as well. I worked very closely with Andy Clitheroe on the technology for that, and we did a lot of I think very quite impressive things with the worm, both with the worm and the environment. So just the movement of the worm, the animation of the worm, his ability to look at the camera and to look at another worm and to point, to gesture with both hands independently at moving targets and things. It was doing some very sophisticated things for the time. So that was a lot of fun to work on. Very satisfying.
For me, it was Open Warfare 2 on PSP. Absolutely loved working on the game. I think it was my first role at Team 17 as lead artist. Worked with Kev on it. Again, great team, really enjoyable. It was one of those products where everything ticked a box and it just worked. And the end result was a fantastic product that kind of still holds up well even today. You can see the videos on like on YouTube. You can see the little FMV sequences we made, and they're still really high quality. It's I had a lot of fun memories working on that game. For
me, I think similar with Nick. Open Warfare 2 really stands out in the memory. So does Worms World Party, but I think favourite game is probably WMD. It's the closest that we've gotten to Worms Armageddon. I think it has some features that really enhance the gameplay. I think it has incredible art direction. A little bit of a new take on the worm. I just think it's a really, really feature complete, solid, all-round package. I think it's a really, really good instalment of the classic Worms formula.
Amazing. That's absolutely brilliant. And of course, looking ahead to the future, we've got Worms Rumble as a separate panel during the show on that. It might already be available if you're watching this on demand. Talk us through about very briefly about Rumble. Of course, you guys have had a key hand in the development of that. You've been with the company for a long, long time. Talk us through about your experience of working on Rumble at the moment.
Well, Rumble was an idea that was, the basis of real-time worms was an idea that was often talked about at Team 17. So it had gone through a lot of input before it started developing. We'd done, I'd done some animation mock-ups of the kind of thing that it might look like, talking with the developers and just trying to visualize how this would really work. It was very early on. It became clear that we would need a new way for the worm to move, because you couldn't just walk really fast. He needed to be able to roll around, and then and the gameplay needed to be very fast and dynamic. So he's going to be a lot of jumping and firing, and then you've just got the continual the challenge of the new challenge of the fact that all worms are continually active. So there's no idling going on with the worm. He's always in the action. So these were all new challenges for us to deal with.
How did that work for you, Andy? With I can remember many conversations like in the past where we've sat down to like make a new Worms game, and I can remember thinking back to Worms Revolution, like some of the early input, like we had these ideas, like we were quite interested in like those old Tex Avery cartoons at the time, and like how those characters like stretch and deform and pull these super exaggerated expressions, and you've always like had a really sort of like really I'd say deep understanding of like what the character can actually do, and things like those. We walked back on those ideas about Tex Avery because how does that play when there are worms stacked on top of the worm, or what happens when he clips through landscapes and things like that. So you've always really, I think, known exactly what the character is capable of. And it feels like a lot of the time, because the game's so variable, the classic game's so variable, the landscape can be in all sorts of different states. We've been quite limited with what we can do with the character. But then with Rumble, we're coming to you and saying, okay, well, now he's not really the worm anymore. He's more like Spider-Man. He can jump off walls, he can hang to walls, he can move around really, really quickly. And that's all completely new. So like, how has that been, like that transition from classic Worms games to the Worm in Rumble?
What are you doing? You're taking over my job.
Sorry, John. I'm just genuinely interested now because we haven't had this conversation.
I'm going, guys.
The challenge for Rumble wasn't really any different, I think, for me with any other game, because it's gameplay above everything. When it comes to animation, you have to work within the constraints of the gameplay. So you've got to respect the collision volume of the character during the different animations. You've got to just make him he's got to work properly, and so yes, you sometimes you can imagine or want some really distorting animations, but often there's a very good reason why not.
I think the key difference with like the Rumble, the requirement for the Rumble worm was it had to move a lot faster. I know it's on this, but that was something that we'd battle with for years, on Worms, because he's quite a slow moving character. The kind of like just the physical form he takes. He hasn't got arms, he hasn't got legs. It's quite a, how do you actually move that forward in terms of what was done previously? I think that was probably one of the bigger challenges, wasn't it? And the subtle things, sticking to walls, the things, that's a really cool thing to do. But the real thing was the rolling, wasn't it? That was where we made the biggest gains.
Yes. So we tried a few things. I remember trying a kind of trying to make a worm run, a kind of a snaking kind of run, reminiscent of Sonic the Hedgehog in his sort of upper body position. But rolling him up just once so I think I thought of it. Was
you've said it now, Andy. You thought of it. It's fine.
It's yours. It's my fault. Okay, I'll take that. Rolling him up just seemed like a very natural thing to do, like Sonic into a ball. That becomes a very natural way for the worm to move really fast and then bounce off things and jump around. It just seemed like a really natural fit.
Brilliant, lovely, fantastic. I think that's everything that we've got for on the panel. I want to thank you, the three of you, Nick, Andy, and Kev. Thanks very much for joining us on the panel. And I think it's what's really great is that, of course, we can revisit many of those titles on platforms even today, which is really exciting. We can kind of see that evolution over the past 25 years. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your contributions amongst, Teamsters past and present to the franchise. But you guys are on here, so thank you very much for your contributions as well. Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Cheers.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing.
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun.
It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love. Yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials, and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing.
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my car.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun. Really fun.
It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love. Yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials. And you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing.
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun. Really fun.
It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love. Yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials. And you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Black. I'm a partner at DLA Piper Canada in Vancouver. And we're here today for a panel of Ask Lawyers Anything. This normally would cost a lot of money. We're not going to disclose our billable rates on this call when we were all private practice lawyers. I did want to start off, though, just on a little bit more of a serious note. There's, for lawyers, the last 24 hours have been pretty impactful. And we wanted to, we all decided there was someone on our panel who wanted to say a few words. And we think this is a great idea. So I'm going to turn it over to Brandon to get started, and I'll ask Christina to put up the slide.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. So yesterday we lost Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, which is a huge loss for the legal profession and for the country as a whole. We lost a great legal mind, a stalwart advocate for equality in the country and in the world. She really was the embodiment of justice before her title was Associate Justice, and then continued that legacy on the court. And she fought her entire life for the profession, for justice and equality. And we're going to try to continue her legacy and do that as we move forward. We're hopeful that she's able to find some rest now. And to honor her strength in life, and often a quiet strength, we thought it would be appropriate to do a brief moment of silence. So with that, I'll go on mute and we'll take a brief moment here.
Thanks very much, Brandon, and thanks, everybody. We're going to get started with a regular panel. We'll do our best to be non-dour and bring it back up the mood a little bit here. The point is to connect lawyers with people in a way that hopefully resonates with people. So I'd like to start by introducing the lawyers on the panel. So if we can go back to the six of our lovely faces here, Christina, we'll ask people to introduce themselves. I've already introduced myself. I practice mostly in technology and video game law. I'm going to go next with Yen.
Hi everyone, my name is Yen Kern. I'm the Associate General Counsel for a developer and publisher called NCSoft. I'm super excited to be here. Before that, I was working at a firm doing kind of more general M&A, business, IP, some employment, a lot of esports. And so, you know, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to put in the Discord, and I'm sure this team will, you know, try to address as many questions as we can.
Thanks very much, Yen. Next up is Matt.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Doble. I am an associate attorney at Frankfurt, Krennett, Klein & Sells, a law firm in New York and Los Angeles. I practice pretty much exclusively video game law. All of my clients are developers and publishers and content creators in the video game space. And before that, I had a stint at Activision, working on your Call of Duties, your Crash Bandicoots, and your Sekiros. So really excited for everyone's questions.
Thanks so much, Matt. We're going to now go on to Jeannie Doi.
Hi, my name is Jeannie. I'm an immigration lawyer with ESG Law, the world's first esports dedicated law firm. We work mostly with teams and organizations as well as broadcast talent. So if you guys have visa questions, questions about international travel, I am your go-to person.
Excellent. We're going to bring it over to Raleigh, North Carolina with Mr. Brandon J. Huffman.
Hi, I'm Brandon. I'm an attorney. I have a law firm called Odin Law and Media. We are, like Matt, focused in the video game vertical and some ancillary things alongside that. We focus mostly on corporate and intellectual property issues and industry contracts. And beyond that, I'm also the general counsel for the International Game Developers Association.
Next up, we've got Angelo, and I think, Angelo, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably the first person I ever did one of these AMAs with. But
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, we go way back. My name is Angelo Alcid. I'm an attorney located in near San Francisco, California. I help developers, content creators with IP issues, privacy, technology transactions, licensing, that sort of thing. Full disclosure, I also have a day job at a technology company that rhymes with a cute race of Final Fantasy creatures. I won't be speaking on behalf of that company. I'll be speaking just on my own behalf as an attorney.
Awesome. Okay, so Christina, we're going to put back up the slides here for a second because I'm going to put up what lawyers do best, which is a big giant disclaimer. And the disclaimer is just simply this: we're not your lawyers. This is for information purposes only. Nothing we say is legal advice. You should contact your own lawyer for legal advice, and please pay her for her work. Nothing we say creates any legal lawyer and client privilege. If you have a specific situation in mind, we just ask that you use hypotheticals because we're going to avoid talking about specific cases. Last, as Brandon alluded to, and this is true for all of us, our statements and opinions are our own and not of our firms, companies, clients, outside organizations, or employers. And so with that, well, I should say other than Brandon, who is his own employer, but well, we'll leave it at that. Okay, so I'm going to quickly run through. So what we're going to do while we give some folks a chance to ask questions in the room, don't worry, we're assembling them. We're assembling the questions to answer. What we're going to do is we've assembled kind of just our thoughts on all sorts of experiential things we've done over time. And we're going to I'm going to run through a very quick top 10 list of issues that we commonly run into. And these are theme-based issues. These are experience-based issues. Experience is everything in law. And this is why you can't like smart yourself into a good contract. You have to kind of know people who know what they're doing. A problem may be unique to you, but it's not going to be that unique to lawyers. I think, the number of times that someone comes to Jeannie or Angelo or even in-house with Yen and so, people come to you saying, oh, we've got this problem, the world's coming down, and lawyers are like, yeah, we've seen it before, we'll deal with it. So experience is everything. So top 10 tips for experience real quick. I'm going to break at the 5 and 10 points so that my panel can get in here with their thoughts. The first one is there's no one size all fit for a contract. There's no precedent that's good for all contracts and all situations. Don't copy and paste something, even if it's from a really good looking precedent, without really understanding what it says. Read it and also read some alternatives if you're going to be quick and dirty about it. Tip 2, when you hire someone, you're always involving the laws of the place where they live. It is impossible to hire a worker under local law and have them work somewhere else. They're going to be working under their law. And so you might have tax problems, employment law problems, a whole bunch of things like that. Don't just assume that because you're hiring someone that you know how that works. And this applies across state borders, and this applies across country borders. Generally speaking, check your network for other people who've hired folks. You'll usually run into a few horror stories if you ask your colleagues, hey, did you ever hire someone from France? And they'll say, yeah, we hired someone from France. By the way, you can't really fire them, so be careful, right? So anyway, we'll move on to the next one. 3, please be clear and active in your contracts about who owns the IP to the things that are being developed. Don't just assume that because you pay for something that you're going to own that thing. Deal with ownership up front before the game is successful and not at the end after the game is successful. Question 4, please deal with difficult issues as soon as you can and don't wait for a deadline or the issue to become critical. I can tell you from experience, the worst time to negotiate A really difficult issue is when there's a really critical deal on the table or there's a really important decision to be made. That's the worst time to evaluate how to deal with a problem. Don't rely on the existence of some, technicality that's going to get you off. Don't hide problems. Talk to your legal counsel about it and spend time actually identifying what your key issues are. And then the fifth quick tip, even without a lawyer, please keep written records of all your agreements. Anything in writing is better than nothing in writing, in my view. If you do your best to write down at the time what it is you intend to do, you're actually going to end up probably having a chance of doing that and being supported by it. Don't just rely on your memory. You're going to be surprised what you forget. I'd like to throw it back to the room, Christina, if we could, to show everyone's faces and let folks talk about any of those tips that they had for the rest of the panel. So I see Jeannie, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, so going back to the point about hiring someone in your jurisdiction, so maybe close to where you live, the one exception is with federal law. So when you come across law like that's federal, for example, immigration or bankruptcy, those laws are the same in all 50 states. So even if you live in New York, you can hire an immigration lawyer who lives and works in California because the law that they practice is all the same. So those are the two exceptions. If you're looking for a good bankruptcy lawyer or a good immigration lawyer, you're not limited to your jurisdiction or your state.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Jeannie. And Yan?
I wanted to jump in a little bit about kind of the number one, no one size fits all contract. And it's not just contract, let's say, an employment contract or any other type of contract, but really think about kind of your privacy policy and your, user agreement, different other policies like your moderation policy. And, it's easy to say, hey, there's this big tech company who's already spent, the time and brain power on this. Let's just use theirs. But so many of these contracts are very specific to the exact type of data that you collect, the exact type of relationship that you have with your customers. So, kind of read contracts broadly to like all contracts between you and kind of your customers or clients. The other one I wanted to touch a little bit briefly on too is number 3 and 4, kind of, dealing with IP rights, face difficult issues head on. I've seen so many friendships actually saved because the two friends were very clear from the beginning, who owns this, what happens if things go poorly, what happens if things go well, having all those conversations and really truly understanding what the deal is from the start actually saves friendships, because when things happen, you say, oh, great, we've already thought about this, especially during like, that really great time when everyone's building something, as opposed to when there's a difficult situation, when there's a deadline, it's high stress, you have little time to figure out. And then, not only is it kind of great on that friendship, personal level, but it also saves you so much more money. By the time something happens, it takes way more money, way more legal fees to try to fix and undo things. So having kind of all of that up front, especially let's say, later on, if you're trying to sell the company or trying to get investors, cleaning it up afterwards just causes more problems for you. So, don't hesitate to face those issues hard on, or, reach out to attorneys early on.
For sure. Angelo.
I actually have a similar point. I want to add to that. Reach out, get a lawyer or lawyers, I guess, involved early in the process, because it's so much easier to deal with things like, let's do a trademark search on your name to make sure it's not going to cause a conflict later. Conveniently, Ubisoft just ran into this issue this past week so that I could talk about it on this panel. This is the exact thing I advise people to try to avoid down the line by doing a trademark search or something early on, to make sure the name of your game or your branding for your stream or anything is clear, so that you don't have to build an audience, build up hype, and then have to change it down the line. Ubisoft just changed the name of their game, Gods and Monsters, to Immortals Phoenix Rising, because their trademark application was challenged by a Monster energy drink. And so that's probably a bunch of marketing money down the drain that they have to redo now. So that's definitely the kind of thing you want to avoid. But address these issues early.
You're right. Thanks so much, Angelo, and great points, everyone. And I think we can all agree that's absolutely the worst thing that happened to Ubisoft this year. Nothing else terrible or controversial has happened to them. Okay, so we're going to move on. Thanks very much for putting questions in the room. We've got some building up. I'm going to move on back to the slides. to tip number 6, which is there's no such thing as the wild, wild west where law doesn't apply. Don't just assume that because you're doing something that you think that no one else has done, that old laws don't apply to you. Law always applies to you. It's probably the wrong law that was never intended to apply to you, but it does. We see this in esports, we see this in loot boxes, we see this in a whole bunch of different areas where old laws are constantly creating problems for new technologies. So if others do something that doesn't make it legal, and also just think for a little bit, why haven't our competitors done this before? You know, like why don't we just have a restaurant, or why can't we just sell buildings that are cheaper because they don't have fire escapes? Well, it's because there's a law that says you have to have fire escapes. You can't just innovate your way out of that. So 7, IP rights protect almost everything you see, access, or use. So please don't assume that just because you can see, touch, find it, or search it on Google that you can use it or copy it. Please don't try your best not to base your stuff off of other people's work unless you understand the rights involved with doing so. The default of something that you see is not, I can do whatever I like with it. It's not that they have to put a statement on it to say you can't. It's the opposite. You need to know what you can do with it. 8, always be truthful when you're dealing with the public or with the government. And even, what we mean by that is avoid false or misleading inferences. Don't assume that small print is going to save you from a false or misleading inference. Small print is not going to do that. The overall, ultimately, it's the overall thing that matters more than anything else. So please be deferential. Please be clear when you're making representations. Number 9, none of us are tax lawyers on this thing, but we're all smart enough to know that tax is probably the #1 driver of most business activity. And tax always matters. Don't assume that you can do anything or any business activity without paying the piper somehow. The government always wants their piece. So please plan ahead for taxable events. You can't move IP, you can't move people, you can't open offices, you can't do a whole bunch of things without considering the tax consequences. Last, please consult professional advice. Don't assume that you can't afford to speak to a professional. In fact, you can afford to speak to a professional. You might not be able to hire them, but you can absolutely speak to them. Even sounding out or writing down problems that you're facing may help you actually solve that problem or turn it into something manageable. Also, professionals want your business. They're generally, I don't know, Brandon and I can maybe talk a little bit about it if the question arises in the room, but we'll generally sit down with folks if they have a question and give them a lay of the land before they have to hire us or pay us any money. I think this is true of most lawyers, most accountants. You need good accounting advice, you need good lawyer advice, you need good immigration advice, you need a whole bunch of things that you should really talk to someone before you decide you can't afford them. So I'm going to now open it up to the room again for my fellow participants to see if anyone has anything they would like to add on the 5 things that we've done there. I'm not seeing any unmuted folks, so I think that means that we're ready to go into the questions because we do have a bunch. So I'm not sure if the slide's up right now, Christina, or if it's me. So I've got a slide of suggested questions. Take a quick look at them. Feel free to think of ideas from there, but we're actually going to go to the room's questions. So I think we should flip it back to the camera with all 6 of us, and we'll go from there. Awesome. Okay. So the first question I saw in the room was, what do game lawyers normally do? And I thought it would be really interesting to take that from an in-house and an external perspective. So I'm going to start with Yen and then go to Matt.
Sorry, the question is, what do game lawyers do?
Yeah.
So lots of meetings. So I guess, I think for in-house, you have kind of all the other issues that every company has. So we have to deal with immigration, we have to deal with employment, we have to deal with, just general contracts like vendors, we have to deal with tax. So in the in-house situation, basically it's anything that any business kind of has to deal with. Plus, I think there's really strong software, intellectual property, art kind of component. And so depending on if you're a studio that develops games, then you're much more heavy on kind of engineering, art, audio, getting things into the game. And then if you're also a publisher, then there's a lot more kind of contracts with, let's say, Xbox, Epic, Steam, all the distributors, and then also with the publishers and developers. So it's a lot of contract work, always with kind of this facet of intellectual property. So I guess that's kind of in a nutshell. In an in-house, it's basically you're a generalist with a lot of resources that you can tap in whenever there's a specific issue that comes up.
All right, I can hop in. So the very interesting difference that a lot of people don't realize between in-house attorneys and firm attorneys is when you're an in-house attorney, you have one client, and your client is the company that you work for. And so when you're an in-house attorney, your job is to provide a service for the business, which is protect the business, keep the well-oiled machine that gets the games out there and the fun stuff happening out there and happening. But when you are at a firm, your job is a little bit more to kind of serve as an outside service to the business, perhaps in ways that in-house counsel may not be able to. So a lot of my clients are video game companies where they may not have a lawyer, and so they come to my law firm and use me kind of as a resource or as outsourced legal counsel. But a large amount of the work that I do at a firm is actually for lawyers at video game companies. So a lot of people don't realize that for working in kind of a multinational video game company, like NCSoft is a wonderful example, you have to think about legal issues that happen in every single jurisdiction in the world. And so usually that means having a lawyer like Ryan in Canada, or like me or Brandon or Angelo or Jeannie in the United States that can navigate the law in that particular jurisdiction. So while we do contracts, there are compliance issues, there are kind of all sorts of novel law issues that an in-house legal team may go to an outside lawyer and say, look, I get 90% of this, but 10% of this is new, and I want to know specifically what's going on with this.
Thanks so much. Generally speaking, yeah, it's quite a cornucopia of activities. There's no shortage of things to do when you're a games lawyer. The next question we have is just a cheeky one, so I'm just going to quickly take it, which is, can I get CLE credits for this panel? That is between you and your bar association, my friend. In Canada, you certainly could, so I don't know what to tell you about that. Okay, so here's a question. How well do judges really grok or understand, for the non-nerds, the legal issues facing video games and technology that are outside of traditional business, finance, copyright, etc.? In other words, how well do we think judges actually understand the complex and evolving areas of business law? And I've got folks who are ready to talk about this. I'm going to start with Brandon.
Yeah, so I think judges are like any other people, right? They are human beings. And I think it really, really depends on the judge you get. If you are litigating that kind of issue, you want to have an experienced litigation attorney in that jurisdiction that knows the judges in that jurisdiction, so they can maybe, as much as possible, we're not supposed to use the word, but judge shop a little bit. You're not supposed to say that because the courts don't like that. But yeah, if you can get your case in front of a judge that is going to understand those issues, it's probably better for you. Unless you're in the wrong, and then it might be better to have a judge that doesn't. So you definitely want a litigator who can make that part of the strategy.
All right, Matt.
The other thing to consider too is, like, when a lot of people think of a judge, they think of kind of like a singular person. So if you have a case, it's going before kind of like this one usually older person who is like sitting on a bench that you think does not understand the law. The reality of the fact is judges have an entire staff of attorneys underneath them called clerks. And clerks sometimes are fresh out of law school. Sometimes they've been working for the judge for years. And some of the most compelling decisions that come out of video game law usually involve a clerk who's working on a judge's staff who's like, man, I play that game and I play it every single day. So this like Fortnite lawsuit that's in front of me, my kid plays Fortnite every day. I totally know this, judge, I got this. And so there's someone behind the scenes explaining how the game works, knowing how the game works. And it's not just kind of like this one pillar of a person who's completely out of touch with technology.
Well, and even if it is, an effective litigation strategy should involve telling the story in a way that makes the judge understand it, even if they don't understand it. So if you get good representation, it shouldn't matter if the judge doesn't understand it going in.
Impressive litigators are crazy impressive. Like when you see it, you know it, and it's insane. Yen, and then Jeannie.
Yeah, just to add on to that a little bit, I think, kind of Ryan mentioned in one of his slides, there's really no such thing as the true wild, wild west. I mean, these judges, they know the law very specifically, maybe in other industries that they've applied it to. And so a lot of the strategy is making sure kind of I don't want to say dumb it down, but in effect, kind of speaking their language so that they can truly understand why does this law apply in this case? What are the similarities? And really making that analogy for them. And I agree. I mean, depending on the judge, I mean, I've externed for a judge too, and we brought in specialists to say, okay, this, semiconductors, we know nothing about that. What does this truly mean? How does the technology work? And so I think if you're able to have that compelling story to really tell that story, then the clerks and the experts, I think, will help explain that to the judge.
Absolutely. So I don't deal with judges who wear the robes and sit on panels on a daily basis, but I work with adjudicators, officers who review immigration applications, and they're making a judgment of this person's credentials based on the law. And the majority of immigration officers are actually law enforcement retirees. So they're pretty much boomers. They don't have a lot of knowledge about video games. They have a lot of knowledge about traditional sports. And so a lot of times I'll make analogies between like CSGO to the NBA or the LCS to the NFL. So as Yen said, there's a lot of like hand-holding and teaching and telling a story in a way that this officer, this judge, who's not part of the world, not part of the community, is going to understand and judge favorably.
Super interesting. I have no litigation bone anywhere in my body, so talking to judges, I've done it once in my life to plead to a lesser included charge on a speeding ticket, and that's about it. Okay, so I am going to move on to the next question, which I have to admit I'm going to do my best to understand. I'll ask the room if they have any thoughts on it, but it's for the lawyers. When using music generation software, what should you look for in the usage licensing, even if you're generating original work with tool provided assets? So my first thought was you might be using samples in there that may not be permitted for for royalty bearing uses or commercial uses. And I want to open up the room. I see Angelo and then Matt.
Yeah, definitely take a look at what you can and can't do with that license. There might be some requirements about like attribution or that sort of thing. But I was actually a related question that wasn't asked is if you're gonna use this sort of music generation software, be careful for those samples when you upload to platforms like YouTube or Twitch. If they have any copyrighted material in just the samples, even if you've created an original work, an automated algorithm might still catch that, and you might still get flagged for something, even though down the line that's something you can contest. It's been a big problem for creators using tools like this. I know the platforms are working on trying to weed this out, but it's just going to be a headache that you might have to deal with if you're going to use software like that.
Yeah, and in addition to looking at kind of like the rights in whatever stems or samples that you're using, the other thing that I think is a little bit less of an issue is making sure that the software itself can be used for whatever purpose you're using it for. So a really good example is in video game end user license agreements, there's usually some sort of language that says you can use it for your own personal entertainment, non-commercial purposes. And in music generation software, typically there's not going to be a restriction on using something for non-commercial use, because music generation inherently is to be used for something. But it's definitely something to take a look at too, because most people think the music's clear, I'm good to go, but there's kind of more variables to look at, always more variables to look at.
Yeah, usually, I know a EULA can be so long. If, when I take a look, the key provisions I always jump to first is the license grant. So what rights do I actually have? And then kind of, as Angela and Matt mentioned, sometimes there's a restriction part, attribution part, and then typically sometimes there's also this user generation or IP ownership. And I think read it carefully, because especially with these type of softwares, if there are stems, there's other licensors, and so the software itself only has certain rights from the music owners that they can actually grant to you. So take a look at those kind of provisions carefully, and obviously, read the whole thing as well, because you just never know what might be in different sections.
Yeah, and I always think when you're basing a work off of someone else's work, you better make sure they have a perpetual license to whatever it is they're granting you, because if they can pull out the sample from your song, you don't have a song anymore. So anyway, okay, so the next question we have is an interesting one that I think for the externals, and I'm betting Yen, maybe you've even dealt with this, but for historical games, they're using examples like Medal of Honor and Call of Duty. What legal issues might arise when basing them on real events or real people? And I think we should probably distinguish in this question when answering it between really, really historical events and historical events where there may still be an estate or people involved. So, Brandon.
Yeah, so whenever you're dealing with something that involves real people, you have privacy and by extension publicity issues. Publicity rights and privacy rights vary from state to state and country to country. But if you're dealing with real people, you run the risk that you alienate those real people. So that's most important, as Ryan said, when those people are alive and can get upset about it. We've seen examples of that from Lindsay Lohan, the Fortnite dances, that sort of lawsuit that has come about. But even if you look at historical things, like the question was, we saw the Red Dead Redemption lawsuit with the Pinkertons. The Pinkerton Agency is a real thing. It was a couple of people in the Old West that started an agency to do detective work and mercenary work, basically. And that's how they're depicted in the game. Today, it's a detective agency that doesn't really do the sort of Wild West mercenary stuff anymore, and they didn't really like that depiction, so they brought a lawsuit. So there's still very real concerns. If you're talking about ancient history, concerns are pretty much zero. But if you're talking about even relatively recent history, you want to make sure that you're doing your due diligence on those assets and those people.
Yep, Jeannie?
I actually have a question for Brandon. So, like, let's say it's recent history, I don't know, 50s, 60s, and the person is dead, and you came out with a game or a story and portrayed this historical figure as the absolute worst. Could their estate, could their decedents come after you?
Yes. Short answer, yes. It depends on the state for how long and what rights they have, but yes, short answer.
It's interesting because in Canada, we generally think of defamation as only being an action for living folks, but it's bizarre. The reality is, again, the more original you can be in your work, the least of these issues you have to worry about. I understand the draw of attaching to something real or attaching to a true event or a true person, but fictionalize it if you can. Fictionalize it wherever you can, if you can, is the cheapest answer before you start having to pay a lot of lawyers to answer these questions for you. The next question I have, and I think we definitely, oh, sorry, Matt, you actually wanted to say something. No, we're good?
No, we can keep going. We've got a relentless deluge of questions. Let's get through it.
All right, next question I have is, are there any glaring downsides? And I know certainly we've had past panelists on this panel who would certainly have had an opinion on this, but are there any downsides to using a service like LegalZoom when it comes to setting up an LLC around content creation, YouTube streaming, etc.? I will say that in Canada, the amount that it costs to pay like one of these service providers and the amount that it costs to pay a lawyer does not justify not paying a lawyer to help you incorporate your company. But I'll open it up to the room, and I see Angelo first reacted with horror and then wants to speak. So
yeah, just don't do it, man. Just no. The downside is that you're paying this company a bunch of money for something that, like Ryan said, you can either pay a lawyer just a little bit more and know that a lawyer that you know and trust and can talk to actually did it, or frankly, a lot of times they're collecting fees for things that you could spend, 30 minutes researching on your favorite search engine and do it yourself. Like most people can do enough research to be able to do something like file an LLC in their state in the US themselves. And you don't need to pay LegalZoom however many hundreds of dollars to do that. So that's, yeah, definitely either it falls into the two categories of like, you can do it yourself, save some money, or just pay a little bit more and pay an actual lawyer.
Yeah, the technical man in the Discord says, do it right the first time instead of paying for it forever. Matt, go ahead.
The other thing too is people like the allure of LegalZoom is paying one time for something to be done and thinking that it's taken care of. The one thing that is like beneficial to incorporating your company is it gives you a liability shield from things. So if bad things happen, your company can kind of step in and take the bullet for you. If your company is not set up correctly and there is a lawsuit, oftentimes in the United States, courts will reach beyond your company to you as a person. So the biggest benefit of you having a company, which is that it can kind of step up and take the bullet for you, if it's set up incorrectly, then it can't perform that function. So, and a lawyer is going to be able to tell you, look, every year you need to pay this fee. Every year you need to make sure you submit this filing. And even those 2 sentences sometimes are above and beyond what LegalZoom or a platform can do, where you log in, forget your login, change your email address, and miss the email from them. A lawyer is going to hunt you down because they don't want you going after them and saying, hey, you messed up my company. It's a lot different. And seriously, like the extra heartache is so not worth it.
All right, I'm just going to do a quick time check. I want to make sure we have the full hour, Christina. I just want to make sure. Maybe she might be, our room operator might be busy. It's all right. I'm going to move on to the next question, which is actually related to our list of questions, but it's about using unoriginal IP. But anyway, I'm looking to reboot an old game from the 80s. And it's not the I want to just do it. It's the where would one go to research who might still have the rights, or which company still holds the rights? That's actually a really tough question, and we get asked this all the time. The reality is you either know people or you don't, and I think lawyers would be a good place to start to find people who might know. The trademark database, to me, would be the first place I would look, but I see that Matt and Angelo and maybe Brandon have something to say.
Angelo, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for actually asking this question. So many people just barrel on ahead like to make the game without even asking. But yeah, I would check to see if you know a lawyer, and you know a few in this room right now. Check that network to see if they know anyone. See if any copyrights or trademarks have been filed. If that's that's accessible through a search online, it's pretty easy. Yeah, no, frankly, I just wanted to say thank you for actually caring about this.
So, and I can jump in and speak about like how this works, good, bad, and ugly. When you're getting rights to a game, usually you will do what's called diligence, where you go through and you try, once you find that person, once you find that kind of trademark holder, or you think you have a good starting point, you will go through and try to find all of the contracts that are related to the game, so you can trace all of the rights back as far as you possibly can. And when you're doing that, you, first of all, kind of have this as receipts to prove to you that you have all of the rights to the content to make the game. And then as you go forward and license all of these rights from the parties that hold them, a good lawyer will kind of add a belt and suspenders to the license agreement saying, okay, you promise me that you have all of these rights. And if you don't, and someone sues me, then you are going to pay for that lawsuit because you're promising me that you have all of these rights. And that concept is kind of called indemnification. And the crazy thing about it is it seems very straightforward and it seems very nice and comforting. Like, you're promising me these rights, and if you don't have it and a lawsuit happens, I will pay you. For any lawyer here who has been involved in an indemnification scenario, while it does sound wonderful, it is something that in practice, when it becomes time to indemnify someone, it is one of the most stressful and awful things ever. So it really is something where if you can chase those rights down and know with certainty that all of those rights are given to you, which it's very difficult to do, then pursue it. But rebooting old IP comes with that as an inherent risk. A really good example of that recently, the Gearbox lawsuit for Duke Nukem, I think forever, Duke Nukem 3D, whatever the most recent one is, the new developer had signed a contract saying that they had kind of all the rights to the game, including music. And the composer came forward and said, you actually don't have the rights to the music. And so there's a lawsuit unfolding right now about, well, what happens with the music? Who is going to pay? What is going on? And it can really take the wind out of the sails of a developer that's just trying to reboot an IP that could be on the hook now for this crazy legal bill for rights they didn't have.
Yeah, 100%. I think the unknown of an old IP is actually one of the tougher things for lawyers to get their clients' head around, because I've worked on old IPs where, you go to a really reputable licensor, you're thinking one of the big 3 producers, and they don't know who owns the IP to some of their stuff because it's just so historical. There's been so many sub-licenses and exclusivity grants and grant backs and authors' rights things and all that sort of stuff. So next question we have in the queue is, how do all the Candy Crush and Tetris style games not breach copyright? This is actually an interesting area of law that lawyers speak themselves about all the time, which is the difference between kind of legitimate reuse of non-copyrightable things and illegitimate copyright reuse of things. So I'm going to start with Angelo, who I see in the room.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question, and it's not a black and white line, right? It's going to be kind of a fuzzy answer. You might get used to that from lawyers. But this does touch on an idea in copyright called the idea expression dichotomy. You can protect an expression of an idea, but you cannot protect an idea. Like the Candy Crush.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. The Candy Crush idea is like it's an expression of the idea of matching three things, roughly speaking. So there's lots of games that have that sort of premise, but Candy Crush is one expression of that idea. Other similar things. I mean, even before video games, there's something like there's genres of movies, right, that all share similar elements. There's westerns. There's all westerns are going to have cowboys, saloons, horses, gun duels. You can't protect any one of those elements, but you can protect one specific expression of the Western movie, right? So this is why clones of games can exist, and that's why, frankly, clones of movies can exist, right? Like you're going to get the disaster movies that come out right around the same time that have very similar ideas. You're going to get TV shows that are very similar. Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine for some of the older sci-fi folks. So you can, what is copyrightable is what is expressed, what is put on a tangible form. So the artwork, the sound, that sort of thing. But you can't copyright the concept, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. It's something that is heavily litigated, and the best litigators in the country are fighting about whether or not certain things are copying and certain things are not. It's gray, it's difficult. Don't copy other people's stuff is a really good way to avoid having that problem. Come up with original stuff as much as you can. I didn't see anyone else hand raised on that, so we'll move on to the next question I have here, which is, how are so many artists selling art based on IP that they don't own? This is, to me, one of the biggest internet entitlement issues, apart from entitled gamers generally. But people really feel, fan bases really feel like they are part of the ownership of the IP. And it's really, really tough for a company to come down on their biggest fans and say, we're not going to let you sell this t-shirt, or we're not going to let you sell this thing on Etsy or something like that. But it's also necessary. And so I want to kind of turn it over to folks in the room who have probably dealt with this. I'll start with Brandon.
Yeah, so there's a fine line between, homage, right, which is generally okay, and infringement, which is not okay. So that fine line is hard to walk, right? If I wear a blue jumpsuit because I like Fallout, probably fine. But if I put a 76 on it and I put it on my stream and I monetize, I'm Fallout 76 Lord, probably that crosses some lines, right? So there's a fine line there, but the reality is that a lot of what you see online on Etsy, at conventions, at that sort of thing, is infringement. And the developers, the publishers could theoretically shut a lot of it down. A lot of it doesn't get shut down, not because it's not infringement, but because those developers or publishers have made either the economic calculus, like Ryan mentioned, that doing that is going to be too difficult and too expensive, or because they've made a different economic calculus, which is that tolerating the infringement actually helps build the fan base. But it's generally not that they're looking at it and going, this is fine, right? They're looking at it and going, we will accept this even though it's not fine.
It's kind of how I think video game companies were dragged into the streaming world originally, kind of unwillingly, and then developed an economy around it when they realized, hey, wait a second, we can actually make this work. Jeannie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when it comes to IP infringement, I think smaller indie publishers, developers, creators are probably going to let it go and actually welcome it. Like, hey, this is free publicity. But when you get into the AAA companies or companies like Disney and Nintendo, they are IP sharks. Just a real example, there was a company in Tokyo that will let tourists rent a go-kart, and you would be able to like drive around, stream, cruising around the streets of Tokyo, and they would give you the option, like, hey, if you want to use our go-kart, but also wear one of our costumes, you're welcome to do so. And obviously some of those costumes were Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach. And they just got shut down. Like, Nintendo basically destroyed that company, and that company no longer exists. So be careful whose IP you sort of rip off.
Yeah, there are strong enforcers and weaker enforcers for sure, and the lawyers know who they are. Angelo, do you want to add something quick?
Just one real quick point, the distinction between what a company legally can do and what maybe they should do. Brandon touched on this as far as like whether or not they would choose to pursue something that they legally had the option to. And an example with Blizzard was that they were very strongly enforcing their IP rights against, let's say, content creators that were making mature content with some of their game models. So if the thing you're doing with that IP is found to be unsavory or something against the interests of the company that owns it, you're going to be more likely to be enforced against, I think.
I thought let's avoid talking about all the body parts in games that we avoided in the last thing at PG Connects. I saw Brandon and then Yen.
Yeah, just real quick, even beyond something unsavory, right? If you're streaming yourself cheating or exploiting hacks in the game, that's a good way to get your stream taken down. It's a good way to draw the attention of the publisher, especially if that publisher is Epic.
The other distinction I was thinking is, kind of Angela touched on what must they do versus what they can do. I mean, sometimes, especially with trademarks, there is an obligation under trademark law, U.S. trademark law, that you have to monitor and police your use. And maybe you're already, working with other merchandise who, you've given a license to. And so in those cases, oftentimes, there is an obligation for the company to be looking for this infringement, to be shutting it down in order to maintain their rights or the rights that they've granted to their licensees.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, folks. We got another question here. I believe I've got something like 15 minutes left here or something close to that. So we're going to keep plowing through the questions. If selling games at conventions in multiple states, are there any tax concerns? This has been addressed a little bit in the Discord. I didn't know if we wanted to say other than like, we're not tax lawyers, but yes, when you're selling anything in any jurisdiction, there are tax concerns. And sometimes these, I don't know, sometimes these tax concerns really lie in waiting until you go and get an investor or someone comes to buy your company or a publisher comes to publish your game. And they're like, hey, so what have you been doing about VAT taxes in the UK? And you're like, well, I haven't been doing very much. I'm like, okay, so this money that you're asking us for, like a big chunk of that is going to have to go back to pay all those back taxes because the tax authorities know about us. They don't know about you. So I always find this an interesting one. So I don't know, we answered it in the room, I think, unless anyone wants to unmute themselves and say they want to talk about this one. We'll move on to the next question, which is, what issues do you typically see from the game player side, i.e. dealing with the players, as opposed to corporate issues or IP issues? And I'm going to guess that Matt and Yen probably have something to say. We'll start with Yen and move over to Matt.
Yeah, I'll say I think a lot of the issues, after GDPR, I think it's a lot about, privacy related, what data do you have on me? The other, I think, oftentimes is a lot about, cheating or accounts being shut down or refunds. So those are kind of, I think, the day-to-day that, I feel like our CS team is the hardest working team ever, and they're always taking care of everything. But I think those two, I'm sure, Matt, maybe you've dealt with other ones, but I think those are typically the player-related issues that we have. And so I guess just to touch upon a little bit what to do, I think, all your player-facing documents, like your EULA, like your privacy policy, any of the policies that you have, I think just try to be as clear as possible so that, the player knows kind of what they should do, who they should go to, what they can or can't do to maybe avoid some of those issues up front.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, so two things on that. One, what Yan immediately just said about making things kind of clear to the player. Despite what maybe everyone watching this thinks, there's a giant movement right now for lawyers to make things that face players understandable and in plain English. And so a lot of game developers and publishers are revamping all of their terms of service, privacy policies, and EULAs to be written without the therefores and notwithstanding the foregoing, so people can really understand what it is they're signing up for. Jumping over to the player side of stuff, Yen's absolutely right. So player support, CS issues, hackers, cheaters, are all kind of player side issues that we deal with on legal. And the thing that people have to be careful about is it's a pitfall for the company. And so sometimes there will be people that are hackers, and the lawyers have to think, how are we going to respond to this? Are we going to send a really spooky letter? Or are we going to send like a really fun, cool cease and desist because we know it's going to be on Reddit, where we put the characters' like names into the cease and desist and ask you to like not do something that only a player of the game would know, because it's as much of a legal thing as it is also like no one wants to be a jerk to players, not even the company that makes the game. And so it's about balancing that. The other thing that you have to deal with on the CS side is sometimes people will use kind of like the player side contact with a company as a way to kind of set up some sort of legal claim. So occasionally you'll get a CS ticket that comes in that starts off with someone angry that their skin didn't get refunded, or they think that they should have gotten a different drop from a loot box. And then 3 or 4 support ticket follow-ups in, all of a sudden it seems like someone else is writing the ticket, maybe a lawyer that's trying to get the company to say something because maybe they're going to try and set up a lawsuit on the other end. And so I've definitely been in situations before where you've had to sit down and get all the lawyers in the room and think about how are we going to respond to this, because it seems like someone's really paying attention on the other end.
So interesting, Yen.
Oh, I think, Angela, did you want to jump in before
Just one other thing that I think companies have to deal with anytime the game has any kind of user-generated content ability. All of the things that we talked about before about IP rights come into play again. So suddenly you might have to deal with players wondering, like contacting their CS team, like, hey, why can't I make this Hatsune Miku spray for my car? Like that has, why can't I put this other IP into your game? Why is this being taken down? So that's going to be another thing that I think, even players have to worry about IP.
And I think the other, the same group kind of recently did a panel about content moderation. I think, that has become a larger and larger role in, player-facing issues, is making sure that the player, we're creating a very safe and respectful environment for the players. Player safety, what happens if, player responds, or, player health. I think those are kind of, I think, the gray area. The legal line is a little bit blurred because for a company, usually you just have very strict legal protections, for your employees, but, really thinking about how to create a good environment and a good player experience for your players. I think that's kind of a new area that a lot of companies are looking in, both tech, legal. And then finally, I guess I want to say the other kind of cool thing about player-facing issues is that oftentimes we get notified of infringement or illegal private servers or unauthorized distribution of certain virtual currencies through our players, because they are the ones that are entrenched in the community. They're the ones that get all the information, and oftentimes we get emails saying, hey, you should look into this, you should look into that. And so I think it's a very interesting kind of symbiotic relationship. Oftentimes it's very helpful, other times it's not so great. And so I think managing that line of how closely you work with your player base and communities, can really make a difference in how you run your business.
Jeannie.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Matt was saying about lawyers moving away from 40-page contracts and transitioning into contracts with terms that the average person will actually understand. Because today we've gotten to the point where contracts are so full of legal jargon, are so long, that no one is really reading them and no one is really aware of their rights. And so some of the things that younger attorneys are doing is we're trying to cover all of our bases, condense that 40-page legal jargon contract into something that is really digestible by a 16-year-old. And some of the ways that we can do that are through like data visualization. My firm is thinking about like making an anime like PSA, just trying to, I think that's the challenge of lawyering today, as we can see with the Blizzard and Apple litigation, is how can we get creative with the law to meet the current needs of our generation? And I think that's what's really fun and interesting about being a lawyer in this industry, is because we're combining this really ancient old field with this super hyper fast futuristic field.
Yeah, Brandon.
Yeah, just to add to that, this is a struggle like internally for most lawyers, right? We don't want to write 40-page contracts. We hate it as much as everybody else does, but you want to make sure that your client is protected in everything they need to be protected in. And so sometimes people will see like, oh, Microsoft sent me this agreement, it's only 2 pages long. It's like, well, yeah, Microsoft has a team of lawyers that if something goes wrong in that agreement, they will bury you in the litigation file and you'll give up. But you as an independent developer or a small creator or a fan probably don't have those legal resources, right? If you do, great, but you probably don't. And so if you have a lawyer, they're going to try to protect you. And so if you're not getting a 2 or 3 page agreement, if you're getting something that's a little bit longer, give your lawyer a little bit of credit, a little bit of slack, right?
I think a lot of people confuse simplicity and brevity, and they're not the same thing. It's actually hard to be simple and brief and protect all of your clients' rights. There's a reason why lawyers prefer those complex phrases and big words. It's because they are the simplest, often way to express some of those rights. So we do have to be creative. So we have, I believe, like 5 minutes left on this panel. And I want to do like, I don't know, lightning round or something, if that makes sense. So I've got questions and I'm just going to fire off. I will ask someone while I'm asking the question to unmute yourself, and you just got to answer it. Okay, here we go. When publishing a board game and working with a manufacturer, how can you make sure that they don't knock off your game and sell it elsewhere? Can you make sure that they won't knock off your game and sell it elsewhere? Yen.
It's always hard. I mean, obviously the contract is probably what you can use to protect yourself, but in the end, it's a piece of paper. In order to enforce that, you have to sue, So I think here it's really carefully pick. So you still need the contract, and to really carefully pick a partner that you trust and feel will do right by you.
All right, next question. Do streamers get or need permission, i.e. do they need it? And if they do need it, do they get it to stream a game? Yen, I believe you answered that live in the room. Generally, there are terms that apply to it, but okay. How much of a game can you show without getting permission, i.e. for game reviews? This is probably a fair use question. I don't see any takers.
I guess, I think fair use is just such a crazy area of the law. There are, if it's truly commentary, etc., there is, but the thing you have to know about fair use is that you're already admitting essentially that this is an infringing use, but I have this defense on why I can use it. So that's why fair use can be very dangerous, because you're already crossing into that line. So I think, look at the EULA. Usually game companies now are very clear about their stance. Either they're like, hey, everyone use our IP, do whatever you want, except don't do X, Y, Z, or, you'll see very clearly that they don't allow it. So I think take a look at the website. Generally, you'll kind of get a sense.
All right, I got one for Matt here. Do you have any advice for aspiring lawyers, professionals hoping to further involve in the gaming community? Matt, go ahead.
Yes, I'm so into this because for a lot of us here that got into games, there was not a path forward and there were not resources out there, and we were kind of told we had to figure it out on our own. So I love saying this on panels. Resources for you. Brandon is the general counsel of the International Game Developers Association. They have a bunch of different interest groups that you can sign up in. They have local chapters.
And scholarships for GDC.
And yes, scholarships to go to these conferences. When I was in law school, one of the best things I ever did was get one of these scholarships. I got paid to fly to the conference. I got to go. I got to meet a lot of the lawyers in this room. Absolutely incredible. If you are a law student, the Video Game Bar Association and the Esports Bar Association have scholarship writing competitions where you can get money and exposure to lawyers for writing academic papers. And I think, as everyone can say here too, just show up. I mean, when I was in law school, I just showed up to the bars that all the lawyers were drinking at the conferences and talked to them until they were so annoyed. They finally were like, dude, we'll do whatever you want. Just leave us alone. But do it. Absolutely do it. And there are tons of other resources. So hit me up after. I will give you links to everything.
That's super cool. Full disclosure, I think Brandon's, you're probably on the board of IGDM, the board of BGBA. So just conflict disclosure there. But yeah, there's awesome resources for lawyers. Honestly, Matt's not wrong. I've been practicing for 15 years and I kind of just faked it at the beginning because there wasn't a lot of resources. There's now a ton of resources, and it's an amazing time. And you can reach out. We're all on Twitter. I think all of us on this panel are on Twitter. In fact, we are organizing our talking on Twitter. So you'll see our handles in the schedule. You can tweet at us. You can reach out to us. We can help you find people in your school or in your state or in your country that might be doing what you're doing. All right.
Yeah, I just want to really quickly add to that, not to get discouraged if you don't immediately get a job in the industry. Yeah. Get a job, get experience, and keep networking in the industry, because
there's no wasted experience.
Yeah.
An option agreement and a contract and an NDA are the same in any industry. Get your experience first. Absolutely right. Okay. How did how does a big IP have like another IP in it? I'm thinking of examples like Big Hero 6 had Stargate in it, or maybe Ready Player One had a bunch of other people's stuff. Is it just someone being too big to worth suing, or can they use other people's IP without paying? Actually, no, it's a lot of licensing. I'm just gonna answer that real quick. The license agreements to those things are crazy. Like, it's a lot of lawyers, hard work to get those deals done. Can anyone on the panel speak to the AMG Blizzard, which I believe is the Humvee decision in Call of Duty, on how it impacted game developers to try and incorporate existing brands into their game? Matt, Brandon. No, Matt's on mute. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon.
I was just going to say, I think that probably it didn't really affect most developers. I think that, it underscored that there is a path through the First Amendment to use some of that stuff, but it also underscored that the expense of getting to that path is a lawsuit from a massive company. So it's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Awesome. Okay, so we're now at the end of the panel, I believe. I've got a couple of seconds left. I want to give everyone just a chance to say a few closing words. I just want to thank everyone for coming out. You guys are awesome. I usually get to see you folks in person. I miss you all. My heart goes out to you folks. Most of you folks are my American friends who I live vicariously in the US through you. Stay healthy and sane during these odd times. So I'm going to turn over to Jeannie.
Never lie to the government. It's going to get you in a worse situation.
Matt.
I mean, echoing exactly what Ryan said, and go to the continuing conversation channel in Discord after if you want to talk to us.
Yeah. Yen.
Yeah, the video game industry is so big. We need so many different types of talent. And especially if you're interested in law, I think lawyers love talking about ourselves, what we do. So don't hesitate to reach out. And if someone doesn't respond to you, move on to the next one.
Angelo.
I say this every time we do one of these panels. Thank you so much for coming and listening to us when you could have been looking at the brand new games that were being released. You came and listened to a bunch of lawyers talk.
Yeah, good for you. Brandon.
Yeah, so normally this is where I would tell you which bar we were going to go to continue the conversation. So I'll just join Matt in saying, I guess, jump over to the Discord and we'll keep talking there. And then also we've got 45 days to get ready to go vote. So do that.
Yeah, thanks. Agreed. Thanks, everybody. And I guess, Christina, we are done with the room. So thanks very much, everyone. Have a good day.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible, Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring Post-Apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bytes, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurs tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parksaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
Take two. Hello, PAX. Welcome. Hello, PAX. I'm Dallas Kemp with Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. I forgot to hit the button, so you have to forgive me. It's Saturday. You know, we're having a good time, and it's PAX. So I hope you're enjoying all the content. I hope you're enjoying all the streams that PAX has provided. So this is Intro to Miniatures and Assembly and Painting. A lot of people getting into miniatures. Miniatures are becoming more prevalent in our industry. And you know, maybe you've never put one together, maybe you've been intimidated by it, and I'm going to walk you through the steps. We're going to assemble a miniature, and then we're going to do some painting on it. Maybe I can finish in an hour. We'll see what happens. So I'm going to just switch it over here to my mini cam, which is right here, and I've got a Spider-Man, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Everybody knows and loves Peter Parker Spider-Man. I love Peter Parker Spider-Man. And we're going to put him together, and we're going to paint him up. And I'm going to show you some quick tips and how to get him painted really quick. So the very first thing you got is this is the frame that plastic miniature comes on. Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures are made from hard plastic. It's injected. You're going to need some clippers, some sharp clippers. You're going to need a hobby knife. And I got a couple different hobby knives. And then I have a little, this is just a silicone puck. You could even take a Marvel Crisis Protocol base, flip it upside down, and this is for putting glue on, because I apply my glue with toothpicks for precision. So I have a pair of precision clippers here. I'm going to start with this little tactical base. It's got a flat end and a bevel side. And I'm just going to press that right up against. You can see this is where the plastic flows into the part. I'm gonna go right there, clip that away. I'm just gonna clip all this off. Well, not all of it. I usually go step by step. I follow the instructions. So when the instruction says do part 7 and 10, I clip out part 7 and 10, and then I assemble those. I try not to rush stuff, right? It's not a race. You're not competing, unless you are competing, of course. There are competitions. But for hobbying, the only person you're trying to make happy is you, right? The only person you should be comparing yourself is your last attempt or your last miniature. So I'm gonna put some glue over here. It's much better with audio, that's correct. It's Saturday, and I'm gonna go ahead and just tell everybody, it's my vacation. And so I was a little, I was up a little late last night playing video games. I'm gonna be real honest about it. So I'm just gonna put this part right there. Put a little bit of glue. You saw I put a little bit of glue on that with my toothpick. And we'll go through each of these steps. You're gonna see it all. And if you have any questions about miniature painting or miniature assembly, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer them. So I got the back and the front of his torso. I'm going to do that next. I'm just going to, once again, use the flat edge right up against the part, clip it out, and then right where the injection went into the part, I'm going to clean that up just ever so slightly with my hobby knife. Just very gentle. If you're having to force, you're doing it wrong, of course. This should be very, very simple and easy. Now, one thing miniatures get is what's called a mold line. And that's actually where the steel comes together. These are made out of big steel blocks. That's how you make this. There's a lot of technical engineering and stuff that goes into making these. But so say like on this leg, that steel blocks, these two steel blocks are coming together. So there's a little line. It's called a mold line or a seam line. And I'm going to show you how to get rid of that too. So a little bit of glue on my toothpick. Oh, most important part. I put together so many Spider-Mans, I forget this part. Dry fit. So all that means is you take the two parts and you test them. Make sure they fit together. And this Spider-Man, he fits together really, really tightly. And that's just for you to know how the part works, right? How the two pieces come together. Oh, he is really stuck together. I don't even know if I need glue. It's almost a push fit. Right? It's better to, you know, there's an old saying, measure twice, cut once. You know, when you're working with wood. It's the same with miniatures. You know, fit twice, glue once. Because it's better to get an idea and understand how and why. Like everything is a why on miniatures. There's a very good reason why things are done. So messing with the part and figuring out the whys before you shove glue on there is really important, because then you get glue all over you get glue all over him, Peter Parker, if you're working on Peter Parker. If you're not working on Peter Parker, somebody else. So I clipped the legs off. I'm going to clean that up. As you can see, that injection went right into the key. That's the key that's going to go into the leg. I'm just going to clean up those injections. 2 injections on this. And then there's our mold line. It goes over the thigh there. So I'm going to take the sharp end of the blade, I'm going to turn it backwards, and I'm going to just drag it real quick. And that eradicates. And that mold line, that seam is very, very slight. I don't even think you would actually notice it. It's just an inevitable byproduct of manufacturing, right? Now we do our best to minimize those, but you know, sometimes they're just there. See what I did there? I totally didn't dry fit that. See, I told you, I'm always I put together too many Spider-Mans. I put together way too many Spider-Mans. Not enough Spider-Mans. Always time for more Spider-Mans. Jackalman, any pro tips for using a craft knife like that? Sometimes I get overzealous and I cut too deep and then I revert to scraping, which I feel is not good, but maybe it's okay. I'm not quite sure I understand. You want to just drag ever so slightly, right? It's better to cut less multiple times than cut more and mess it up. And then scraping, you just scrape. So it should be, you press it right and you just drag ever so slightly. You're just removing just what you need slowly. Build it up. Take your time. I'm going to actually test fit this leg. Practice what you preach, right? Now when the parts like say the legs come to the torso here, you get a little gap. And there's multiple ways to handle the gaps on miniatures. You can use glue. I'm going to show you that. So like say you got this little seam. I actually left that seam a little bit wider just to show you this. You can take a little bit of glue and kind of dab it on there. I'm going to get a second too quick for cleanup. Or when you're putting glue on the part, you can kind of overfill it so it mushes out. And I'm going to let that cure a little bit. Just let the glue dry a little bit, and then we can scrape that away and polish it, and you'll have a nice smooth surface. The other way to get rid of gaps is with putty. I actually use a brown aluminum plumber's putty. It's 2-part. You mix it together. You can get that at like hardware stores and stuff like that. And I put a little bit of putty over that and I smooth it down. It's really up to you. There's no wrong way to do it. I'm gonna do his arm. I like leaving the arms for last, or the head for last, because then I feel like that moment in Iron Man 1, right, where the suit all comes together and the helmet comes down, and you're like, oh, that's Iron Man. I do the same thing with my miniatures sometimes. I'll be putting them together, and I purposely leave the head for last because it's like that final moment where the character comes together. All right, so this is his thwip arm, which is his right arm, and I'm just going to test that. That looks really super good. I see we have Simbot and Scheherazade in there, and I know they are very new to miniature painting and assembling, but they've had a lot of success and fun. I've gotten to see some of those, and they've been just taking their time and building your skills, and I'm gonna be honest, that's what it's all about, right? It's all about, we're all on different points of the same path, right? And so sometimes you gotta remind yourself, like, you know, it's not about comparing yourself to someone else and where they're at, but it's about comparing your work to the last thing you did and being proud of how far you've come in a short time. I'm just testing that arm and then tacking it on just with a little bit of glue. See how Spider-Man goes together super quick. Just a little patience and time. He's got 2 heads, and I get a lot of questions like, why does Spider-Man have 2 heads? This is just a frame balancing thing. It's technical. It's just to make sure plastic is balanced and we get a nice frame. So we needed an extra part, and this was a good shape, size, weight, whatever. Now some characters have 2 heads, so you gotta be careful. Some characters have 2 heads. In Marvel Crisis Protocol, they're alternate heads. This is the same head. There you go. Simbot says, I painted my second ever mini at PAX Unplugged last year at the panel that I did. That is true. That was the second miniature. It's only been a year, and how far you've come, right? In your miniature painting journey, right? And sometimes the journey is not about like becoming the best or becoming a professional, right? Like I always say, each miniature has a destiny, and I get to choose that destiny. So like this Spider-Man, this is for a tabletop. This is for a game. So I'm not going to try to paint it to like a high standard. I'm not going to try to paint it to a display or a box level. I'm just going to paint it for me, right? And no matter what, I'm going to be really happy with it. Oh, I put glue on his feet. So he's got a little spot here for his foot. You can see it right there. And then the second foot just touches the I-beam. I'm just going to stick it right on there. Yeah, you have quite a collection of miniatures. It's pretty impressive. Now another thing, so my glue is brand new, actually. I see a lot of people, or a lot of questions, they're having trouble with assembling their miniatures, and like they're putting a part on and another part's falling off. Top tip, secret tip, glue goes bad. Glue actually does go bad. It doesn't have a super long shelf life once you open it up. So if you're having trouble with your glue sticking, it's probably just old. I get rid of glue that is giving me problems. And you'll know it, like once you get a new bottle of glue, you'll see that the miniature sticks quicker and more effectively. And less is more when you're gluing. I don't slather on glue. You don't want a whole lot of glue because then it actually has a harder time bonding. This is my second favorite part. Just kind of choose how I want him on that base. Stick the rubble on there. I got Spider-Man. Flip. He's ready to go. So of course, we only have an hour. We don't have a long time. And I don't have my airbrush to prime it. I use an airbrush because I don't have any, actually don't have any spray primer right now. So we're gonna do the magic whoop. It's like a baking show. We're gonna swap the camera over, and now we're gonna paint our Spider-Man. There is a primed Spider-Man, ready to paint. Let's see if we can get a little. So let's bring down that contrast. There we go. Alright, let's paint our Spider-Man. Does this mean lend itself to having multiple costume options, or design with the? It's designed with the classic red-blue. It's designed as the classic red-blue, but with some creativity, you could totally paint however you want, and you know you should paint however you want. So the cool thing about miniature painting is you kind of get to explore and do what you want to do and make the miniature your own. It's one of my favorite parts, right? Like, even if I paint my Spider-Man red and blue, it's probably going to look different than your Spider-Man just because some of the choices I'm going to make. And we're going to talk about some of those as we go. So let's say on the red, you might do like a very orange highlight, and I might do a very pink highlight. So this miniature was primed with what's called a zenithal prime. So that means it's primed black, and then it's primed white from above. And what that does is creates a very quick shadow for you to work with. Another thing it does, I'm just going to cover his eyes, it doesn't matter at this stage. The other thing it does, it provides a lot of contrast in the miniature, right, from light to dark. So you can see here on the other side of his legs, it's much darker than up here on his shoulders, right? And then I'm going to use what's called a wash. Now, wash is just a very thin paint that's designed to flow into the crevices and provide that shadow. So you can see, like, it's just flowing in and leaving a little bit of that white over the top. Now you can make a wash, actually. You can buy a wash. There's lots of cool products out there to try if you're new to it. But the big thing I'm doing is just taking my time and making sure I'm not being overly messy. I'm not doing a big solid coat here, right? I'm actually using that primer to my advantage to provide some of the light and shadow. Now, some people get intimidated by yeah, and we're gonna Jacqueline, yeah. Wait till we do the next wash on this. I got a little secret trick for everybody to paint your Spider-Mans to make those web lines pop out even more. So I'm just going to, all the areas that are supposed to be red, I'm just going to paint them red with this wash. If I get a little messy, it's okay. If it gets on something I'm going to paint over, it especially doesn't matter. Because that's just where I'm going to paint anyways. It's like if I get a little layer on that rock, it doesn't matter, I'll paint over that. So you need to be zoomed out just a touch. I feel like it does. Now I'm going to pick a light blue. I'm going to check this camera. I feel like we're a little overexposed. There we go. There we go. So now I'm going to pick a light blue. Now you can pick whatever blue you want. I'm going to prefer a light blue because of the way we're going to approach this. And I'm going to paint his blue parts. And I can thin this down with a little bit of water. And once again, I can use that white primer as like a way to kind of like do a thin paint over it and let a little bit of that white shine through to give it more contrast. Yeah, it looks like one solid piece right now. Like I went, you know, I had two here, obviously. I did use super glue or putty to gap fill the miniature, so covered up all the little gaps to get him ready for painting. Right? Just a natural step in assembling and painting miniatures. So now I'm just going to be real careful. The blue under his arms. On his back. Remember, the spider symbol on his back is red, not black. Oh, got a little hair. Just wipe it away. Just wipe it away. I'm just going to be a little more careful. Get that spot right where that blue and that red meet. Just like that. Just make sure there's a nice coat. You get a little extra, just a little beaded up right down top as well. So that's already looking like Spider-Man. Now I want to do a wash on this. Now, and then what that's going to do is darken up the legs, the blue areas. But before I do that, I need to make sure everything's dry. And the other thing we're going to do is we're actually going to use the blue wash on the red. A really good shadow color to blue or to red is blue or purple, right? It makes for a very nice shadow to red. Adds a lot of depth. So we're going to let this dry. We're going to work on some of the black areas while this is drying up, and then we're going to do a blue wash, and we're going to darken up those lines and cover the and darken up the paints. So I'm going to take a little black first. This is the Precision. I want a good brush. I like size 1s and 2s. That's typically what I use. You use whatever works for you. Everybody has preferences. Whatever works. You know, if you can paint a miniature with a toothpick and it looks the way you want it to look, then it's the right tool. So I'm just going to paint those goggles. Jackal-Man, that steady hand, it's all about ergonomics to get steady. It's all about like anchoring. I see I'm anchoring my pinky there. And I'm taking my breath and then I'm exhaling as I paint the line. And I'm not rushing. I'm staying relaxed. I'm not stressing. I'm keeping my posture upright. I'm actually at a standing desk right now. It's the way I prefer to paint. But I'm making sure that my back is straight and I'm not doing that painter hunch over, right? We've all seen or done it. You don't want to hunch over. It's really hard on your lower back and your shoulders, and it causes stress. And when you cause stress, your body kind of freaks out, and then you're not comfortable, and then you can't be all precise. What are the differences in brush sizes? Every brush company has differences. So a size 1 in one company might be a size 5 in another company. So I typically buy watercolor brushes. A size 1 is actually a little small for me. I paint a lot of stuff with size 2s. And it's each company measures it different. Like it might be, it's usually just the size compared to other things around it in the company. So for me, a good brush has a what's called a wide belly, the belly of the brush, which is this part from the ferrule. The ferrule is the metal part. The belly is the big, or barrel is this big wide part, and the tip. I like a big belly and a tiny tip. This is a size 2. This is a size 2. See how it's got a big belly and a tiny tip? That's what it's all about for me. Oh, there's a question here. I kind of missed it. Scrolled past. They don't need to assemble a light gray plastic. Light gray plastic. So you can do a light green, like if you're painting something, you can throw paint all over if you want, but you gotta go back and paint it anyways. I'm definitely more of a take your time and put the colors in the right spot first, like, and then build around that. Thanks for the heckle, Scheherazade. Now I'm going to use a blue wash. It's only been 30 minutes. I'm almost done with this. This is. I didn't think I was going to be this fast today. So I'm going to use a blue wash. Now I'm going to do what I call precision washing. And this is just going to kind of slather all over the blue. So I'm just going to slop this on the blue areas. And see, I'm not like letting it puddle. I'm just kind of controlling it and bringing it around. And that's really going to darken up those legs. In this area here. I thin this with just a tiny touch of water. And then if you want a little heavier, like say in this lower back, don't thin it down with water. And as this dries, I can throw another layer of wash in the lower area, so like under that thigh muscle, just to darken it even more. And I said we were going to shade our red with blue, and that's still the case. Once again, I'm going to blue wash, a little tiny touch of water. You see how thin this is. Washing is absolutely an art. So I'm just going to tap and make sure those little web lines are full of the blue, like so. And bring that around. Just like that. And it's okay. It's okay if you've never done this before and you kind of make a mess. That's okay. That's part of learning. It's part of growing. You know? I got a bunch of miniatures over in my collection of stuff where I didn't know what I was doing. So I asked a lot of questions and I messed up a whole lot, but I just kept going and kept loving what I was doing, and just, I chose how far I wanted to take my skills and my learning, and then I stuck to it. And not everybody wants to go as far as other people. Sometimes you just want to come home after a day's work and spend an hour throwing some washes on your Spider-Man, and some people want to be the best miniature painter in the world, and there's nothing wrong with either of those approaches. Just do what you love with the time you got, right? And we're gonna let that dry. I like darkening the back a lot. There we go. Really darken it. Once you're done painting a miniature, can you use the camera to give an overview of your paint setup and how you go through the process? My paint setup right this second is not Typical, right? Because I'm streaming. So I kind of got a bunch of stuff on my desk, and it's my work desk, so I probably shouldn't show it anyways. But typically I just have a wet palette and a well palette. I'm still here, I'm just talking. I have a wet palette, a well palette, a couple brushes. Typically I don't even look at what size brushes I have, I just grab them, but I'm a monster. Some paper towels, a towel, and a cup of water. That's usually it. And a nice cup of coffee. Alright, so like I said, maybe I want the pants to be a little darker, right? So I'm going to go in there with very undiluted washes. I want to paint the underside of his thighs. And you can use a second brush, like if you get it up there. I like to use a second brush a lot. It's damp, it's not wet, it has no paint on it. And I'll just kind of push it away and soften that edge. Oops. And that's just going to darken up those areas that I want to be a little bit darker. And you don't have to do this. It's up to you. This Spider-Man already looks pretty good for a table. Or like say you want to create more drama here on his abs, where he's kind of twisting. You go in there with a little more blue. Well, this is that precision wash, right? So I'm just taking the tiniest amount of wash color and very purposely putting it where I want. You don't have to do this. I like showing people that you can be more precise with a wash. You know, a lot of times when you first learn how to paint miniatures, somebody teaches you how to wash, and you get taught to just kind of slop it on, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's also other things to learn if you want. You don't have to. I like doing that. You can see how that just provides that more drama. It's all about drama. The drama of the story. Especially with Marvel, right? Big dramatic stories of heroes and villains. It's awesome. Alright. I'm gonna let that dry. Is the wash a technique with existing paint or is it a special kind of paint? That's a great question. To me, a wash is not a thing, it is a technique. You can buy pre-made washes with many different companies, makes many different washes. But wash is a technique. So you can take an existing paint, you can add a little water, you can buy some heavy body medium, and you can make your own wash. The goal of a wash, or the purpose of a wash, is to go inside a crevice and retreat from the raised surface to create contrast and shadow. A lot of people mix up the word wash and glaze. So let's get arty. So a glaze is a very thin paint. It's not a it's a technique, not a thing. But it's a very thin paint that goes over an entire area that doesn't pull up in the recesses, that is usually designed to blend stuff together or create a filter. So imagine if you took a piece of my boss actually said the other day, it was a really good example. I always use like the photography, like when you go get your family portrait taken and the photographer puts like a yellow film over the light. But he brought up the 3D glasses, right? You put on 3D glasses, you got the red and blue filtered. You close one eye and everything looks red, and you close one eye, everything looks blue, and you're using both. And on the right surface, it looks three-dimensional. Think about a glaze as like that. It's a filter to change the color. But it's not a thing, it is a technique. All right, let's highlight, well, we're gonna do some more black. We're gonna do a little bit more black. I'm gonna take a little bit of white and a little bit of black. We're gonna highlight our spider on the chest and maybe paint the eyes. Let's see what happens. Painting miniatures is very relaxing. It's a very rewarding hobby. So I'm just gonna mix a little black and a little off-white and highlight that little spider on his chest. Just a little bit of highlight just to make the spider pop. Like so. Now remember the other spider on the back is I'm not adding googly eyes, kids. We're not doing it. A little more white. Now I'm only going to paint one side. This side's much harder to paint on camera because I got the camera right on my shoulder. So you're just going to have to trust. We're going to leave just a little bit of black showing. I don't want to overwork that. If my paint starts drying, it'll get gloppy. So even though that's not perfect yet, that's okay. I'm going to walk away for a second. Add some more little tiny highlights on my spider here. Just like where the legs are like angled. Like I said, I don't want paint to get gloppy by just overworking, so I stop, walk away, grab new paint, then finish up that eye. Alright, let that paint dry instead of just overworking it. See a lot of paint jobs where people overwork it. Then you can come in with like a really bright white. And I like putting the highlight right up on the top, just to show that reflection. Like that. Depending on the meaning, is it ever advisable to paint the base and or figure before attaching the two? It's really up to you. I'm not a huge person of painting stuff in sub-assembly. Let's see here. Like for a really good example, Doctor Strange. I've seen people paint this sub-assembled, so they leave the rings off, the mystic rings off. I actually attach everything, and then I have the philosophy, if my brush can't reach it, you can't see it. So that's just the way I paint. That's the way I approach stuff. But it's literally up to you. It's your choice on what works best for you, not what works best for me. I've seen in my time, I've painted with and been taught by many professional painters, and they all approach stuff differently, right? Everybody has their own approach. So it's about finding what works best for you. So I'm going to take a little bright red and a little bright orange. I don't know, should we go pink highlights or orange highlights? I'm down for really either. Let's just start with some pure red. I'm just going to put in some red. I'm just going to use the side of my brush. I'm just going to drag it across. So this is almost like dry brushing, which might be a technique you've heard of. That's when you kind of overload a big chunky brush, dry it off a whole lot. It has very little paint on it. You drag it across a miniature and it just grabs the details. This is kind of like that, except for I'm just using the tip of the brush just to accentuate those raised surfaces of the Spider-Man webs. Just to bring some of that red back in there. You know, it doesn't take much. You know, just bring... Angry Bubble asks, what type of brushes I recommend? Natural, synthetic? Both. Both. They both have their uses. They both have their place. I'm using natural hair brushes for this, but if I was painting, you know, but I know some amazing painters who use all synthetic. You know, once again, it's one of those, every person has their own approach. I personally like watercolor brushes because the way I paint is more watercolory. I have a very watercolor approach. So they do help me with that. But I definitely have synthetic brushes that I use for different things. So I use, Tammin asked what I'm using to hold the miniature. So the way I hold my miniatures is I usually use double-sided tape. You can see it there. And this is just a lid. This is just a primer lid that I just stick it on. Do I have another example of what I like to use? This is actually one of my favorite things to use. So this is just a wooden dowel rod that I cut down. I actually glued it to a miniature's base with super glue, and then I use blue tack or double-sided tape again. I'll attach the miniature to this, and this gives me something to hold, right? I got big mitts, I need something big to hold, and like holding a miniature like, do I have anything like this, right? With your fingers and you're pinching, it actually cramps the hand a lot. I don't recommend that. This is a better grip, right? A fist. So I like that. How I'm turning the miniature around is actually a microphone stand that I've blue tacked the cap onto. Not a big, I don't use this to paint for myself. I don't use this to paint except for when I'm streaming. The reason I use this when I'm streaming is because you will never see the miniature if I don't use it. Because I will be off camera in like 2 seconds and you'll never see a miniature, and I'll be talking about it and you'll be screaming on chat, why is the miniature not there? Because I'm all over the place. So this keeps me locked in place. It's my little trick to keep me on target, as we are wont to say. But the cap is definitely super great. You know, I even use big caps, and it gives me something to grip while I'm painting the miniature. You can see I'm all about, let's back up just a little bit, zoom out just, I'm all about getting a good grip, and then that lets me anchor and paint the miniature, right? Because that's what it's about. It's about that comfort, right? You need to be comfortable when you're painting. All right, we still got some time, so I'm down to paint if you're down to paint. Got 15 minutes. Let's throw in some highlights on this blue. So I'm going to mix a little off-white. So people get intimidated by highlights. I just like, if I'm painting for a tabletop, let's just throw a couple of lines, right? I'm just going to throw a couple of lines right where you want that highlight to be. You know, top of the kneecap, right? He's got this thigh muscle that's very accentuated. Let's just throw a little highlight across that. You know, just a little line. It doesn't take much. You can thin your paints down, do like little thin lines. Like back here on the back. Doop, doop, doop. You can do something fancy. You don't have to. Just throw a little line like this. Just maybe pop out that little highlight there. Boop, boop. Little highlight there. Little highlight there. I'm just kind of picking the spots. I'm kind of just letting the miniature tell me where it is. You know, right there on that bicep. Right here, right where that torso, that side of that torso comes over. Right? Boom. Boom. Just real quick little lines. Nothing fancy. We're not doing fancy today. That's a different stream. Let's pop the highlights on this red one more time. I like little dots, add texture. Once again, I'm just using the tip of that brush, dragging it right across the top edge of those spider lines. Not letting it get down in the spider webs where our blue is, because we don't want to obliterate our blues. Right now it looks a little messy, but that's okay. We're painting Spider-Man 30 minutes. He ain't gotta look perfect. Solid coat of fire truck red here. A primary red. And this could be washed blue if you want to tone it. Let's just throw some highlights on that, and then we'll wash it with blue later. I call this sharpening my brush. Twist and drag, get that nice fine point. Yeah, it needs to be a little brighter. That storm wall was scary. Nah. I'll show you something fun with that storm. So if you wanted to, he's got this black, or he's got this trim around. We could paint this black. And you don't have to do this. This is up to you. You could just be a little more heavy-handed on the blue wash and make the blue wash go over that piping. Or you can just leave it. It doesn't matter. It's really up to you. But I'm going to paint mine black. Just use the side of the brush there, just like that. Side of the brush. And I'll just go around all that. That storm wobble, let's talk about that. So we had a lot of fun designing this. I know this is an intro to miniatures, but this is actually quite sturdy. She's actually quite strong. It just got a little wobble because there's a one-point connection, but it adds to the drama. When you're painting that, my tip for you is take a little blue tack. Now she won't wobble. Easy peasy. Alright, I don't think we're going to make it to the base, but the base would just be some metallics, and then the rocks, or just grays, maybe a little brown. It's up to you. So this is just like the next level. if you want to stop, you could have stopped at any time after getting that blue and that red on. So it's just up to you how far you want to take it. Like I said, there's no wrong way. It's your miniature. A nice thin paint there. Not very much on the brush. That really frames up between that red and blue a lot. You're just typical, fantastic-y. I usually save the base for last because, yeah, I make a mess. Sometimes I swipe paint down there if I've got too much on my brush. It also is kind of like the frame of a painting, right? You know, say you're painting the Mona Lisa, the last thing you do is put it in a frame. That's the way I look at my bases of my miniatures. You know, you finish the painting and then you put the frame on it. And the frame is the base. Also, I want my character to look just a certain way. And then I can match the base to like the atmosphere of the miniature. Or you paint at the same time. Once again, it's really up to you and your approach. And if I make a mistake, I just made a mistake there and that's okay. I can clean that up. I like to say painting miniatures is a fine art of correcting one's mistakes. I don't have much left. Oh, we only got 5 minutes. Alright. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of the base. So for something like this, I'd go ahead and maybe paint some black and white together over top of the rocks. So a nice dark base will kind of push the character to the front. Dark colors go back, light colors come front. This is the way colors work. So a nice light or a nice dark base, but not too dark. You don't want it black. But a nice dark base will help push the miniature forward. So let's go with some dark stone here. This is just kind of wet blending. The paint's not dry, but I'm adding a light color. Just adding another color paint right over top of it, letting the wetness blend it together. This is just adding some value to it. And of course the I-beam will be painted metallic, so I like to throw a coat of black on that. You don't have to, but it will darken up the metallic paint as you put the metallic paint on. So if you have any questions, let me know. You got only a few more minutes. I hope everybody's having an awesome PAX. You know, there's a lot of people working really hard on the streams, doing a good job, being super helpful. So Make sure you show your appreciation. Oh, no problem. I'm always happy to help. Oh, bricks. Let's talk about bricks. You know how I paint bricks? I paint them almost the exact same way I paint Spider-Man. I paint them with like a red glaze wash, and then I do a blue, and then I dry brush them with pink. That's how I paint bricks. Oh, Angry Bubble, it is my pleasure to join PAX. We're having a great time. Atomic Mass Games has had a couple of panels over PAX, and we've been having a great time. So you can always check us out if you're interested, or atomicmassgames.com. We do streams every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you're interested, check them out. Where I paint. So it's a lot of fun. PAX has been a blast. I'm just gonna paint up this base with some more black. We're just framing him up now. Just framing him up. The paint's not quite dry, but that's okay. My Spider-Man is almost done. You know what? For an hour of assembling painting, I'm pretty gosh darn happy. I would totally put this on a table and play against anybody who threw down a challenge at my local game store with my Spider-Man. The only thing I'd finish up is the base, like metallic on the I-beam there, and dry brush the rock and metallic on the metal grate. But all in all, for an hour and no complex painting techniques, I think I'm pretty happy with it. So I'm gonna switch over my camera to say goodbye, if that's okay. Is that okay? Hello. So thank you for joining, everybody. I hope that was insightful, helpful, and inspirational. Remember, we're all on different points of the same path, so just keep on painting and have a good time. And you know what? Keep enjoying PAX. And until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, guys. This is usually the part where I sing a song.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out, the first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's one tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished, 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite! We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. to see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hello and welcome to my boardroom. I'm Mr. Business, also known as Liam Edwards. In reality, I'm a game designer and podcaster, but today I am a British man who's transitioned into Hollywood executive somehow. And I'm here to hear bad movie and TV pitches about video games because we all know that's what makes money these days. With me are a sleuth, a host, a gaggle of incredible, wonderful creators who are going to tell me the worst pitches imaginable about video games. And I could not be more excited. So let's have a quick round of introductions. Let's start with Mr. Xavier Nelson Jr. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Xavier Nelson Jr. I'm a narrative director working in games. You might know me from my work on Hypnospace Outlaw, We're the Caretakers, and Airport for Aliens, currently run by Dog Skatebird, or literally over 40 games in the past 4 years. I'm tired all the time, and that place of mania, that eager desire to launch out of this medium by any means possible is what's driving me to the boardroom today.
Yes, don't worry. They are socially distanced boardrooms. Have you seen how big they are? Don't worry. Me and Xavier are not touching. No touching. With us as well, we have completely opposite ends. Also with us, we have Mr. Dan Hernandez, who is our official expert in this category today.
Well, yes. Not only because I've written a video game movie, Pokemon Detective Pikachu, but also because I'm infamously known for my bad ideas. I've pitched a lot of bad ideas over the years. And when I heard that this panel was going on, I felt like it couldn't go on without me, and just a level of atrocious imagineering that I bring to any circumstance. So I'm really thrilled to be doing a bad job today.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have the wonderful Daniela Radford, who is here to pitch her bad ideas as well.
Hi. So I'm Danielle Radford. You might know me from Screen Junkies, Fandom. I am one of the writers on Honest Trailers. I am also one of the content producer, writer, whatever, on Sci-Fi's The Great Debate, in which, if you recognize my voice, I do the voice of DB8. I have written nothing except things making fun of other people's hard art. So I'm just going to continue right on in that vein. And now I just, instead of making fun of the art of those around me who I respect, I'm going to make fun of the art of people I don't know, like people who make video games. It's a good life. It's a good life if you can get it.
And alongside us, we also have TV writer and also former video game writer, Mr. Mike Drucker.
Hello, I'm Mike Drucker. I am a TV writer. I've written on Adam Ruins Everything, Full Frontal with Samantha Bee, The President Show, Tonight Show, a few others. I was also a localization editor and writer at Nintendo of America, where I worked on Kid Icarus Uprising. I also did comedy with Danielle in Seattle, and I'm from the same town as Dan and did not meet him until recently.
And face to face for the first time right now.
Yeah.
Incredible. We're bringing people together in this fake boardroom of mine. Can you believe such a wealth of talent, and the pitches you're going to hear today would tell otherwise, I can assure you. So let's kick things off in the worst possible video game adaptations possible with actually a pretty good video game adaptation, I think, which is right into Miss Daniela Radford. You are here with By Nook or By Crook.
Yes. So my fake movie that I am pitching today, it is a Animal Crossing. We're doing an Animal Crossing adaptation. It's called By Nook or By Crook. Tom Nook he's just a bad guy. We all know this. He's a loan shark. He is a loan shark of these islands. And so in this, he is also not just a loan shark. He is a loan shark with a problem. Man's got gambling debts. He is in it up to his raccoon eye. And so the mob has sent someone to take care of this Tom Nook problem. The mob has sent their best hitman, who was going to go undercover as a lowly villager and see if he can find out not only where Tom Nook has hidden his hidden stash of money, and then he has to take care of the problem.
Okay. Yeah.
And so, but Tom Nook is the villager going to discover how much he loves island life? Is he going to be able to resist the mysterious charms of Isabel? We don't know. But we will find out.
We will find out.
All of your answers are questioned and questions are answered. This will be directed by none other than Mick G. Mick G will be our director, and it stars Tom Hardy as Villager, Paul Giamatti as Tom Nook.
Okay.
And burgeoning superstar Journey Smollett as Isabel. I'm looking for a budget of 50 million.
Yes. Yes. The big point here, 50 million. Is this because we need to literally buy a tropical island in the middle of nowhere?
Yes, and I've heard apparently you can just go to the Bahamas and just tell people you bought an island and do whatever you want on it, and no one actually needs you to pay for anything. So I was thinking that we could go out to the Bahamas and just take one of those islands over, and we would be fine. Most of this is going to actor salaries. In order to get into the full raccoon makeup without making it look like blackface, that's going to cost at least 20 million of our $50 million budget.
Yes, I believe that could be an issue. Having Paul Giamatti be painted brown and dark brown could be quite problematic.
We got to please those SJWs. Am I right? We got to make sure that we're not doing that, right? So let's make sure that we're doing everything above board, and that's at least. Oh, I'm sorry, I said 20 million. It's going to be at least 25 million for the extra 5 million. Don't piss off SJW insurance.
Can we apply the tech used to erase Superman's mustache in the Justice League movie to this racism problem?
Oh, you bet we can. Oh, you bet we can.
Can I pitch a scene?
Yes.
The assassin and Tom Nook are walking on the island that we've bought, and they come to a railroad track, and then there's a little pedestrian walkway across, kind of like a sky bridge, and Tom Hardy turns to Tom Nook and he says, "What's that?" And he says, "Oh, that's the Animal Crossing."
Dan, I couldn't have said it better myself.
That's so beautiful.
See it.
I love it.
What do you think?
A single tear, just like one deep Bruce Wayne in the new Batman mascara tear just dripped down my face.
That's the Oscar clip.
That's how he's going to earn his Oscar through this. So I want to return to the Tom Hardy villager conundrum we have here, because Tom Hardy, well-known character actor, right? But villager doesn't speak. Now, we've had issues with Tom Hardy characters in the past with people not being able to understand him. Is this a case where we're going to have Tom Hardy try and talk and he just has a muffling voice as usual? Or are we just full blown not going to have Tom Hardy talk at all?
Well, see, that's part of the mystery, because he is the villager we think is strong and silent type, but it turns out that he might have a secret past with young Miss Isabel, and so if he winds up talking, she might recognize his very distinct accent and weird character choices, Rob Pattinson style. And so, in order for him to not do that, he has decided that he, as the villager, is not only coming to live his new life, he's also maybe a monk.
Do we spend predominantly, let's say, 60 to 70 minutes of the 120-minute runtime watching Tom Hardy just go around an island digging holes and chopping trees?
Yes, and the other 30% is watching KK Slider songs.
Okay, well, the 50 million budget is going. It's going places. It's really going places.
The trailer would have like a really downbeat KK Slider song, like a Jordan Peele trailer.
Like a remixed version that just throws everybody off.
Do you feel like buying my radishes?
Is Daisy May like the informant? She has like all the hidden information on Tom Nook, but you have to buy the turnips to
Oh yeah. Well, that's
get that info.
Well, because that's part of Tom Nook's problem is the gambling. Of course, the local bookie is going to know exactly how to get into what Tom Nook needs, definitely for sure. And I was thinking that she would be played by a Charlize Theron.
Ooh.
I was just thinking, who are we going to cast as KK Slider? I feel like
Jack
that's
Black. You can convince Jack Black to do this for no money. He would fly himself out to do this.
I don't think you guys are thinking bad enough though, because let me school you a little bit. Whatever your worst idea is, make it worse. If you're a real executive, would be like, look, KK Slider, yeah, we could get a talented person, or we could get a TikTok celebrity.
Yeah.
Or
Mr. Beast.
We could
there
get
we go.
I think that there's some real opportunities for true badness that top level executives would try to impose on this project. So I just hope that you're open to making it as bad as it can be.
Oh, I am open to making everything terrible. I oftentimes have no choice.
I feel like the KK Slider role is really where we could get quite funky with it.
Yeah.
And we could hire just the most insane casting.
So hear me out. KK Slider is now 2 characters, each of them standing for a K. And it's Jake and Logan Paul.
That's the kind of bad thinking I'm talking about.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, well, and you know that's going to balloon our budget. We've got to get more insurance because the Paul brothers are coming. And when the Paul brothers are coming, the party comes with them. We're also going to definitely have to make sure that we have plenty of Gatorade and plastic straws on deck, just because people like drinking things out of straws. So that budget's going to wind up going up tremendously. Yeah, I'm very down for this. I can't wait to see the docuseries that Shane Dawson eventually does about their time on set.
Yeah, we have to hire Shane Dawson to do the behind the scenes of the movie. That's got to come with it.
It's going to be called KKK Slider, and it's going to get 3 million views within minutes.
With Paul Giamatti's makeup, predominantly the major part of that. And so 50 million seems fairly reasonable. Dan, so we're heading for a tropical island. Paul Giamatti, Tom Hardy, some insane CGI makeup probably needed eventually, and the Logan Paul brothers. Do you think 50 million is going to cover this?
No, absolutely not.
Great. Awesome.
Absolutely not. No, I think that we're talking. First of all, I want the Mandalorian camera setup.
30 cameras,
that's going to cost. I want the Avatar, Seas of Pandora, motion capture, instant rendering technology, so we can see it rendering in real time. These are not cheap things, and we're going to have to invent some technologies probably. So I think that realistically, when you add in the cost of marketing, we're in the 300 to $350 million range on this project.
Okay, we're gonna make it for 50 million, and we'll just see where we get. Approved.
I'm just being honest. I'm not.
Well, quickly moving on to our next pitch then, with a lower budget that we'll eventually get to. I wonder if we can make it. It is Shenmue the movie by Xavier Nelson Jr.
So here's the thing about Shenmue. We had to debate. It took a lot of convincing in the boardroom to convince the executive team to not change it to Shenmue and change it to a farm in rural Kansas and have the main character be played by Timothy Chalamet. So already this movie existing is a victory.
But can you tell us the plot of this one that you're actually pitching?
Yes. So Shenmue the movie, we have Ryo Hazuki, a young, bright, preternaturally skilled at kicking man who discovers that his father has died. And in this moment, especially in a small town such as Yokosuka, the town comes together to support him. They are leaving meals. They are giving any information they can to try to find this murder. But the problem is, Ryo isn't a very good detective, And so he just kind of sticks around, and he continues to investigate this death for the next 30 to 40 years for the rest of his natural life. And what that means is the town begins a new tradition. It itself becomes a artificial simulacrum. As he gets that, you have to treat him like an old three-legged dog that you just kind of move around their usual routes to fit in around just the way that they operate through this world. So parents pass on to their children, hey, Rio comes to the swing sets at 4 a.m. and he just like kicks the swings for a little bit. And he says, level up, level up, level up. Don't question it. Don't go outside. When he comes to the store, you're going to introduce yourself as me, because if he sees someone new, he's going to lose his ever-loving mind. Shenmue meets the Truman Show as an entire village comes together in a generational story to support one young man's haphazard quest to investigate his father's murder. That's Shenmue the movie right there.
It's very powerful.
It's a story about family, and it takes a village to raise a man is the tagline.
That's a good one. I'm sold on that alone.
I like that. That's good.
Okay, so let's talk about your casting then. We have Ryo Hazuki played by
Henry Golding,
which I feel like is a very good casting. That's a very good casting.
We need that very good casting to support the very bad casting of the supporting cast, which is, I mentioned Shane Mu having to move away from that. Unfortunately, we have retained an all-white supporting cast. So Margot Martindale, Walton Goggins, heroes, character actors. I love all of them, but they are all in Japan, and we never really explain that. And Walton walks up and says, "Hey, I'm Yokosuka.
Hey, Ryo.
I need you to drive a pitchfork launcher. I'm trying to think of there's a thing that moves up and down. You drive it in the Shenmue games.
A forklift?
Pitchfork launcher.
There is nothing that says all of us are nerds more than trying to remember the word forklift.
You remember, it was that level that we all really liked.
Remember that it's like a truck, but not really?
It's like a lifty.
Lifts things.
The only time I've ever seen one is in Shenmue.
So here's Walton Goggins saying, hey, drive a forklift. And everyone's really going hard at this. And Henry Golding is sort of holding it all together. Again, it is about family. This is directed by Taika Waititi. It has a budget of $4 million, the same budget roughly of like What We Do in the Shadows and Hunt for the Wilder People, because we're operating on a small scale.
This is a very low budget. It's indie level budget, but you're trying to convince a whole village to be. Are we paying them in rice because it's Yokosuka and we can just,
Well, as I mentioned, we're replacing them all with white people. So
white people are expensive. Unfortunately,
yes,
they demand a certain price.
So the thing is, from what I've learned of colonialism, you can take a place that is owned by other people and just move white people in, and it costs nothing.
I have heard that.
So if we can get Walton Goggins moved into a small village in Japan today, no cost.
He's not doing anything, so it's fairly easy.
He already finished his Marvel movie appearance. When is that Marvel movie money going to come back in again? We don't know.
It'd be fairly easy. I do feel rather sad just watching Henry Golding sort of walk around like a mentally deranged patient that you feel sympathy for, and he's just been guiding along like on a tour every day of different spots in the same village. He's a handsome young man.
The real sadness is for like the village who has to come up with yet more obvious clues to try to get him to leave the village. Like I think I saw Lon D looking pointedly into the camera, go that way. And he turns that way and he sees a wall and he's like, he couldn't go through a wall. There must be something more afoot. And he walks away before you can do anything. He runs so fast. He's so athletic.
I think you just don't understand Japanese culture.
Can confirm. So the one thing I want to talk about is we obviously don't have to cast Lan Di because, as would be true to Shenmue, we have never seen the bloody guy, so don't need to cast him. That's a start. But if we are going to cast something important, who are we going to cast as the forklift? It is an integral character to the series, to the game, in everybody's memories, beloved character. Who is Henry Golding going to be writing to do his mini games?
Oh. No, because I had one, but also then I put that because Danny DeVito, but then a lot of other things happened all at the same time.
I feel like that's how it's going to be sold, but we're on a $4 million budget, so we're going to have to get somebody cheap. I feel like we can do this because Walter Goggins. Somebody with legacy. Mike, do you know anybody who could play a forklift?
A forklift? Like forklift as himself? Or herself? It's 2020. A forklift can be a girl.
That's true.
Yeah.
It can be.
I think that there might be an opportunity to use, the holographic technology to get an actor from years past. Is it Toshiro Mifune as the forklift? Is it someone is it Peter O'Toole? Is it someone who's no longer with us?
Christopher Lee.
Oh, good choice.
And I think, and I will say one other thing, at a $4 million budget, is there a branding opportunity with the forklift? Is it
like a JCB?
Pepsi's Shenmue, the movie? Is it Hewlett Packard presents Shenmue the movie, and we make it so that the forklift actually is, with our brand partner, that it matches up. So we're getting an influx of cash.
So you're saying with this partnership deal and the act of necromancy we're considering, it's not Marlon Brando as forklift, it's Pepsi's Marlon Brando as forklift.
That's exactly what I'm saying, and I know that you're an artist, but sometimes the rubber hits the road, and you need to think about the economy. What's green? What are the greenbacks saying? And I think that if you're willing to make a few artistic compromises, maybe your budget stretches a little farther. That's all I'll say.
We already have the Mandalorian tech left over from filming By Knuckle by Crook, so we can use that to bring back any beloved actor.
Yeah, especially if the forklift has a gamer chair. Like that's where all the good money is. So.
Oh my! Let's get DX Racer on the line. Secret Lab. I mean, they're going to be down, right? Do we? I forget his name now. Who's the original Shenmue creator again? I forget his name.
Yu Suzuki.
Do we bring him in any creative capacity, or do we just literally destroy what he made?
I think
we don't even tell him there's a movie. We don't tell him.
Don't even tell him.
A check shows up one day, and that's it. He just
that's right.
like, oh, look, it's a giant check with my name on it, and then he catches it.
I say we use the holograms to, in fact, replicate him inside of the simulation. And whenever we need like extras, as far as like we've already spent all of our money on white people, we'll just have a bunch of Yu Suzuki's replicated.
Oh yeah, we can cut the budget out
with
completely.
hologram technology.
Yeah, just lots of Yu Suzuki's around. That sounds money saving. And we know Yuzuki, he doesn't get out of bed for like a 4 million Kickstarter these days anyway, so he's pretty expensive. So we're gonna have to duplicate him a couple of times. Otherwise, we're just gonna run out of money very quickly.
But it's very important in any of these to remember we have to violate the spirit of what people originally liked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It's imperative that whatever it is that people liked about it, we shit on it as much as possible. And
So we're making Shenmue 3 the movie.
What I'm instead suggesting is, I have a lot of respect for the man personally, but I think the only person who could bring in the deals necessary to make this movie get off the ground at the budget that we're targeting is Adam Sandler.
Oh yeah.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, there we go.
Taika Waititi's pretty expensive, so we could replace him with Adam Sandler. I mean, He did say
Adam
after
Sandler
not winning
brings the money. He
did
brings
say-
the crapping on a legacy.
He did say after not winning an Oscar for Uncut Gems that the next movie was going to be the worst movie he'd ever make. So feel like this is the prime opportunity for him to do that.
This is the time.
This is the time. Well, with $4 million, we'll see it done. But moving very swiftly on to the next pitch from our expert, Mr. Dan Hernandez. We have Michael Jackson's Moonwalker the Show. And I think you can already see where our problem is going to
Now,
lie.
wait a minute. Let me take you to school again for a moment.
Oh, please.
Here's
love
what
going
you
to
have to
school.
understand about the industry and the people in it. Truly bad ideas have to be so bad that someone thinks it's a very good idea. That's how Cats the movie happened. Thousands of people got together and were like, not only is this a great idea, people are going to love it. We should spend as much money as possible on it, and we are all going to win Oscars. So when I was approaching what would be the worst adaptation of a game into a in this case a TV show.
TV show, yeah. We have to remember this is per episode now.
I thought to myself, what is a flashy piece of IP? What is a flashy title that should be avoided at all costs, but that some executive would talk themselves into and go, you know what? Maybe, I mean, great music, great special effects, a huge name. Maybe there's a way that we pull this off. Do I know how to do it? No, but I'm going to hire some geek writer and they're going to figure it out. And so that's how I arrived at Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, the show. I don't know
It's
if
an
anyone.
Incredible title.
Yes. And I don't know if anyone's ever played. This is old school. There was an arcade version of it, but there was also a Sega Genesis version of it, which was much worse. It's based on the Sega Genesis version. The plot of this game, if no one has ever played it, is Michael Jackson walks. It's a side-scrolling sort of half beat 'em up where Michael Jackson is looking for children who are hiding from him. This is true. I'm not making this up, and I present it without comment other than that is what happens in the game. Now,
And that's what will happen in our TV show as well.
Absolutely.
It's
Now,
true. It's true to the game.
You might say to yourself, or you might say to me, Dan, aren't there some problems? Aren't there some kind of, I don't know, isn't this a sensitive subject? And my answer would be, to be truly bad, yes, but here's what we're going to do. Along with Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, the show, we are launching another show, which is The Search for Michael Jackson. It is going to be a reality show along the lines of that show where they cast the new cast of Grease. Do you remember that years ago?
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So we're going to do a worldwide reality search for the person, because think about it. There's two ways to go with this. We either cast an unknown via a reality show, or we get someone who truly, a good actor. We need to get like a really good actor who really wants to ruin their career. and I think that those are the only two ways to go on this.
And we don't have the hologram tech anymore because it got destroyed after Danny DeVito
I'm glad that you mentioned. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because has anyone seen Moonwalker the movie?
Oh yeah, I have it memorized.
So as you know, a young man named Joe Pesci plays the bad guy in that movie called Mr. Big. And Mr. Big wants to sell drugs to the children. And Michael Jackson has to stop him. So my proposal is much of the budget, and I'm talking, I believe Game of Thrones had a budget of about $10 million per episode. We're going to need to probably double that, because my proposal is to use the Irishman de-aging technology on Joe Pesci, reprising his role as Mr. Big in Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. A few other points that I think I should mention about the real game and the movie. In the movie, Michael Jackson, it turns out, seems to be an alien of some kind. And he's able to turn into a car.
I forgot about that.
He turns into a giant mech. He turns into basically a Robotech at the end of the film.
Got every demographic covered.
So, again, here. I'm going to take you behind the curtain for a second. Sometimes, and Mike, you can probably attest to this, and maybe it's the same in game design. I don't know. Sometimes when you're in these meetings with executives, they will ask a very leading question that has a clear answer.
Yeah.
And you, as the person pitching, sometimes have to kind of like be like, okay, there's a clear answer here. It's pretty obvious what it is. And so I'll give you an example. Mike, were you thinking that Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, the show, was going to be like super expensive and like every episode was going to be like, I don't know, like $20-30 million? Or were you thinking it was going to be more like contained? Maybe there were going to be some interiors. Maybe we keep the budget, a little under wraps. What were you thinking in that respect?
Oh, I think it's going to be much cheaper than we think, and it'll be cheap, and we make it cheap, and yeah.
So that's the right answer.
Yeah.
But in this case, no. In this case, it's were you thinking that you were going to have like a live chimpanzee to be Bubbles, or were you thinking like maybe, like we don't need Bubbles the chimp? My answer: we need a chimp.
We need a chimp.
We need the chimp. We need $20 million an episode. And by the way, one funny thing, I was watching a let's play of the game. The game is a side-scrolling beat 'em up, in which Michael Jackson plays his own character from the video Smooth Criminal. So he's in his full, gangster getup. He also does that in the movie. And it's basically like a side-scrolling beat 'em up. You fight the zombies from Thriller, and his special move is that he can make anyone dance at any time. That's kind of like it's kind of like Streets of Rage with the bazooka, except he makes everyone dance. The final boss of Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, the Sega game, literally becomes a different game. It becomes a Star Fox-esque space shooter when Michael Jackson turns into a spaceship. So,
and how do we practical effect this, or
we have to go to?
We have to go to space.
Liam.
You're
going to
the clear
space.
answer. The clear yes. Yeah, the clear answer.
Is this the thing that Tom Cruise was talking about shooting in space? Is it this movie?
I think that Tom Cruise is Michael Jackson in Michael Jackson's Moonwalker the show is exactly the kind of bad casting that would ruin his career. And so yes, I think that he's on the short list. Scarlett Johansson, of course. We'll talk. We're making a list. That's if we don't go the reality show route.
We have $20 million an episode.
What if we had a robot play Robot Michael Jackson?
What?
That's really interesting. Like if we went to Boston Dynamics and we said, price is no object.
Yeah, those creepy robots with all of the legs that run. Give us 40 of those creepy robots with all of the legs that run.
Yeah. Can I be very clear as well? We have to have a robot monkey version of Bubbles that sits on the robot mech's shoulder as well. It's a done deal if that can happen.
Look, you're the money man, boss. You tell me to jump, I say how high. You want a robot Bubbles that sits on Michael's shoulder? You've got it. That's what I do. That's my job. Okay? I'm here to facilitate what you need, whether it's the right thing for this movie, whether it's artistically just prostituting myself. I'm not concerned about that right now. What I am concerned about is getting a green light right now in the room for Michael Jackson's Moonwalker the show.
It's greenlit already. We started casting. The reality show is filming next door. We're finding the next Michael.
Who were the judges for the reality show?
Oh, that's
a great question.
We have to have Simon Cowell.
Simon Cowell.
Yes.
A giant sentient Coke, just a Coke, one of those big cups. It doesn't have to say anything. We just assume it always says no.
I think we could also, speaking about subsidizing this budget, we could get the giant Gillette razor from all of the Game Awards things.
The stick robot, yeah, and it hits like the golden buzzer, the one that allows people to go through to the next round. That's all it does. It just sits there. Sometimes
I believe one of the judges is one of the free characters from Raid Shadow Legends. So that's a great, and we appreciate our friends at Raid Shadow Legends.
Thanks for sponsoring this panel.
Thank you for sponsoring Michael Jackson. I know it's kind of. I'm sorry, Raid Shadow Legends. I shouldn't drag you into this.
It's tainted.
It's tainted. Tainted such a pure product.
We can send Raid Shadow Legends into space alongside our actors.
All I'm saying is there's someone right now in Los Angeles who would have heard this pitch and gone, it has problems, but that's why we do what we do. I love it.
We solve them.
The one thing I love as an executive is that it is the familiar. And not only is this built off of a rock solid brand and a giant flashy, it has a flashy name, has a flashy title, as a flasher, and you have built into the TV concept a Monster of the Week style show that ties it all together, because every week Michael is finding a different child. Right there.
People are going to feel the same way about Michael Jackson forever. That's never going to change.
Well,
that is the most positive part about this.
I think that's why you go with a huge legacy brand.
Yeah, public opinion, can never be swayed. It's all good. If we could pull some strings here, though, I think we need some sort of like news segment inside of the show to keep you updated with the children that are disappearing and stuff. I feel like, Mike, could we get Samantha Bee to be cameoing in there to tell the intersecting stories between each section?
Yeah, I don't have the authority to say yes, but I'll say yes.
And that's what we like to hear.
I think that there's a lot of opportunities for stunt casting in this. I think to myself, Glee had a very successful model where they had covers of, the songs that they would then sell on iTunes. Each episode, do we get?
Sorry, Dan, I have to inform you, we don't have the license for any Michael Jackson song. So throughout the whole TV show, there will be just other songs.
In some ways, I think that's good.
We can make like the kazoo version of each Michael Jackson song. I think that falls under parody rights.
We aren't a parody. We're serious.
This is a very serious show, but I think, I think not having the not having the songs as a crutch actually will make us remember what we love about Michael Jackson as a character. So
is El DeBarge available? Maybe we can have some El DeBarge songs.
I think the sky's the limit. Look, I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm just saying there's a brand lying fallow, and as a terrible writer and pitching a terrible idea, this was the worst one that I could think of.
Fair.
And the closest we'll ever get to making a real one. And swiftly moving on then, we've already spent $74 million. So we're gonna just blow all that out of the water with Seaman the Movie by Mike Drucker.
That's right. Buckle up. I did a little more work on my presentation than was necessary. Next slide.
Rolling. What is Seaman?
What is Seaman? What isn't Seaman? Seaman is a Dreamcast game in which you raise a seaman. A seaman's a half man, half fish that you raise speaking to the microphone. We've gone out to Josh Gad to gauge interest for the role of Seaman. All right,
we don't have a relationship with Josh, so we,
great.
We'll talk later.
Let's talk
later.
This
is gonna make this even better if that is the case.
Precedent.
Seaman the Movie, the story.
In the year 2021, science is mankind is at a standstill because of war and stuff. The air is really bad, so two rival scientists want to make people be able to live underwater, so they both try to make their own Seaman, played by Josh Gad. But they can make their own but can they make their own Seaman before it's too late to do that? And what if Seaman has a few ideas of his own? Sounds like this is going to be a lot of work. Next slide. I spent like 2 hours on this slide, so you guys have to hear it. Act breakdown. Act 1, the world is in danger. Two rival scientists are trying to discover a way to make people live underwater. Act 2, one genetic experiment on a harvested embryo results in a Seaman, and everyone is really excited. Seaman is a big media story. Act 3, Seaman, now famous, forgets his friends and how he got there. His friends are now disappointed and leave him. Act 4, Seaman realizes his mistake and reunites with the two scientists who are still the main characters, ? Act 5, TBD pending Josh Gad attachment.
So, a question. So, from what I understand of the act breakdown, we don't see Seaman and Seaman the movie until Act 2.
Yeah, it's like a horror movie. You don't see like Freddy or Jason right away. You can maybe get some hints. But you gotta
it's like Godzilla, the whole of Godzilla where you only saw his foot.
It's like the really political Godzilla movies where you have to go through a lot until you get to Godzilla.
Yes. So we have audience and demographic.
Cool teens. Our audience is cool teens. I Google image search them because I no longer know. Cool teens is our audience.
Cool. And we have confirmed stars.
Confirmed stars. Helen Mirren as fish scientist Dr. Margaret Plutarski. Michael B. Jordan as rival fish science Dr. Plutargret Marsky. Michael Ironside as General Yancey Rhymes. And Ryan Reynolds as Ryan Reynolds.
I have a relationship with Ryan, so maybe we'll talk after.
Will it have Josh Gad? We don't know. All right, next slide. Possible scenes. Seaman buys sunglasses and wears them to the song Bad to the Bone. Dr. Margaret Plutarski and Dr. Plutargret Marsky dance to a song like they're about to be romantic, but then Seaman interrupts like, I'm here too. Seaman sees another Seaman he finds attractive and lowers his sunglasses. Seaman apologizes to both doctors for being selfish. The doctors say, well, at least you aren't shellfish. I wrote this late at night. We'll workshop the above line. Next. Marketing rollout plans. Seaman will be released in Japan and North America on Christmas, Africa, Australia, and Asia to receive it 1 week later. Europe doesn't deserve this movie and will never get it. We called his people. His people gave a hard didn't answer the phone. We called again. The movie was. His people seemed mad about that, like we were bothering them. We were like, are we bothering you? We don't see what their problem is. They've always been like this. Josh Gad is not better than me, which is true.
Question. I'm sorry to keep raising questions. I'm the executive at the table who just keeps asking questions. So it seems like a lot of this pitch relies on Josh Gad, not just our feelings about Josh Gad, but just Josh Gad's presence in general. What happens if Josh Gad is not available?
The movie falls apart, then it's not made. I'm sorry. Studio Canal would only buy it if we got Gad.
Can I ask another question off the back of that, which is,
please,
can we have Seaman but with Josh Gad's face, but keep George Takei's voice?
Yeah, we can totally do that.
Okay,
we can totally
right.
do that.
I'm in. George Takei's voice coming out of Josh Gad is music to my ears.
I think that's correct, and people would be fine with it. Potential challenges. Nobody remembers the game Seaman outside of people who ironically bring it up at a PAX panel. The concept of a half-man, half-fish that evolves into higher and higher beings over a short period of time may fill some with a sense of dread. The name Seaman reminds people of jizz, which is contrary to our G rating. Next. Budget $200 million, 50 spent on the movie stars, 25 spent on all the stuff that goes into shooting cameras, 125 spent on harvesting a human embryo and using CRISPR to create a fish-human hybrid if Josh Gad says no. 125 million spent on Josh Gad if he says yes, which is a good deal for Gad.
I think Josh would do it for $125 million.
I was going to say, Dan, can you confirm 125 million?
I don't want to speak for Josh. Here's my only concern is that Josh might be too good. You know, that like is there a low, like Josh is my close, like in real life, my close friend. So I feel like I have to watch out for him a little bit here. I don't know.
Saying I don't want him attached to this movie. It would ruin his career.
No, I just think, is there an out of the box person that we could, I mean, I don't know. Like this CRISPR idea is very appealing to me because let me tell you why. Actors are very difficult. However, if we could breed one from the DNA up,
Do you have Josh Gad DNA lying around?
No, let's let go of this Josh Gad idea. We could tailor. I think what Michael is proposing is that we could literally build a Seaman that will do whatever we say, that does not going to care about union hours. Okay, that doesn't need a trailer. That doesn't.
It's not technically a form of life.
Not technically a form of life. Isn't even covered by, I don't know, a UN convention of any kind. We don't know that. That's all legal. We're going to let the legal scholars figure that out. But what we do know is that this Seaman that Mike is going to create is ready to be the star of this movie and work his ass off to make it a success. And that, to me, is very cool.
Mike, are you a bit disappointed now Josh Gad is not attached? Oh no, Mike, what happened? You're so powerful. Your voice has disappeared.
Right. Josh
Gad's powers are stronger
than protest.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes, you can. Now we can.
Okay. Sorry.
So, are you still attached now? Josh Gad may not be.
I would like Josh Gad attached, but you know what? I'm willing to work with the scientists on breeding a Seaman, and we could delay the movie.
So, is us building a Seaman or getting Josh Gad basically the movie? Because it's kind of what your act breakdown consisted of anyway.
It's either or. It's either or.
Have you considered then pitching it as a docu-series? So you have the movie Seaman, but then you also have the tie-in.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if Fire Festival owned the rights to the Fire Festival documentary. Suddenly, they're making money on both ends.
Didn't they own the Fire Fest? They did own it, right? One of them put money in it or something.
Their marketing team.
Their marketing
the
team.
people who made one of the documentaries. And I gotta say, I think that in some cases it's illegal to make money off of a crime, but this isn't a crime. Is love a crime? Is creation a crime? Is the birth of something new in the universe a crime? I don't think so. Also, I'm really excited to see those scenes where Seaman learns how to act and finally breaks into creating a character, because I have a feeling that we think that Seaman's gonna go method, and I think that we're right. I think that he's a method actor.
Can you imagine the scene where he says his first word?
He's gonna dissolve into this role.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
If I recall correctly, Seaman, it had a virtual pet component to it.
Yeah.
Did not like. So, do you think that there are any interactive opportunities for the theater goer?
Yeah.
In the theater, do you have a remote? Can you pet the Seaman? Can you feed the Seaman? I was wondering what are your thoughts in that?
Yeah. I'm glad you asked that question. We have there's one scene in the movie that's 30 minutes long of just Seaman in a fish tank, and we give everyone remotes, and based on what the majority of the audience clicks, that's the food you give him, or if you give him a toy, or if you let him out, or if Helen Mirren comes in. There's a Helen Mirren button on this remote.
Great.
Does if everybody presses it, does it drop duplicates of Helen Mirren?
If everyone really spams that button, you get a lot of Helen Mirren. So you really want to smash that button. Smash and subscribe.
Smash and subscribe.
What if me as a collector, people love taking things off of sets and they love to be able to have the opportunity to bid for something off of a set. What would happen if I decided I wanted to own Seaman?
Well, you wouldn't be able to get Seaman because we've created a creature that is not defined by any UN conventions. We already have a buyer, and it's the U.S. military.
Yeah.
My other question was going to be, does a Seaman live long enough for us to shoot the movie?
I hope so, because if not, I'm in a lot of danger. Like, I owe a lot of people money that I wish I did not take money from.
He made a lot of promises.
Made a lot of big promises. I really need this job.
We can at least do a toy line, right?
Yeah. Okay, toy line's fine then.
Maybe this is my game design brain, but I'm also thinking we're already breeding Seaman. In the creation of him, tying into the interactive element, we're looking for long-term engagement. We want engagement during the filming of the movie, or else everything falls apart.
Yeah.
So to pursue that, human beings already feel good or bad based off of whether or not people like their pictures or retweet their tweets. What if we bred into Seaman a gland in which, if electronically stimulated, he felt either very good or deeply, horrifyingly unworthy to continue living? So every user, they get the Seaman app, and they can just choose whether or not they approve of him today or not. And based off of the aggregate results, every single person, because he experiences existence at a faster speed than the rest of us, he'll feel every single approval or disapproval to his overall journey through this life. You can electronically shock Seaman if you just don't like him.
So is this another interactive theater experience? Or is this like a take-home scene?
We'll look at these notes. We'll look at these notes. You know, we'll get back to you on these notes.
I kind of need an answer now.
We will have a separate app where you can torture Seaman.
Also, it's 2020. We need to see woman as well. Is that possible? Do we know scientifically if that is a possibility yet?
It's a possibility, but no scientists have worked on it yet. So, but we'll release it as, we won't release it as a sequel, but we will release it as a PS5 launch title as its own name.
Excellent. Tying
It
into
takes
the
a
next
while.
generation.
Women swim different. Like women swim in, they swim differently than men do, so it takes like longer for you to do
They
that.
also understand the Geneva Convention a little faster than male seamen. So we can exploit the male, the sea woman, maybe not so fast.
We're subverting gender politics with Seaman the movie.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's at the core. That's the goal.
The only thing I'm slightly worried about is who's going to be responsible for putting down Seaman at the end of shooting.
There's sort of a raffle with the cast and crew. You know, like a rap party where you give out like jackets or something. One person gets to kill him.
Okay, all right. I just, as long as, I mean, because there could be a brand opportunity there as well.
It could be
You know,
a special
I'm just-
one-off episode. You know, like when Tiger King had that additional episode after it became popular, we could have the death of Seaman.
Just something to think about.
Christmas special.
I'm just spitballing, you know, but I just, you know, just seems like an opportunity. And I'm not saying Gad won't do it, by the way. I really want to be clear on that.
Right.
I don't want to.
Could you call Josh right now and ask him? Would that be possible? Hi Josh. There's a movie here.
I could
That's
do
the response
that.
of someone who could but will not.
I could do that.
The thing is, Joel McHale would be very handsome when he shot Seaman in the face. And that's something that we can't really ignore. Again,
People
Tiger
don't
King
really
extra
like
episode.
him. And if people love Seaman, right? People don't really like Joe McHale. So like I feel like it's a good casting for putting down Seaman in the special. Although I kind of want to do it myself.
Well, I mean, as executive producer, that's your right?
Yeah, I mean,
And if that's-
I did pay for him.
Listen, if you want to kill what you created, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, for 200 million, I better be having some fun.
Taking a very dark
honestly,
turn.
you're much more like a film executive than you think you are.
Yeah, you really are doing a good job. I see no difference between.
Get Josh Gad on the phone right now. Before, I mean, we have to roll out of this boardroom. I mean, the boardroom is booked for another meeting. There's another light and pictures coming along very soon. But if we were to just roll back, and one of these was realistically going to be a movie that we passed on to our beloved Dan Hernandez and was like, Dan, please deliver in the future. What movie are we thinking would realistically become the movie that would be the next Detective Pikachu blockbuster? Mike is very biased. He's created masterful genius and feels like that's the way we should go.
It's hard. It's hard.
I feel strongly about by Nook or by Crook, but by
That
Nook by
actually
Board
is probably the
or by
best.
Crook is actually good. Whereas I feel like after a stunning success adapting the Detective Pikachu license, what better fate for Dan Hernandez than to have to bring Michael Jackson's Moonwalker the show into being?
That is true.
You know, I always want to see someone work on their passion project. Like, you don't want to see someone work on something someone else did. You want to see them really get their foot in it and show, like, hey, 360, I'm in charge. This is what I bring. So I'm going with the Moonwalker project.
Let me just say one thing. If you knew some of the things that I've pitched on in earnest, being like, I am so excited about Cheerios the movie. That's a made up one, but not that much better. So let's dispense with any sort of giving me any sort of artistic credit whatsoever, because I know what I've tried to do, and it would disgust you. Disgust you.
That check wouldn't disgust me though.
By the kinds of things, by the kinds of projects
over for Cheerio the movie.
that I please, not just I want to write this. Please let me write Cheerios the movie. I'll do anything. But here's what I think. I think the movie that is the right balance of bad but would actually be made is Seaman the movie.
That we have it. We have a winner.
I think
is this
that,
because of Josh Gad or because of the scientific?
No, just it's a bold title.
Mm-hmm.
It's a C. It's a man. I get it. I'm an executive.
Yep.
That's very important. Very important. Is the idea on a basic level in the title? Yes.
Yeah.
Could it be talking about semen? The substance, perhaps, maybe for the PG-13 crowd. You know, now they're intrigued.
Is this the movie that gets people back into theaters like Tenet couldn't?
Listen, I think that if we were to make this movie the way that I want to make this movie,
would we attach the shock device to Josh Gad?
No, I would not do that to my friend. But I would.
I don't know him personally yet, although he seems like a lovely man.
He's a lovely
Would you like
person.
me to attach the shock device to Josh?
No,
Gad?
I can't allow it, but I would attach it to a creature specifically designed by Mike to his specifications.
Yeah. I'll get on
To make sure that this project came to fruition. I love it, and I hope that you'll consider me as in the mix, as we say in the biz.
Totally.
Mike, what role can all of us play in your movie?
You can be executive producer. Delavere can be, I'm going to say, co-star. Danielle, Danielle director. And I'm gonna give it to Dan to write. You know what? I'm gonna give it to Dan, let him write the whole thing, and then I'll come back with notes that infuriate him because I've done no work on this.
Well, and that's the Hollywood way.
That's the Hollywood way.
That's the way to do it. That's the truest thing that's been said today.
Yeah.
So you know that thing you've been talking about for months and trying to figure out how it works? Well, I just got here, so why can't you do the other thing instead?
Yes. I mean, 200 million based off of the most work Mike's done forever, which is a 2-hour PowerPoint presentation about semen. I feel like is the very Hollywood way of doing this.
Yeah. Good pitch.
If there were a better way for this type of thing to be made, then we would be doing it that better way.
Does it take place in just a giant glass bowl? Like the whole production takes place.
That's a good idea.
In a giant glass bowl.
It's called the Mandalorian, and we take all the Mandalorian cameras and we stick them inside of a giant bowl.
I mean, we just shot the budget up, but it's not my money, you know.
Yeah, it's more fun to say yes than to say no.
3D is the wave of the future. We want them 3D cameras. Lion King that shit up.
We've spent a collective $274 million. Well, I think that's quite a significant budget. Do we think we will make our return?
I think you're way undershooting. The Danielle's movie cost $300 to $50 million by itself. Shenmue, Shenmue was a more modest budget. We're going to get some brand partners, but so that's about $4 or $5 million. Michael Jackson, the show, is is a 10 episode order at $20 million an episode.
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. It's per episode, not a one-off. Yeah.
So
let's box that up immediately.
Let's consider that. And I mean, it sounds to me like if we're going to do Seaman right, it's going to cost $1 to $2 billion.
Yeah.
Great.
Wow. Great. And with that, the boardroom, they're knocking on the door. The next line of pitches are coming in. We have to get out of here. So everybody, if you would like to say a quick farewell, and then we'll get out of here. Thank you so much for your time, everybody, today and joining us. Thank you so much. Welcome to our terrible pitches, Seaman 2022.
I'd like to apologize for my pitch. I'm sorry.
No, it was good.
We apologize for everything.
I loved everyone's pitch. You all are all so great.
Thank you, everybody.
And welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to PAX Online. Not that you ever went away, because it's happening in your house, as everything is happening right now. It's a delight to be with you from all parts of the world and all times of the day. Good morning from Australia. My name is Mark Morrison. My pronouns are he and him. And I am a writer for Call of Cthulhu, and I also make fake money with campaign coins. And I've got some fabulous people here, and we're going to talk about horrible things. So lovely people saying terrible things. We're going to talk about monsters. The monsters are among us. Let's meet our fantastic panel. Take it away, someone.
I'm someone.
Yay!
Hi, I'm Becca Scott. I have a channel called Good Time Society. I also have done all kinds of tutorials for different tabletop games all over the internet, but recently have fallen madly in love with all things Chaosium and Call of Cthulhu. And so I am a beginning keeper on my own channel there over on Good Time Society, in addition to having run a bunch of games over at Geek and Sundry, my second home for many years. And I am so honored to be here. Good afternoon from Los Angeles.
Yay. And just before we move on, Becca, we're going to talk about monsters. Let's start. What's a favorite monster from a movie or a show?
Okay, this is very difficult for me to choose. I have a lot of favorites. I think, Brundlefly is one of Cronenberg's masterpieces, but that's not the one I'm going to pick. I really like Slender Man, I guess, just from the video game, and absolutely horrifying. Never look it in the eye or else it'll come for you, and you never know where it will be. But no, the one monster that I'm gonna have to pick is the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who, the episode Blink. In the reboot, they are statues that come to life and move when you're blinking. Nothing more terrifying than what you have no control over.
That is, you've technically cheated, but that is all fantastic.
I know.
Let's meet someone else. It's a cage match. Whoever speaks first goes.
Hi, so my name is Amanda Hammond, and I am the editorial director over at Kobold Press. Now, this is a job that I am fairly new in post. In fact, I am just since July the editorial director of Kobold Press, which means that I am handling all of the scheduling for all of the various print products that we were doing, as far as Kickstarters and softcovers and PDFs and the Warlock layers and the Warlock zine for our patrons, and all kinds of disparate publications that we've got. I am also very recently the managing developer of Starfinder over at Paizo Inc. and was a co-creator of that game, and have been a freelance writer, designer, adventure writer, editor, developer for about a decade in various tabletop RPGs and systems. So I have been around, and I've recently dipped my toes into GMing streams on Twitch for actual live plays. And I had a Starfinder stream for a while, and there is an unannounced plan for the future of Kobold Press that I will just drop as a spoiler here very shortly.
You didn't hear it here first.
That's right.
Give us a monster from a
That's
movie
right.
or
Wow.
show.
So I've been very in recent years into bug people and fly people and just all kinds of just gross, disgusting, human-sized insectoids. I'm gonna have to pick the Fly from The Fly because it's horrifying, and I feel like it's a very foundational horror monster that has been inspiration for many tabletop adventure lines and stories and things like that. So that's what I'm going to pick.
I shouldn't cheat. This is why I shouldn't cheat. Stealing from other participants.
Oh, I love it. All right. And waiting there in the dark, in the looks like the Miskatonic University. Who we got in the corner, sir? And please step forward, our final panelist, lurking in the corner. Speak.
Hello, Mark. I'm Mike Mason, and I work at Chaosium, where I'm the creative director for the Call of Cthulhu tabletop role-playing game. And I've been running Call of Cthulhu as well as many other role-playing games for probably over 40 years, to be honest. And Cthulhu, not quite 40 years, but getting on for that. And I spend most of my time as lead writer for the Call of Cthulhu line, commissioning editor, commissioning art, and spending, all of my time either writing or editing Call of Cthulhu books, which for some people might think that's a dream job. And I guess it really is. So I can't complain. I deal with monsters pretty much every day of the week, I guess, in some shape or size.
That's a very mean thing to say about your co-workers. But Mike, a monster fan from way back, hit us with your choice, assuming Becca hasn't already stolen it.
No, I hadn't put Cronenberg's The Fly Down, although I'm a big Cronenberg fan. Like everyone else, there's a million things I've been thinking about it all day. I could have picked The Creature from the Bat Lagoon because something about that monster has always, been there in my head. I could pick Alien, from the Alien films, because it's kind of a perfect monster in it does everything you want it to do. But I'm going to have to go with my favorite film monster of all time, which is the one and only Jaws, because it's a true monster. And the thing that makes it really scary is it's kind of real. And just like everyone else, especially when the film just came out, then the next time you went to the seaside and swam out, your
terrifying. And that is fantastic. I love that all the monsters are different and that they apply to, they work in a different way, and they're really different choices, with Slender Man that acts according to its own rules, the Weeping Angels, which you can't stop, the Fly as this organic kind of atrocity, and of course Jaws, which is, we're Australian. This is a genuine concern. Don't traumatize me like this early in the morning, Mike. So the reason why we're talking about monsters is because when we run games, they're often full of monsters for some reason, and I'm not just talking about your players. But we can, as game masters, we can get a little bit lazy. Players can get a little bit too meta, and we can almost become accustomed to monsters. And once we get used to the idea of monsters, they begin to lose their power. So to make games exciting, we want to have fantastic monster descriptions, because the reason why I asked about movies is that's where the special effects and the audio and the acting and the performance and the motion capture really comes in. And we want to bring that to the table, not just like slack like me on a Monday night. Yeah, whatever, it's a kobold. Oh, sorry, no offense, Amanda. So let's talk about ways to present monsters in a fresh way. And here's some advice from the Malleus Monstrorum, which was edited by Mike. It's a huge book of Chaosium called the Cthulhu Monsters.
He's everywhere.
At least half of it written by me as well, Mark.
Well, then I'm now going to read a quote from you to you, which is weird, but here we go. It's good advice.
Remember, because you write so much.
Yeah, that's right. Each time you present a monster, present it afresh. Make the description intense and visceral. A deep one is never just a deep one. It's a creature from the depths of the sea and as old as time itself. A creature whose very presence hits you deep in the gut, repelling humanity in a profound manner, causing revulsion and nausea. So present it afresh. What I love is, as I started to say that, outside my dog started barking, the approved Wilbur Whateley fashion. So you mentioned monsters, dogs bark, it's all going off. Thanks for that advice, Mike. I'll just keep talking. You've already written the book. You don't need to say anything else. But let's dig in. You've said let's have fresh monsters, so let's prove it. Why monsters? Why are monsters? I think Amanda, you touched on that a little bit, talking about foundational monsters.
Yeah.
Let's just dive in for a second as what monsters do, what they mean. What are we getting at? Because I think it's important to understand the psychology to freak people out. So talk about foundational monsters and what you were going for there.
Absolutely. So I really believe that when they're done correctly and when they are done well, that monsters are truly the reflections of our own fears. They are fears made manifest. The reason that the monster with a million eyes around its head and with a big lashing tongue attack and massive jaws and gnashing teeth, the reason that that's scary as well, because it's a scary visual, but it also really preys on, for example, like body horror. It preys on that visceral fear that many people have of trauma to their eyes, or like big teeth ripping through them, and it's really a way of getting into the player's head, the characters' heads, right, and understanding what it is that they fear and ways that can be reflected back in, yes, a surface level horrifying visage of a nasty, terrifying creature, but things that are really getting into that, the players and the character psychology, right? What is it that they, maybe from their background, that they fear the most, or what is it that really just kind of freaks them out, and kind of playing on that and having the monsters reflect that is, I think, one of the most effective ways that we can use monsters, specifically in a horror setting for a horror experience.
If I may jump in there, one of the subsets of fear is that fear of what represents something within us. And I think your example of Brundlefly is really a great example of this, because it represents that monster in us. Like, we could turn into this grotesque monstrosity, and that's its own, one of the many fears that we as humans have, of all the things that go bump in the night, those things that we could turn into, especially. Or
Absolutely. We mentioned Cronenberg at the beginning of this panel, and I think he really dives into that fear of our bodies betraying us, things happening to our physicalities, us losing control of our physical forms, and that being the real terror, not the actual creature that's on the screen, which again is gross and weird and terrifying, covered in mucus and disgusting wings and nasty insectile eyes. That's all disgusting, but what's really the psychological fear is what you just said, the fact that people they don't understand how this happened, and if they don't understand how the monster happened, then it could happen to them, and that makes it on another level, I think.
That is fantastic, Mike. From your recent deep dive to monsters, I think that's a bunch of things we fear, things we might become. Anything you want to add to that before we cut loose?
I would say, yeah. I mean, I think there is the fear of physical change, which is an emulation of everyone's fear of growing old and dying, and it's kind of like a rapid acceleration of that in terms of you mutating or becoming something other. And obviously, when you say other, then that latches onto the fear of the unknown, the fear of not knowing what is beyond, not only physically but in terms of the passage of time and so forth. It for me stems into this fear of loss of control. It's the fear that not only is the physical kind of loss of control, that your body effectively starts to work against your intent and beliefs, but your mind as well, and so that kind of emulates very real fears that we have as humans in terms of who we are, who we define ourselves as being. That loss of being is an inherent fear that we all have, and monsters are often an emulation or a metaphor for that for the many fears that we all carry around, whatever degree they are. But they are a manifestation of ourselves, and we see that in detective films and TV series where, the monster is the murderer or the villain or the serial killer. And then particularly in games and in more kind of, fantastic films, where the monster is, is the alien or is the thing within us that comes out, or the thing that came out of the swamp, whatever it may be. And I think that a lot, it's very much, just sticking a monster there isn't very scary. It's what the monster represents, I think, is what we're talking about.
I absolutely love this. That's so many great perspectives, everyone. And it's, as creators and as storytellers, I mean, stories have a purpose. They help us make sense of the world by fictionalizing it. And monsters have a purpose that we might not even understand. We just want to stab, like just have a dramatic game. But understanding this really gives your monsters some power. But not too much power, people. Amanda, the excellent section on consent in horror adventures from Paizo. It's a fantastic essay. Similar in Call of Cthulhu, Mike. Absolutely be aware what the character is afraid of. The librarian is afraid of flying books. But if the player is afraid of something, don't go there. Like we're here to have an enjoyable time and not actually traumatize our friends. Unless you play with me, I'm horrible. Don't do that. But do just enjoy the expression of kind of, good dramatic fun.
To jump in there, Mark.
Yeah, please.
Just to say that, to echo what you just said, we're talking about games. It's a game, and games are, in theory, are meant to be in some level of fun, on a scale of fun somewhere. And so it's a safe environment to explore these kind of, situations, monsters. And it may be as simple as, we're fighting monsters because it's good fun to have a fight with some monsters in the game, to the monsters are scary and challenging our perceptions about the world and ourselves, anything on that spectrum, I guess.
Can I just say, I'm grateful to be digging deeper into this world at a time when, Amanda, I want to read your article when this is such a thing. I mean, the last game that I ran, I definitely had that conversation with my players, which please let me know. Of course, these are the things that I'm going to stay away from just because they're not places I want to go. And then please let me know if there are any more for you that are really, really triggering. I'm glad that these conversations are not, that they're normal now, and that we're more inclusive in a lot of different ways, including you so wonderfully, Mark, listed your pronouns at the top, which I should say she, her, but for me, but like all these things are subtle, easy adjustments that make people so much more comfortable and let so many more people in, and I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. I talk about this at length in most of the horror panels that I'm on and run, and I think it's appropriate here to just suggest having a session 0 in which you sit down and discuss with your players, where are lines, where are veils, and that is the name of a system that can be used for safety measures. There's a bunch of different things out there that can be used, but basically just setting those boundaries in that social contract and, just making sure that players know that you don't want to accidentally harm someone. And if there's something that they aren't comfortable with, they should tell you. And if something comes up that they're not comfortable with and they didn't realize, they should also talk to you. And being vigilant as a game master, doing all of that prep work at the beginning will help you avoid some very uncomfortable and unpleasant situations. So, 100% having that conversation is important. I agree.
Can I ask?
It is really unlikely. Oh, sorry.
Just wanted to ask Amanda, do you also do like this isn't something that I've done a bunch, but like a cool down session afterwards to make check-in? Is that
it depends on what happens. I run a lot of horror games and write a lot of horror games, and it's very situational and it's very subjective. But when something happens and somebody clearly has a reaction, I totally will just kind of hang back and maybe we'll just chat, as a whole group, or maybe I'll go to the person, if it's one person who has clearly, had a reaction and just sort of talk to them about it. I do think that that's kind of important. Just kind of, get yourself out of the game mentally, calm down, cool down, see how it goes, and, just kind of read the room, really. So that's,
or the Zoom meeting, as the case may be.
Well, these days, right?
I think it is unlikely that anybody has a phobia of a giant owl that is a bear and yet an owl. But some people are scared of spiders, so maybe lay off the arachnids for that person. But it's game time. So you're getting ready for a game. and you can all imagine it because you've done such a thing. You've chosen a monster. Okay, either it's in the scenario or you're doing your own thing and you think, okay, I'm going to use that one. So to help other game masters, what kind of prep do you start to do before you get to the table, having been given a monster or chosen it? So what kinds of things are you doing on the way in?
Well, I mean, I'll jump in and answer that. I'm running a largely, I would say about 90% homebrew game right now, in which I'm doing that pretty much every week. And aside from random encounters, right, which are just things that you roll percentile and the players encounter them and they fight something out of a bestiary, right? A lot of times when I'm doing my session prep, I'm expecting, we usually play for about 4 hours in this game. I'm expecting 2 or 3 combats, maybe. And so a lot of times I kind of over prepare, so I'll have something ready for next time. But I try to pick very narrative specific monsters that have got to do with what's happening in the campaign. It is largely kind of a sandbox campaign. So in this instance, where I think the players are going to go and what makes sense for that area. So I'll use an example from last week, which was that I knew the players were going to go to an area where they were going to find an old abandoned temple from a Cyclops civilization from thousands and thousands of years ago. And this particular game has got pirate cultists of specific archdevils in the game, and so they are trying to track down who's involved in this. And I knew that they were going to go to this temple. They were being led to this temple to figure out a thing. And you know, that was part of the backdrop of the campaign, that the Cyclops Empire has been there, and one of the characters is actually like specifically studying that empire, so that's kind of how I pulled him into the game. But what I did was I was looking for, you know, what kind of encounters. I knew there's going to be something that they have to figure out and face at the temple, and I pulled basically a modified Cyclops stat block, but I realized like, oh, if it's from this ancient civilization, it's not just going to be a random Cyclops who's wandering around at this temple. It's much more compelling to have this be somebody from that civilization who the cultists have kind of raised as an undead guardian of the temple. And so I picked out, I put an undead template on the Cyclops thing, and I described him in a, this is a very kind of like psychic sort of extraplanar campaign. So one of the characters ended up like object reading on this old gravestone that they found, and they got the scene of this ancient Cyclopean king who was being buried, and how he was wrapped in these precious shrouds, and he had strings of precious gems all around him, and he had a crown, and he had a torque necklace, and described that in excruciating detail. And the character was like, oh, then this really important thing happened. And then they travel up to the temple, and the guy's there, and it's this mummified Cyclops. So I did a lot of prep work putting the stats together to make sure that it was an appropriate threat for the group's level, but also that background narrative. What does he look like? What is he able to do? What happens to him when they attack him? And there was a narrative driven scene of like, oh, they figured out that he was bound to the temple, and so they actually ended up freeing him and not fighting and killing him. But that was a choice that I wanted to put in front of the characters. So that's a very convoluted answer to your question, but
it was a wonderful answer. I want to play in your games.
The simple answer is like putting a lot of thought into the background of the creature, where it came from, what the story is, maybe why it's relevant to the characters, if it is at all, and what is going to be memorable about that, rather than just pulling a stat block from a random encounter, having it be something that's like a bookmark in the campaign, is my advice.
That's a fantastic, really holistic approach. And if you know the monster, you can describe it. I love that. Any, just before we get on to the description, Mike, anything else you think is helpful when prepping to bring a monster out? I mean, that was a superb example.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Amanda covered, you know, that very well. And I think, you know, obviously there are different game styles with different games. And obviously, you know, to point out the obvious, in Call of Cthulhu, there is no wandering monster tables. So you don't have that kind of random element. And the reason for that, and as Amanda pointed out, in terms of how the kind of monster gets crafted in the games, you know, as described, it's about understanding what is the motivation of the monster. Why is the monster there? What is it meant to do in terms of the game, in terms of the scenario, and in terms of the scene drama? You know, because particularly obviously with Call of Cthulhu monsters, they're often, if not as intelligent as the player characters, they're often more intelligent. So they're not there to stand around and be hit by, you know, a bunch of investigators wielding cricket bats and .45 autos. Because if they start that, the monster's going to go, well, no, I don't need to stand here. Goodbye, and leave.
Sure.
Sayonara.
No.
So
May
that's.
I just quickly?
Yeah, please, of course.
I'll make it short because I know we have a game to play. But I have always approached it a little differently because every time that I've run a game, it's been for a stream. So I'm considering it both a game for my players as well as a show for the audience. And so in that sense, I want to make sure that it's structured in such a way that it has a beginning, middle, and end, and that there are hints of what they are to face in the in-scene throughout, as Amanda brilliantly did with laying the groundwork of her players rolling to find out about the king of the Cyclops, and then later encountering, so you get those drops of storytelling along the way. And yeah, to Mike's point, I love that it is a character, you know, it is an NPC, like a human or whatever sort of NPC. The monster has a perspective and a point of view, just like any player character, and wants to accomplish tasks. So, you know, making them also have goals and dreams and aspirations as a hideous monster makes the story more compelling.
But you've hit upon something fantastic there, and we really want to get to the guts of some tips on how to describe the monsters. But you've talked about with the beginning and the hints, describing the monster before it's there. So what kind of things are you doing to foreshadow the monster, Becca?
Oh gosh.
Before it's there.
Well, I'm no expert like Amanda is, but I mean, I like to just leave a trail of corpses whenever possible, that players can inspect to find out what mysterious way or what appendage of this hideous monster and what type of, you know, gouging of organs occurred, and learn, oh, this is something that rips off heads, and I should probably make sure I keep mine firmly attached before encountering this thing.
Trail of Corpses, classic. Mike, other cool ways to foreshadow. What's coming up?
Okay, so you built in a scenario. You're building up the monster, and the player characters find some sort of, you know, tunnel or lair, and then they find that the monster they think they're hunting, they find it dead, killed by something worse. Because at that point, the players suddenly realize, oh, we thought that was really bad. Whatever killed that must be, you know, and the penny drops, and suddenly they are really focused on what you're telling them.
That is, I'm stealing that tomorrow night. That's amazing.
Oh, I love that. Well, that goes to subverting expectations, or like pulling the rug out from exactly what they expected, which is always so much fun to watch the reactions of.
Yeah, and the unknown there becomes so much more powerful, right? Where they have gotten like a gazetteer of where they think the monster lives, and, you know, all of its ecological details, and like, this is the thing that we have to take down. And then they're like, oh my God, but there's something that's worse that could be literally anything, and who knows where it is and what it does. I think that's great advice, Mike. I really love that.
So let's bring out some monsters. We've had some hints. A trail of corpses. We found the monster we thought we were hunting dead. Things are getting even worse. So we haven't said good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever in the world to chat. Hello, chat. Yay, are you chatting? Quick, chat. What's your favorite movie monster? Chat crazy. Because now we're going to give you a guessing game, chat. And the guessing game is also going to be played here live on stage, whatever this is, as each of our expert game masters is going to describe a monster. And you in chat can be first to say, it's this, because you're a complete nerd, but we love you for that. But they're going to try to flummox you with the power of description. So I think let's Becca, let's put you in the chair first.
Let's do it. Okay. Well, let me make you all my players for a moment, as you hear a rhythmic tick, 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 scuttling on the cold marble floor behind you, and you turn, and what makes your body start to shake uncontrollably, and your brain tells your legs to run, but they can't, is a creature. Stands before you 8 feet tall. It has a globular torso balanced on 6 sharp crab-like talons, moving in concert like a spider might. In place of its hind legs, it has a snail-like flap that drags behind it with the slurping suction. And it stares down at you with its triangle of 3 bulbous eyeballs bulging in your direction. As the gills that run down the sides of its spherical body ripple and intakes air, you realize what you thought were tiny feelers all over its body, encompassing its bulk, are in fact alert tentacles, each with a hungry-looking mouth on their tips, searching for flesh. And as it pounces, you feel 1,000 tiny piercings everywhere at once before it all goes black. As players, you didn't have much opportunity to run there. I'm so sorry.
Should have rolled better.
Now,
Wow.
Mike, if you don't know your own monsters, I'll be very disappointed.
All right, we're gonna put him on mute for a second and put Amanda in the chair. What monster was that? Do you know?
Oh, so I am just like Becca, going to put chat and everybody watching in the seat of the players.
No, I was not clear. Do you know what monster? Can you identify the monster that Becca
Oh,
just
can
laid
I
down, Amanda?
identify the monster? Oh, well, I know I'm pretty sure it's a mythos monster. Oh gosh. The actual name of it is not coming to me. So well done with that description, Becca.
That is fantastic.
you.
That's reaching
deep
deep
cut.
into the monstrous Malorum to pull out something to surprise. Mike, all right, you lost your job if you don't know what this is. You're just going to be.
Well, no, don't set me up like that. Right. I mean, it brought to mind. It brought to mind a mythos deity rather than a monster. I kept thinking of Galaki all the time. That kind of slug kind of form, and the kind of covered in kind of tentacles, and the kind of, that's what stuck in my head. And of course, once it comes in your head, you can't stop thinking about it. And I know it's not quite right, but I don't know.
That's fantastic. All right.
If I stumped you, I feel very proud.
And I love that. That is exactly what we're talking about. Keeping the monsters fresh, the power of description. You have fooled the author of Monsters Bellorum. Now, what was it?
It's, Cthulian pronunciation. Bear with me on that. Ron Tagath.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah. Big eyeballs, big brown guy with just crab legs.
In my
I call him a
defense,
spider crab.
All right. Oh, Mike is literally frozen in horror. So we'll wait for the dark gods of the internet to bring him back from the lines and veils to which he is plunged. There you are.
Am I back?
Yes, you are.
I was saying, in my defense, I've just spent like over a year writing monster descriptions for over 250 monsters and gods and that, and unfortunately they do blur in my mind a little bit.
Yeah,
that's
I hear that.
Glarky, and you're talking about Rantagoth. It's I can see. Yeah, no, it was a great description, Becca.
And there it is,
There it
Monstrous
is.
Malorum. Yeah, an evil tome being printed now, presuming the printers survive. Love it. I love description and arresting. So let's go, Mike. Let's bring in you to describe a monster, and for people on chat to see if they can tumble to it.
Okay, it's a dark and stormy night, and you've entered into this dark building. And you are searching around, for some sort of clues or evidence. And you've entered the main kind of room on this floor. And you notice, the first thing you kind of notice is that the air in this room seems to suddenly grow very heavy, almost pressurized. You feel almost weighted down on the spot. And this shift is accompanied by the sudden taste of chlorine on your tongue. all your senses begin screaming that something is not right in here. Suddenly there's another shift in air pressure, and the darkness seems to spiral in front of your eyes, almost like a trick of your light, confusing your senses. Something large seems to be coming through the wall. It's a kind of a new and heady smell assaults you, but there's something about it that reminds you of the reptile house at the zoo, kind of a musty and earthy smell. Your eyes try to make sense of the movement. You spy these long talons reaching forth on these bulbous and segmented arms. You see growths of hair sprouting from thick plate-like skin, like some immense beetle, yet unlike any beetle ever seen on this earth. As this thing seems to coalesce in the darkness, a terrible dread begins to build in your heart as you see finally its misshapen mouth, more like a yawning maw that begins to open and yet is silent.
All right, our panelists, what was that? What was the last thing you saw?
I can jump in first. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
go for it.
chlorine seems to be a good giveaway. Long talons. I was thinking because it sort of materialized through the wall, maybe I don't know how you pronounce the double L, but a ligor, because that can sort of like be corporeal or not corporeal. But then you said chlorine and this musty, watery, moldy thing, so that makes me think like a deep old one, or like Dagon,
Or like
right.
Dagon.
All the above, they're all terrible. What do you got, Amanda?
Oh my gosh, so I keep fixating on the beetle description. I'm thinking of like the beetle-like peoples that are, I think, in the mythos, and I was trying to catch size in that description, and I think maybe it's something bigger than that, so I'm not 100% sure.
All right, so chat will know if they tumbled to it, and you can thank, I Like Games 666, love your work. But
I
Mike,
said you
what
got
was
it.
it?
Really good job, you.
Okay, so the big clue was the beetle and the segmentedness and the hair.
Suspense.
Oh my goodness. He's tapped out.
Such dramatic moments to freeze.
I tried to avoid using the words dimension and shambler because they're a bit of a giveaway.
Okay, that would have
Oh,
totally
I
given it
saw
away.
that right before this
right.
stream, and I couldn't remember. I was like, and then there was that one. Well, whatever. Dimensional shambler.
So what I love about this is that you've both chosen monsters and described them in such unique and refreshing ways that you literally have fooled the experts. You've fooled us all, except for I Like Game 666 in chat. That person is on fire. So the other thing I loved about the techniques, and I'll delve into a bit more, is it's that real, Lovecraft himself would pile on the adjectives, and you almost wanted to transfix us in horror to have that sensation like, I'm not going to stop this description. I'm going to keep telling you worse and worse things as your tension is rising and rising until you can go, we run, which is just fantastic work. So Amanda, you get to cheat. You're not going to tell us a monster we can guess. You're going to cheat.
Oh,
Tell us how you're going to cheat.
Play by the rules. That's a secret to GMing sometimes.
All right.
Okay, so you're all players and you're walking down a
Oh
mountain.
no, I just want to put a little refresh. This is a monster that has not yet been seen.
It's true. Okay,
yeah.
well, let's go preamble. Yes. So this is a monster that is forthcoming in a Kobold Press hardcover called Home of Beasts 2 that will be shipping to backers in just a few weeks, and also will be available through all retail channels in November. And so Home of Beasts 2 is a book full of 400 monsters for 5th edition games. There's lots of Midgard stuff in there, which is the campaign setting that is the home of Kobold Press. But there's also lots of non-setting specific monsters that you can set in there. And that is going to be one that I will be describing.
So because this is a new one, Mike and Becca, rather than try to guess what it is, we just want to hear what you're going to do about it. All right, so
Okay.
What are you gonna do? And there you go, chat. Chat, you can just do your chat thing. Chat on, chat bros, and chat other people. All right.
Chat
Amanda,
peoples.
you have the floor. Chat
All
peoples.
right, so you
Chat
are
folks.
players, and you are making your way down a mountainous trail through a slender valley. You are coming across little signs that there may have been another group of adventurers, perhaps, or just merchants, travelers that have preempted your journey down this trail. And you are no stranger to danger on this trail. So the first time that you see some scuff marks in the dirt is not terribly surprising. This is not a very safe area. However, you start to become more and more alarmed as you notice that there are what look like perhaps limbs that have been torn off of some sort of humanoid individual, some people perhaps. And as you are walking further and further down this trail, you notice that first off in the distance, there's a crag, a tall crag, probably about 12 feet tall. That is jutting out of the side of this mountain, this valley that you're traveling down. And even more disturbingly, right in front of you, there is indeed a scene. What you thought were severed limbs are actually the remains of several bodies that have been torn limb from limb, gashed everywhere with blood just sprayed on the ground in various patterns that indicate a violent struggle. There are teeth marks and claw marks taken out of the flesh where it looks like they've been attacked by something vicious. And you stop dead in your tracks as you notice that crag off in the distance. There's a head that's peering out from behind it. And it is a disgustingly bloated, pale, bald-headed, huge jaws with a maw of gaping teeth that opens, and it's humanoid and it looks at you, and you can tell that you've attracted its attention as it's slowly rising up from behind the crag. You see just as bloated as the head and the neck and the shoulders, two thick arms rippling with muscle, and nasty blood dripping off of its claws. And it hunches itself up and starts to rise up. And the most horrifying thing is that where you would expect to see a belly and a lower body, you simply see another segment. You see a bulbous segment with shoulders and arms, and then another, and then another, and then another. And there are a dozen of these torsos all fused together with 24 arms and a dozen heads with its disgusting teeth as it roars all at once in a cacophony of hatred and pain and starts to lunge over towards you, 12 feet tall as it stands up at its tallest. What are you going to do?
Mike, shall we run screaming in opposite directions? Okay.
The thing with its inhuman voice is bent on making you just as destroyed and torn up as that party that it attacked right before you.
No, thank you.
Very good.
That was incredible. Oh, what a terrifying monster you've created.
Yeah, so, discussing that monster. So that is, as you might have maybe recognized, I'm going to actually let folks guess at, there's a component creature that this is made up of, and then the fact that it's all kind of put together gives it its name, but its component creature is part of its name. So can you guess what that humanoid-looking creature that I described possibly was?
Oh.
It's a fairly common Dungeons and Dragons monster, so anything that you throw out might be correct.
Just a bunch of trolls stacked on top of each other, or a human centipede.
You are very close, Becca. It's not a troll, but it is. You are very close. It is another giant-like humanoid.
And it's a bunch of orcs.
Oh, you're so close. You are again so close. You've got the beginning right. You said
ogre.
Ogre.
Mike, help me out.
It's
ogre.
Ogre, and Becca mentioned human centipede. It is in fact an ogre-pede.
Okay.
We got it.
Yes.
Yay! It is horrifying. It's art that we threw out there very early on, and everybody just went, "Oh my god, nope, 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 nope."
Oh God, I'm Googling.
Yeah, it's on the Kobold Press Twitter. Yeah, it's a massive, huge size, I believe, undead ogre pea. A
That's
wizard did it. We think. Oh, is Mark?
Oh, Mark,
muted?
Thank you. My dog was barking. I too was struck with horror. Thank you. You're on mute. They are monsters that can mute you. I'm going to break down some of the techniques that you guys were laying out. So we had a whole bunch of things going on. The notion of loss of control within our own bodies as our physical bodies reacted against this notion of sensation, losing power in your legs. We talked about a lot about the physicality of the monster, its size, the way it occupies space, what it's going to do with you. A lot of talons, a lot of claws, a lot of teeth, a lot of muscles, a lot of power, lovely sensations of taste, chlorine, the smell, the kind of the other pressure, this sense of air pressure, the different kind of threat. A lot of descriptions of things we recognize, like crabs and spiders and beetles, but in a total way that we don't, we cannot relate to. So this is a real grab bag of techniques, and I love the emphasis on sound, taste, smell, to really make you feel like the thing is there. So those are wonderful examples and very specific. What are some other tips that you can just throw in at random, just some other things that didn't pop up in the monster you had, just some quick ways to really give your monsters you like to throw in the description to get people going?
I meant to do this with mine and then got distracted, but you mentioned all the senses. Whenever you're in doubt, just list all 5 and go from there.
Absolutely. We all naturally kind of start with what it looks like. And actually, often it's we hear it or we sense it or we smell before we see, before we get that close to seeing it. So
And I'd also like seeing the corpses as well. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah. Precursor.
Why?
All right, Mike, every time you lay down some mythos wisdom, the gods of the internet are hating on you. So Amanda, pick it up while Mike comes back from the space between the gulfs of space.
Yeah. All right. So, I really think that focusing on trying to put yourself in the headspace of what would a person notice the most about this monster. If there was an actual person and this was an actual thing, what is it that would really sort of jump to your mind? And in some ways, it's kind of like writing fiction a little bit and sort of describing what those initial visceral reactions are. That will really, I think, put the characters in there. So it is stuff like, one of the most prominent visual features, or a smell that really hits you, very viscerally, or like a noise that you can hear that it's making that's it is really like assaulting to your ears physically, or is just really kind of strange. It really jumps up. Picking out those things that are strange and different and unique and are really arresting from a sensual perspective is I think key, and like a thing that I try to do, and it makes players, like Becca was kind of reacting before, just be like, oh my gosh, what is even happening, rather than like, I guess it's another ogre and we're just gonna kill it.
Yeah, spot on. That's just me lazy on a Wednesday night, but you do want that sense that it's not just a bag of hit points. So in Call of Cthulhu, people are probably running, or they're dealing with it another way. Maybe they're firing shotguns. Pathfinder or D&D, they're starting to fight. Now that the monster is just a sack of hit points, and really it's the equivalent of a walking Excel spreadsheet, how are you keeping that threat going, that description going, as the scene proceeds?
That's a good question. So I guess I'll just jump in. So I really am a fan of in a very detail-oriented way, describing telling rather than showing what's happening, what the monster's doing. And for me, that's pulling out stuff like, what is its attack actually doing? You know, in like a Pathfinder or Starfinder or D&D, there's often just like, well, the monster has a slam attack or the monster has a bite attack. Like, I don't just roll to hit and say the monster's biting at you. Like, I'll describe it in a narrative way, and it doesn't even need, you don't even need to use that many more words. It's really just the action oriented, right? Rather than just saying, does a 21 hit your AC? You want to say, well, the monster opens its jaw wider than you ever possibly think that it could, and it reaches its mouth over your head, and it starts to chomp down. Let's see if you're able to jump out of the way before it crashes down onto your skull, and then you roll. And, you know, whether it hits or it doesn't, then that really kind of builds the story for how the fight is happening and what the monster is able to do. Because I think it's much more interesting to build a story and the combat rather than just, you know, roll to hit, oh, you miss, oh, I hit, oh, I missed. Like, that just gets really boring to me, and I'm not as interested. So describing what it's doing and how it's hitting and the way it's crunching through bone or the way it gashes open your shoulder or the way it tears into your armor. I mean, just thinking about what's actually happening rather than just the numbers on the page and how the die is rolling, I think is much more compelling.
Yeah, my answer is similar. So I just want to jump on the back of that is never let the monster do anything the exact same way twice. Of course, they have the same attack, but yes, and because I come from improv, yes, and whatever your player just did. So if the player did something that left them in a vulnerable position, well, great. Now it's like a dance and you're in this movement. So really picture it for yourself. And sometimes when you're not sure exactly what that is, just close your eyes for a second, take a deep breath for a second, and then, oh, I know a different way that they could run and then dive at you and then bite at your ankles and swipe and try and knock you off your feet instead of just claw, you know.
Yep.
Mike, what about when the monster runs out of hit points?
Well, I mean, a lot of Call of Cthulhu monsters can't die. They may occasionally run out of hit points, but they can reform sometimes, or they just, magic themselves away before they actually die. In the Malleus Monstrum, all the monsters have, they're very descriptive, and not all of them are attacks. Some of them are, how they affect the environment, or how they affect the characters, just by their presence being there. And I think, as Becca and Amanda have said, it's that kind of, using the monsters as drama, describing, what they do, be fresh about it, use them to drive the drama of the situation, because most players will engage with that drama and hopefully kind of, engage and do risky things, and, which sometimes will land them in a worse situation or give the monster an advantage, or the players get an advantage or whatever. And, really kind of, dramatize and make it feel like it's, it's all or nothing on this. If sometimes with Cthulhu monsters, it's not about attacking the monster, it's trying to stun the monster or keep the monster away long enough to survive the encounter. And so, presenting that in a variety of ways is, makes it compelling and engaging.
I absolutely love that, and I feel like we've come back to where we started. And it's, how do we keep our descriptions fresh? I don't think we need to, believe it or not. I reject the whole concept of this panel. We need to keep us fresh. We need to keep us as storytellers fresh, and know that it's about drama. And if it's always compelling, and it's not so, and we're always in that moment with that threat and danger, and every step of the way, and this wonderful notions of after the fact, that if we bring that energy, then people will always be transfixed, even if it's the 99th kobold of the week. Sensational. I want to just run off and run a game, but it's 9 o'clock in the morning in Australia, and that's a bit extra, so I guess I better not. But you have inspired me, and I really hope you've inspired all the people at PAX Online. Let us say farewell. Please thank them in chat. I don't know, hand claps, whatever, how we do this. Type, yes, good job, good game. Let me see. Let's just finish off with where people can. I think we've covered. Where can we find some of your monstrous work to follow up? Everybody, let us farewell, everyone. So, Amanda.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to start. So, of course, I've been working on Tome of Beast 2, which we shipped to the printer and will be available later in the fall, like I mentioned. But as far as like a hefty chunk of my actual design work, they're through all of the Alien archives that Paizo has published for the Starfinder RPG. I've got a bunch of monsters in Alien Archive 1, 2, and 3. Many of them are weird, creepy, gross things, but a lot of them are building up the mythos of a planet in the setting that is my brainchild and my baby, called Daimalco. That's all about kaiju and giant, horrifying, eyeless, skinless, tentacle worm-faced monsters.
Amanda, you're killing me. You've just kicked off so many more panels, because here's Mike, who designed Dark Heresy 40K. We could have had 40K versus Starfinder.
Oh yeah, we could have. Oh man, yeah.
All right, so Alien Archives, Tome of Beast. Mike, your monstrous activity?
Yeah, I mean, well, if you want to know about monsters and Call of Cthulhu, then please take a look at the Malleus Monstrorum, which is a 2-volume set. Volume 1 details hundreds of monsters from the Cthulhu mythos, and Volume 2 details all the gods and alien beings and from the mythos, and there's chapters on how to describe them in your game, how to use them in your game, and to create them. So it's all instilled there, as well as, numerous kind of Call of Cthulhu books that, I've worked on over the last few years or so. So yeah, check them out at chaosium.com and look us up on Facebook and Twitter, and I'll see you there, I guess.
All right, and Becca, where can we see some more of your horrible stylings of monstrous description?
Oh man, such an honor that you would call it that. Mark, thank you. Please find me on Twitter and Instagram at @TheBeccaScott, and then my YouTube channel, youtube.com/GoodTimeSociety, where I like to torture my friends. And I hope to be playing Amanda and Mike's incredible work and showing that up. More stuff like that will be on the channel soon, so stay tuned.
All right, game on. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a fantastic and non-monstrous day, and we will see you at the game table. Farewell. Hurrah. Yay.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little goodberry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Come get some!
get some. Trick Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks, or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
Welcome, everybody, to Growth in Esports, Navigating the Space as Women. This panel is for PAX Online. We're really excited to have you here with us, and we're all going to do a round of introductions, so let's get started. Hi, I'm Christina Amaya. I am an event strategist. I'm also the founder of Latinx in Gaming, and I'm also on the board of directors of the IGDA. I focused most of my time and energy on Latinx in Gaming, and this is my first full-time foray into esports. I've done a lot of smaller esports events, things on the side as an event manager, but never full-time, and I'm so excited to be here at Team Liquid, and I'm so excited to be with everybody in this call.
Hey everyone, my name is Erin Ashley Simon. I do hosting work in the esports and gaming world. Currently, I am a host of the show called The Download on Venn 24/7 Gaming Entertainment Network. Before that, Cheddar Esports. But I've been in the media world for like 10 plus years, worked in traditional sports, worked in music media. And so a lot of that I bring to the table when it comes to esports. And also, I'm a host for a podcast for Evil Geniuses as well as Cloud9.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah Schneider. I'm the current partnerships account manager at the Houston Outlaws. Previously, I was a social media manager at Genji Esports and at Women of Esports. My previous experience is in gaming and entertainment with Rooster Teeth and South by Southwest. And I am 1 year into my esports venture and previously collegiate doing Longhorn Gaming at the University of Texas.
Hey guys, my name is Sabrina Wong, current culture program specialist over here at Evil Geniuses. Previously, I've been at 100 Thieves and Immortals for both team management and events. And I've also been a Blizzard intern in 2017 for their esports department. On the side, I also run this little apparel company called Killsteel, which is an all-inclusive apparel company for esports and gaming. So that's all about me.
Hey guys, I'm Heather Wicks. I first came into the esports scene in 2018. I joined the Los Angeles Valiant as their social media, but I came to Team Liquid's One Up Studios as a video editor last year. So I've been with Team Liquid as an editor for a year now, and I'm really enjoying it.
Thank you, everybody, for your introductions. It's so nice to have you on the panel. So let's start with our first topic, kind of the beginning. Everybody, and chime in whenever you want. Feel free to just start. What got you interested in esports? Why are you here?
Well, I can say I've been a gamer my whole life. I played Super Nintendo from the beginning, and then I had 4 PlayStation 2s because I kept breaking them. But I didn't really get into esports until I started playing League of Legends. That was the first game that really had an esport that I got into. And I loved League of Legends. I played it all the time. So naturally esports came to me. And yeah, I've been participating in collegiate, going to esports events, and then now working in the space. So.
Yeah, for me personally, I got into esports kind of similar to Heather. I've been a gamer all my life, especially on the PC. I was playing a lot of browser games. And when it came to high school, League of Legends was kind of the new hot thing.
and I was able to play that. And what really got me interested in esports was my first esports event, which was in 2013 MLG Anaheim. And it was an amazing experience. I got to see TSM and CLG play live for their base race, and it was insane. But something that really struck to me at that time was that, with thousands of people in this venue over at Anaheim Convention Center, there was only about 5 or 6 women I saw during the entire event. Yes, I did count. And since then, I realized that, hey, there needs to be a change here. And I knew that I wanted to get involved, and I didn't know where I fit in the space. But since that event, I knew that I wanted to be in esports.
I think for me, I'm sorry.
Go for it.
You sure? Okay. Yeah, for me, what got me interested in esports? I mean, I used to follow esports here and there before. There's a period of time when I was in college, I really wasn't able to do anything except playing soccer, but I would follow a lot of the FGC scene because I had some friends that were really into it. And then I also realized and started noticing that there were certain people in the music industry and other areas that were getting more involved. But I've been a gamer pretty much all my life. And I think that for me, what got me interested is like that intersection of culture that we're starting to see even more within the esports scene, in addition to the competition. And for me, as well as someone who brought those passions together, obviously I started with the broadcast side, but I really wanted to dive more into it as a broadcaster because I felt like I wanted to see more people like myself in this scene, especially on the broadcast front. And so, just that passion of gaming and culture, and as well as representation for me, was really what got me interested in jumping in and really getting involved in it from a career standpoint.
So my story of how I got into esports, it's similar to Heather. I've been a gamer all my life. Pokemon actually taught me how to reading the Pokedexes and stuff. And I've been playing World of Warcraft almost all my life since first grade. And so fast forward to college, I came in undeclared, not really knowing what I wanted to do, but having a passion for gaming. And I believe it was, 2018, you got to see the development of the Overwatch League. I was a huge supporter of Overwatch coming out. I was really excited because Blizzard was making the game. They made World of Warcraft. And so it was really cool to see them create a game and then create an esports out of it, or an esport event out of it. And you got to see names like Ninja, and you got to see eventually Apex Legends come out. And I wasn't really seeing a lot of women in the scene, and I realized I can actually make this passion of mine in gaming a career. And so from then on, I started getting involved in my collegiate esports group, Longhorn Gaming. I started taking internships that are more gaming and entertainment focused, and then eventually I landed my first job in esports. So Overwatch League was kind of my venture into esports.
Oh my God, your stories are so cool. Kind of similar to everyone here. I didn't see women, right? Like, I didn't see women at the broadcast. I didn't see women behind the scenes. I didn't see women professional players. And anytime you saw women trying to play professionally, they were shot down pretty hard, or they were considered a gimmick, etc. And I was like, there's no way. Like, that's not fair to us. Like, that's not fair at all. Like, we are good at games. We can be here. We can do just as good of a show as men. And so for me, it was so important to get involved and be part of this space as a woman. And so I vowed to myself that at some point in my career, I would work in esports. And so I'm excited that it's now. Yeah, that's great. Does anybody have any other points to add to this? Anything else about starting out? Okay, cool. So org loyalty. So how did you join the org that you're with now? Any thoughts, questions, including Ven, Aaron?
Yeah, I'll get started real quick. So, I've been on a lot of teams in my lifetime, and I've understood that like different organizations have different strategies when coming into the esports space. And what Evil Geniuses I think has done really well is not only place a lot of value within diversity and inclusion, which is something that I've always worked for within my career, but also a sense of structure and context, within the esports space. I think a lot of teams burn out quite fast because they don't have that kind of structure, you know, in their foundation because they come purely endemic within the space. But EG is a little bit different. It has a sense of legacy because it's been around for over 20 years, and it also has a lot of backing behind it, and the staff that really is at Evil Geniuses has never ceased to inspire me to be a little bit better and push myself a little bit harder.
Anyone want to go?
Well, I could say it. So when I first graduated, I graduated with bachelor's in cinema, and I knew I wanted to go into post production because I love video editing. My whole life, I've been a video editor. So my first job was at a fashion company, an athletics fashion company, and I had worked there for like 7 months, and that was right around the time that the Overwatch League started. And I was big into Overwatch. I was playing every day, and I was really, really excited because I'm from the Midwest and my whole family loves traditional sports, and I always thought they were so boring. But this was like an esport that was very much treated like a traditional sport. So I was excited to finally be a part of like making wings on Sunday to watch the big game, you know. So I would put it up on my other monitor at work in my editing bay, and all these women, I worked with a lot of women because it was a women's fashion company who were all video editors, and they didn't know what it was. And they're like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "Oh, it's so cool." And I was like so excited to tell them about it. And they were like happy for me, but they're like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." And they just weren't very interested. And so I realized after a while, like, I really just want to be surrounded by people who love this as much as I do. So I started looking in jobs in esports, and I started with my favorite team, which was the Los Angeles Valiant. And I saw that they were hiring for social media, which wasn't really my forte. I had like 80 followers on Twitter, but I'm like, I want to get into this space. So I applied, and I like used my video editing to, I think, nail the job. So I did that for a year, and I loved it, but I realized that I really, really missed video editing. I wanted to do what I feel like I do best in the space that I love so much. So it was perfect timing when the director of One Up Studios hit me up, and he saw some work that I had posted, and he said he just wanted to talk to me about that work. And it was perfect timing because I really respect like One Up Studios. I really love the content that they make, and just like the effort and time, and like the fact that it is a full-on One Up studio for an esports. Like, we have a studio in the back, they have edit bays, and we like take the time to produce and make all this content, and I loved it, and I just wanted so bad to be a part of it, and it's been amazing. So that's why I came here.
So my story is a little similar. So I graduated from the University of Texas in 2019, and I landed my first job with Gen G, and all of our values aligned. They are very about female empowerment and diversity, and they were getting into the collegiate space, and I absolutely loved working there. My first job there was as a social media manager, so not really exactly my forte, but it was my first venture into esports, and I absolutely loved the company, loved working with the people and everything. So unfortunately, my house flooded back in November with Tropical Storm Imelda. And, I evaluated my choices, and I thought, it's really important for me to move back home to be closer to family. And in esports, if you want to work in esports, you pretty much have to move out to California. That's the hub of esports. And there's not really opportunities in Texas unless you're in Dallas. So luckily, the Houston Outlaws were hiring. They just got a new owner, and they were looking to build up a fire team. And so I applied for the position, and they were moving their entire location to Houston. So I got to be closer to family. And then also, it was a really cool opportunity because I'm from Houston. And when Overwatch League came out, Houston Outlaws was the team I was cheering for. So I got to go home, and now I'm working for the team that kind of started it all for me. So I'm with the Houston Outlaws now, and it's honestly been such a blessing.
Awesome, awesome. For me, obviously, I don't work for an org, so it's a little bit different. But how I even got into, like I said, doing the broadcasting aspect within esports was starting with Cheddar Esports, and even before then, I actually started. My first time broadcasting was with the NBA when they started their esports league, the NBA 2K League, and so I was hosting a show called The Post Up. And that was my first time on camera, which is really funny considering that for me, I was always behind the scenes. So I was, I have experience being a producer, a digital print journalist. I did a lot behind the scenes in the media world, but that was the first time where they were like, "Hey, we need a woman. We need, someone who can join." It was my friend Jeff Eisenband to join him because unfortunately, and even on the broadcast standpoint, there's not that many women who can really speak to the games and speak to the competitions and everything like that. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And it's crazy to say that, like, I was not, it was just kind of like one of those things where I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. I got time. And it ended up like kind of starting my career in that sense. And so from there, and how it works in terms of broadcasting is when you get to a certain point, you're going to have representation or agents. I'm signed to CAA, so After Cheddar Esports fell apart because of a lot of different reasons, my agents, they reached out to Ven and the entire team over there, and we did various different screen tests and chemistry tests. So essentially, chemistry tests are they get a bunch of broadcasters and hosts, and then seeing how well they gel together and how well the show's energy may be. And so I did several of those, and then eventually they selected me, and then I had to be quiet for weeks upon weeks upon weeks until I could. Funny enough, people were like, "Oh, are you going to be part of Ven?" I had to play stupid and say, "I don't know what you're talking about." But the really cool thing is kind of going back to what you guys were saying. A lot of the esports opportunities are in LA. However, I'm New York City based, and it's great that the New York City scene is growing and it's building up, and there's a lot more opportunities that are being established in this area. And especially as someone who has family from New York and family from the projects and stuff like that, it's great that it shows, especially the kids in the inner cities, it's showing them that you can do these things, and you can be part of esports world. You don't have to always move to LA, and there's gonna be more and more opportunities growing moving forward. But I am moving to LA, so I will eventually be over there. So I gotta go to that budget. That's fine. Listen, it's hard times now. You gotta go where you gotta go,
I'm excited to have you here at least. That'll be super nice.
Yes, I'm excited. Of course, I'll hang with all you ladies.
Thank you. It's very kind. I mean, for me, Team Liquid was a top choice because how much they care about their fans. There's something to be said for a team. We're actually hitting 20 years of existence this year. And so there's something to be said about the fact that we have fans that have been loyal from like day one that are still with us. Like they probably have kids now. They probably who knows where they are in their lives. And so many people have worked at TL for like years and years and years. Like there's people here that we were trying to plan like 10-year celebrations to like do something fun for them. And I was planning for like 8 years, and they're like, oh no, you should probably plan some like 12, like 15-year stuff because we're going to hit that this or next year. And that kind of loyalty really stuck to me, right? Like that's so cool that people really love this team so much that they're willing to be a part of it for a really long time. So when I was looking, having had to kind of find a job in the COVID times because events don't really happen in COVID. Team Liquid was just kind of the first thing I applied to, and I was really lucky that they really wanted to have me on board with whatever vision I had. So that's why I'm here now, and I'm honestly couldn't be happier. All right, so guys, what was your first tournament or event that you attended in esports? And I'm happy to start with this one because my first one was the one I threw in college. It was in 2010, and it was a 3v3 tournament for League of Legends. And I printed out the posters with the only money I had, and I was sticking them around campus and inviting people. And then Riot somehow found out about it, even though I went to like Florida State University. It was really small, and it caused them to get in touch with me to be one of the first people in their collegiate esports program. So that was my first event, and it gave me kind of a huge taste for doing events further on after that, and I was really excited about it. How about you guys?
Yeah, I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier in the panel, but my first event was actually MLG Anaheim 2013. I was a senior in high school. I didn't really know exactly what I was going to do. I had actually gotten accepted into one of the top illustration schools within the US. So I thought I was going to do drawing for the rest of my life and art. But after going to this event, I decided that, hey, there is something else I really wanted to pursue. There is something that, like, something so electric about going to an arena for your first time where everyone is acting like how you see on TV for traditional sports. And being a nerd all my life, I didn't get to experience that very much. And being able to find that community where I felt like this was my space spoke, words to me like I needed to do this and get involved. And, since then I went to different kinds of events. I ran my own tournaments, and I decided to broaden my spectrum and follow things more than just League of Legends. And having that kind of experience kind of spark my career has meant, the world to me.
I also was in, well, actually, when I attended San Francisco State University my sophomore year, I tried to look up our like League of Legends or esports club, and there weren't any. So me and I talked to someone who wanted to start one, and we ended up being like the founding group for it. So the first events like in college were events that I also helped put on. So it was really it was fun. It was great to see all these people I didn't know, but they were all students there who really liked this game. It was specifically a League of Legends club who loved this game as much as I did, and it was fun to watch that with them. But I was also very on, I was passing out stuff. I was making sure the pizza was ready and things like that. So I think the most notable time for me was my first event that I got to attend, which I was living in San Francisco, and since I only watched League, there wasn't much I could go to. I couldn't go to like the arena in LA, but they did have, I really want to say it was 2016 World's Group Stage in San Francisco on my birthday. So I went, and it like blew my face off. There's all these people and lights and the teams that I watch all the time, and I like could not believe how many people like were there to support this, and it was like amazing. I really was just like, I want to put on an event like this for SF State, and yeah, it really legitimized it for me. Even though I could see it on the stream, like just being there, I was like, wow. And I remember weirdly, the first thing I thought is like, I really want my parents to go with me to this, because I talk all the time about how much I love esports, and I'm like, if they could see this, there is like no denying how huge this thing is, So it really impacted me.
I would have to say my most impactful tournament or event that happened is probably when I entered esports. I was straight out of college. I moved directly to LA like a week later. The week after that, I was on my first event at CDL Anaheim. And at the time, Gen G had a Call of Duty team. And what was really cool about this event is, it was 2 hours away. It was a 2-hour drive. And everyone from Gen G was there cheering on our team. We had our Apex players there. We had our Fortnite players there. We had the majority of Gen G staff there just cheering on our guys. And we actually made it all the way up to grand finals, and we got second place. And at the time, I didn't know anything about Call of Duty. I was learning on the fly. I was doing social media. I was asking our coach, what is this terminology? I have to tweet about this. And so it was just such a supportive and enlightening and probably one of the most memorable events of my entire career, because that was my first event I was covering in esports. And it was just amazing to see the amount of support that an entire team can give to one of their teams that's playing.
And for me, in terms of attending an esports event IRL, I was a little bit of a late bloomer just because, like I said, I was working in other industries beforehand. And during high school and college, I played soccer at a very competitive level. So I didn't really have a life except go to school and train and, work to get that pre-education by playing soccer at UK. But the event that I would say transformed and changed my life was it was Red Bull Conquest, and I forget what year, but it was Red Bull Conquest. It was in Washington D.C. And what was transformative about that experience was that one, that's kind of the beginning of when I started the journalism coverage of esports instead of just being a spectator. And another reason why it was transformative was that's the moment that I met my friend Amanda Stevens, and then I also met my friend Brandon, who used to be a producer at Cheddar Esports, and they honestly took me under their wings and really just like broke certain things down that I didn't really understand or know from behind the scenes. Especially when you're watching competition, you're watching certain aspects. Viewing it as a spectator is a lot different than when you work in media or behind the scenes. There's just some additional information that you're more privy to and aware of. And so they really just helped me and guided me and really just sat down and took the time to talk to me. And that honestly was the part of the start of my journey within this space from a broadcasting standpoint. So, and even to this day, I always give props to Amanda being one of the first friends in the scene, and also Brandon as well. And so that was a very transformative moment, and honestly, one of my favorite moments that kind of started off the journey that I have right now.
That's awesome. And it's really cool. Amanda is a great part of the scene, I think, especially out in New York. Does a lot of good work there. So shout out to Amanda if you get to watch this. I was so lucky enough to be on a different panel with her. So, hey. Cool. Well, with that said, let's kind of get more into issues we faced. So, I mean, one of the main reasons we're having this panel is we are all women. We all have probably faced something or other, or maybe not getting taken seriously. Maybe there's other types of issues. And I think it's important that we as women talk about kind of how we've navigated these things, how we've gotten through it, regardless of like what has happened. And so have you guys ever felt different being treated as women? Is there some moment where you're like, wait, that's not right, either favoritism or in a negative sense? And if so, do you want to elaborate on it?
I have, kind of a story. It was the first one that it wasn't only like gaming related, but it was also the first time I ever felt like this happened to me. When my first job ever was an ice cream scooper at Cold Stone Creamery. I still know all the menu items by heart. And right next door was a GameStop, and the manager there would come in and get the same banana strawberry smoothie. And so I would talk to him and be like, oh, hey, like GameStop, I love GameStop, you know. And I was saying like all these games that I played, which at the time wasn't like competitive online games. They were all like console games. And he's like, yeah, you know what, you should come apply. Like, we need to hire someone. I was like, oh, okay. And it was me and I forget his name. I want to say it was Brandon. Brandon, where I was scooping ice cream that day, and he's like, oh, you know what, I would love to work at GameStop too. And so he's like, yeah, you should both come apply. So we did, and I got the job and he didn't. And they were hiring too. And I got the job and he didn't. And I felt bad, but whatever. Didn't say anything about it. And he just randomly, while we were just working alone one day, was like, you know, you only got that GameStop job because you're eye candy, right? And I was like, and I'm like 16 years old, and I didn't know what to say. I was so shocked, and it was so confrontational too. And he was obviously very hurt. He didn't get the job, but I also was just like, I don't even remember what I said, but I remember I just was like, whatever, dude. He's just mad. He's butthurt. And when I got home, I kind of had this like fear of like, you know, whether or not he had said that, like, I really, really hope that was not the reason, right? Knowing my boss after working, I only worked there for like a year, but he was a sweet guy, and I really, really genuinely believe he hired me because I play games and I know them well, and I'm good with people and I can talk to them about it. But you know, that like any future job in gaming in the future, any job anywhere, I'm just like, you know, that never occurred to me that could be a reason why I'm hired at least above someone else. And it kind of instilled that first fear in me, like, wow, like maybe this really is a thing. So yeah, I'd say that was the very first time. Rude.
Super rude. Yeah, for me personally, I think my first encounter with this was actually in collegiate esports. So for a little bit of background, I founded my own chapter over at UC Riverside, my alma mater, in 2014 as a freshman, and I served as president for 4 years. And I think there was a lot of small microaggressions in my experience there as a woman in leadership. The organization itself was very small at first because we were just getting started, and there was a lot of women getting involved. And as the club grew, I felt that there was certain terminologies that people were using to describe me that felt a little bit gendered, right? Like the B word, or like, oh, you're bossy, you're intimidating because you're a woman in leadership. And you know, it felt a little bit microaggressive. And I think that the reason why at that time was that, you know, as the only woman within this organization for many years, and also the president, a lot of people felt like I didn't deserve it because they said things like, you know, I heard behind my back, or, you know, even in conversation, like, oh, you won because you're a pretty girl, or you're won because you're Asian, or things like that. And it's weird because it, as Heather mentioned, it instills self-doubt, and that's the whole point of them saying that in the first place, right, is to kind of tear you down slowly. And I think that what I learned really from that experience is that, like, people are going to say things, usually it comes from a place of insecurity, or, you know, they just haven't seen you do your thing. I worked really hard, and at that time I thought the solution was to work 120% harder to prove them wrong. And the reality is that shouldn't be it either. That's toxic as well. What you really should do is do your best for yourself and for the things that you believe in, not for the people that are your quote unquote haters. So that was my life lesson.
Yeah, I mean, for me, as a broadcaster, my face is always out there. So constantly, as a woman, typically, you know, we'll be judged based off of our appearance at times, and more so than what we actually say. And it's unfortunate that, like, even when you're doing broadcasting, like, you have to be very aware of like your own aesthetics and how you present yourself. But you know, there is that aspect of you know, the, oh, being pretty or not being feminine enough, or just certain aspects like that that the men don't get, right? The men could be scruffy and look a certain way, but they're not judged on like, oh, he's handsome or he's not. Like, it's never that case. So that's one aspect that I deal with. And then another one too that I deal with, and even more specifically as a Black and Latin woman, is that there are times where, you know, people assume that, like, if I'm speaking up about something, especially when it comes to social injustices or stuff like that, it's just more like, or creating more opportunities for underserved communities within esports. They always are like, for some people, they'll be like, oh, they, and when they say they mean Black people, and me specifically as a Black woman, they want special treatment. Or she thinks that she should have this, or other Black people should get this, or other Black women should get this because special treatment. And it's not the case, right? And so there's this dynamic of me not only being a woman, but that layer of me being Black on top of it, that also kind of adds to the comments, right? Obviously, everything that you guys echoed, I get the similar things, but then on top of that too, me being Black is another aspect where people are making comments. And it's hard too, because as a broadcaster, when we're doing the broadcast work, we see all the comments, we see everything, right? And we can't really like stop a broadcast because it's like, oh, okay, stop it, because they're saying this about me being a woman, they're saying that I'm not good enough, or I don't know what I'm talking about, like all these different things, right? And then it's a different level of standards that we get as women in broadcasting. We have to be 120 times better, and then me being also a Black woman, I have to be 150 times better than everyone else, while there is mediocrity within media when it comes to esports. I mean, I can definitely say that. So there's always this extra level of pressure of like not being wrong and all these things that we just don't have the privilege of being able to do, that some of our counterparts are. So it's a very multi-layered thing that I deal with, and just overall people either assessing that like I shouldn't have gotten opportunities because I'm a woman, or that I'm newer compared to others, or that I expect or think that other Black women or other women should get special treatment over others. So it's a lot of stuff I've had said to me during my broadcast tenure.
I'm so sorry about that. That's garbage, frankly.
Yeah, but it's like, if it's not that, it is the N word. It is something, and it sucks. But it's like I've been dealing with this all my life, and so it's just like me learning to understand that it's less about me and it's more so a projection of how they feel and what they think, and it's not me. So I've learned it over time as I've gotten older.
Thank you for sharing. It's definitely a lot. But yeah, when it comes to special treatment, especially as a minority, especially as those things, like there's always things that like people don't think of that we have to take into account as women here in this particular scenario of the panel. But for me, something that you touched on, Erin, is appearances. There was a event I did at the start of my career back in 2015 or 16. Not the start, maybe like the start-ish. And the owners of the event asked me to put on a swimsuit at some point, because we were at a mansion, etc. It wasn't just me, it was another woman that was with me, but we were the only ones that asked at all, because they had a jacuzzi and all the players of the teams wanted to come out and sit in the jacuzzi, and so they were like, we'll buy it for you, go put on a swimsuit. And we were like, no. One, both of us had boyfriends at the time, and two, it was like a really uncomfortable question. There were no other women there. There was one other woman there. They didn't ask her. It just, the whole situation felt so odd. It was this special treatment moment that you've never wanted, right? You don't want to be singled out to put on a swimsuit and go sit down in a bathtub or a jacuzzi with all these other men. And the woman in question actually has the picture up on her profile during the Me Too allegations, and she's okay with me saying it, Bianca Baymax, and she, you can see how uncomfortable she is. I think she was 19 in the photo, and I was like in my younger 20s. And I actually said no. I sat down. It was like, absolutely not. One, not doing this. Two, you guys are taking pictures. It's super weird. But the special treatment, or the sort of almost like sexualization of us as we just appear or exist, like, oh, you're a girl, you're getting this treatment for a girl, you're eye candy, you're this, you're that, is something that I feel like is prevalent in a sort of insidious way. That was an overt example, but Erin, you're like on broadcast and you're talking and you just see these comments coming through, right? You're getting it in different smaller ways. You're getting it through comments. And so special treatment isn't necessarily a good thing, even if sometimes it might get you an opportunity, even if sometimes it might get you a free swimsuit. It's not necessarily a good thing at all.
Yeah, so two examples I really wanted to bring up is, moving to LA, I was new to the industry. I really wanted to get to know people. I don't really know anyone in LA. So, networking was really big for me, setting up 30-minute calls or just reaching out to people. And a lot of what I was getting was people taking these networking opportunities that I was reaching out for as dates. And that was really frustrating because I'm new here. I'm trying to establish my professional footprint and meet more people and make those professional relationships. And it somehow turned into, oh, this is a date. Let me buy your food. Like, no, I want to grow a professional relationship. This is not the case. And then, two, being able to go to these esports events, which is huge for networking and building your professional relationships, and being told, oh, whose girlfriend are you? That's really frustrating. And, I grinded to be here. Same with everyone else. So those are two of my experiences that I've received since being in esports. And I've only been here for a year. So I can't imagine some of the people that have been here for more years than I have and have experienced the same thing.
That leads me actually into the next point, which are common issues. Are there issues that you've commonly faced? I'm often running an event. I'm often the booth person. I'm often doing the tech behind the scenes. And I always get asked, are you the girlfriend, or do you even like this game? Do you even watch this? And those sort of questions that are like, you can't possibly be a fan. You can't possibly be interested in this. You probably don't know what this is. If you do know, it's because your boyfriend taught you. And I get that from all around. It could be from the people that made the game, which I've had happen to me before. It could be from pro players themselves, all the way up to like the technical people that are working under or around me. And it makes you feel so invalidated, right? Like everybody in this call has said at some point, like, I work so hard to be here. Well, we work so hard to be here, and for them to question us because they think a man has taught us this, or we're just doing this because it gets us viewers or something. I don't stream, so that kind of thing was always so frustrating. So that is the most commonly faced issue for me, is I don't get taken seriously. How about you guys?
I've experienced like that multiple times. I remember there was one time I was so irritated. This guy came to like fix something in our bathroom, and I was living with my boyfriend at the time, and we're both big gamers. And my setup is much more impressive than his. And so when he came downstairs and I asked like how everything was, he's like, yeah, it was great. He's like, by the way, like your boyfriend's gaming setup is so sick. I was like, oh, thanks. Yeah. And he's like, yeah. And he like described all the stuff. I was like, oh no, that's my desk. And he didn't even try to hide how shocked he was. He's like, oh, that was the one on the left? I was like, yeah, that's mine. And he's like, wow, that's amazing. Wow, you have a great setup. I was like, thanks. I was like very irritated at that point. I'm like, why are you so shocked? And why are you not even trying to hide how shocked you are? And it reminded me, Sarah's story reminded me of a case too. And I don't know if Sabrina was standing next to me at the time, but she was there. We went to one of the events, California Cup, where it's San Francisco Shock versus LA Valiant. And we were standing behind the players. I was covering it because I'm social media. So I'm filming the players signing things, and they're like going through a line. And Sabrina was running the entire event. And some guy, he was like a much older guy. He like could have been my dad.
He's a father.
Yeah.
What's his son?
Yeah. And he's like walking through the line, and we're standing behind him. And he's like talking to the players. And he looks it up, and he straight up asks us like, oh, are you guys the cheerleaders? And I had no idea. I was so shocked. I was like, no. And then he just walked away. And we looked at each other like, what on earth kind of question is that? And it's just so like that's what we were there for. That's what we were standing next to the players while they were getting signed, is because we were cheerleaders. Like he's Gary from Pokemon. Like it's very frustrating. And like experiences like that, I feel like are kind of extreme, because I'm still just shocked that people have audacity like that. But there's also just minor things. Like one thing that I've noticed like later, after it's happened, is when I'm being mansplained to. And I feel like I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt a lot. And so I usually am like justifying in my brain, like, no, maybe it's because I'm like the youngest or something, which isn't always the case. Or like, maybe it's because I'm the newest employee, which wasn't always the case. But there are times where I was like, there are like this and this reasons where I think the only reason that this was being over-explained when I very much knew what they were talking about is because I'm a woman. You just assumed that I didn't know that thing. And that's so frustrating. Like no one wants to spend 5 minutes listening to an explanation that you already know, and it's only to you because you're a woman. And it happens way more often than I realized until I realized it.
I definitely second that. That was something on my list is mansplaining. I have a lot of people mansplain Overwatch to me, and I'm like, do you realize I work in this game? I have to understand this game. So that's very frustrating. And then also not having my ideas being taken seriously, especially for my age. You know, I'm 23, I'm new to the scene, but just because I'm young and I'm a woman doesn't mean I'm not educated and constantly looking at what other orgs and other teams are doing and kind of replicating, you know, what could we do instead. Both of those things are very, very frustrating, as well as, you know, I started streaming and you constantly get comments of like, you know, the only reason you get viewers is because you're pretty or you're a girl. And that's very frustrating because it's like, no, it's because, you know, I'm entertaining, I'm good at the game. Like, it's not just because I'm a girl. So those are very frustrating issues that I face.
Yeah, I think absolutely. There's a sense that a lot of people have this idea that like there's just like this immense privilege of being a woman in this space. And I'm not going to lie, like some people are just dumb. I mean, I really want to say that in a colloquial way, but for real though, there is like a sense that like there's this like immense sense of privilege as a woman, and you know some people, you know, they're handed this thing and they have to understand like, are you going to take this to your advantage or not? And I think here, actually, let me start this over. Can I start this over? My point is, okay, so basically in the world of esports, there's a lot of people who might not be ingrained in it and think that women coming into the space have this immense sense of privilege. But the reality is there's so many things that are barricades for people to even enter this space. You know, this sense of feeling like you're attention seeking or that you're put into these boxes and labels that don't exist, that are completely made up. And that is such a facade that makes people not want to join. Like they don't feel comfortable, they can't be themselves. And that is not gaming. Gaming is for all kinds of people, whether you're a woman, and be, you know, ethnicity, race, it doesn't matter. You're a gamer. And like, I don't understand why this has become a thing, but I know that it's getting better over time, thankfully. I just, there's so many issues that a lot of women this panel have spoke about that I've faced, and I know a lot of other people in this scene have faced that I'm just so frustrated about. And I'm always constantly trying to find a solution.
Yeah, I also think that like this is something, I mean, this is something I struggled with a lot more when I was younger, but as you get older, you just don't give a lot of craps about certain things anymore. And For me it's always this balance of speaking up, especially for when it's right. Speaking up in terms of my perspective, and but also having that balance, because if you're too passionate, you're emotional. And a man could be just as passionate. A guy could literally go around and flip the table and they're like, oh, wow, he has tenacity. It's like, so what? So he has tenacity and I'm emotional? Like, and so it's understanding that balance of when to speak up and speak up for what's right, and understanding that some people may view it as you being emotional, but also at the same time, it's like I'm 28, I'm getting closer to 30, and I just don't have time for certain things anymore. And I, it's not that like I ever want to be viewed in terms of talent being problematic or difficult, but you understand later on, it's not about being viewed problematic and being difficult. It's about ensuring your well being, ensuring that you are safe, ensuring that you are good. And if people do not understand that, then they're not worth working for or with. And so that was something I've had to learn. And I know pretty much all of you guys know, like, I'm very straightforward and blunt, and I say what's on my mind. And that the problem is, I lived in New York too long, and I was raised by a New Yorker, so that's just like the mindset of everything, right? But I've also had to learn how to navigate in terms of my words and how to convey certain things, even if it's very blunt, conveying it in the right way, whether it's on the broadcast or whether it's in a business meeting or anything. Another issue is uh, people wanting to sneakily pay me less as a woman compared to the men. And without them even realizing that I know what the previous price was, and then they'll try and lower it when it comes to me. And so, but luckily, because I have agents, I let them handle it and be the bad guys, and I just smile. But those are some of the things that I've had to navigate and deal with. What I've realized over time, that like if some of the biggest and greatest businesswomen have been called the B word at some time. And you're gonna eventually get that at some point. It's kind of like a rite of passage. I hate to say, but it's, you can't always be viewed as nice. Like, you just gotta always stand up for what you believe in and what you think is right. And if people don't want to be understanding, then listen, you don't have to work for them. There's a lot more opportunities, and yeah, those are some of the stuff that I've had to deal with a lot.
Thank you guys for sharing. And it sounds like we have a lot of pretty similar issues across the board. But, having been in esports for some time or even newer, do you feel like it's improved? Do you think things have gotten better for us as women?
For me, I kind of feel this like one step forward, two steps back kind of like frustration. There are times where I do feel like it's getting better. Like, you see representation. I remember the Hearthstone world champion, like the last world champion was a woman, and I thought that was so awesome, and that representation there was amazing. And then this very insulting E3 article comes out about games that women play, and it's just, things like that. Like, there's so many examples I don't want to give exposure to, but that trailer that came out for that game, Gamer Girl, that is the most, I feel like that just brought us back like at least 3 steps, because misses like that are just so important to not do. Like, that, it just, like, all the work I feel like that we're putting into by not only just speaking in these panels, but so much more than that, like making a footprint on this, like, in this space, and saying we're here and look at the moves we're making, and then to still have stuff like this come out, like, it's kind of this, like, I thought we moved past stuff like this, guys. Like, who greenlit this? Like, and at the same time, it gives me, and like, I feel like women in the space, a sense of responsibility to be like, do not let this be greenlit. Like, put a woman in the room and you will not make like that huge mistake that got bad reception. It doesn't look good on them, so they didn't want that either in the end. And I think it's just so important to have, like, I don't know any woman that would say yes to that. So having us there is really important, and having more women in the space really does make an impact, and so we don't have those 3 steps back see the light of day.
Yeah, I mean, again, from my first experience in esports, there was a lack of women participating because I felt like they were a little bit afraid. There was gatekeeping happening, and those issues have diminished over time, thankfully, since those 7 years have passed. But at the same time, I see a lot of issues still occurring to this day at a different kind of category. Like, I'm seeing a lot of women speak out and feel comfortable speaking out on social media and on events. But at the same time, I see numerous hate comments with people who, again, like, bringing back to like Aaron's statement a little bit earlier in the panel, like, oh, you want this, like, you're getting special treatment, you're getting you want extras, and that's not the case. That's not what they're asking for. They're asking to be looked at as equal, and instead, there's people, and some are women as well, claiming that, like, well, you're asking for attention, you're doing this because you want money or fame or things like that. And that's not what people do this for. If they wanted that, they wouldn't be in this industry, to be honest. It's quite the opposite. It's a lot of hard work that takes to make it in esports, and I hope that over time, people come to realization that bigotry is not allowed within this kind of space. It's always, strived, at least set to say that it's been inclusive, and I think that people need to make strides in different ways. We can't let other women in this space get bullied out by, again, the quote unquote haters. Like, let's call that out. Let's not be afraid of speaking our voices and being able to make change, because from my personal experience, I would kind of just let it happen. If people were mean to me, I would just let it happen because I didn't know the correct way to respond. And what I've learned over the years is that you need to really stick up, because if you stick up for yourself, you're sticking up for, how many other people in this space as well that are similar to you. So
Yeah. I also think that um it's definitely improving and getting better in the sense of we also are seeing women that are getting into CEO and higher up positions, whether at Evil Geniuses or FlyQuest or just in other spaces as well, the Story Mob, and I think that's awesome that we're seeing that. And by having more women in these positions and positions of I would say, power in the sense that they are decision makers, it's definitely helping to change and kind of work towards removing the toxicity that's in the scene. But then also providing different perspectives as well. And I think also in addition to that, we're seeing not just women, but we're seeing people who traditionally didn't grow up within the esports or scene or had jobs within the esports scene that are coming into the fold that are giving some different angles that are making the scene better in different and unique ways. And so I think that it's good in terms of that, but there's always room for improvement, right? And especially for, I'm a big advocate of this and I talk about it all this time, how like we have to realize like there are a lot of obstacles in esports. Not everyone can afford a PC. I grew up as a console gamer because I couldn't have a PC, right? It's expensive to be in esports. It can be expensive. And so but that's why it's been great just to see certain organizations that are doing things to help not only utilize gaming as a way to help encourage more women in this space, but also to help people in the underserved communities. Every single one of your guys' organizations is having some sort of initiative to help with that. And even like, for example, with Gen G, how they're doing scholarships for my alma mater, I think that's awesome. And so, but I think that like there's a lot more that can be done, and I think that we can do even a better job, especially when it comes to making women more comfortable in space. And I think that it also starts with us actually developing a talent development process and a development process. I don't think we quite have that in esports in some capacity. So I'm hoping that eventually with that and the pathway channels being made from the college scene to here and other career paths, that is going to improve as we go.
I definitely second those points. Seeing these women come into leadership positions definitely changes all of the organization downward. You're seeing more esports organizations take on diversity initiatives and give resources towards those initiatives. And then also instilling that diversity is a pillar of their values as an organization. I think that's very, very important. I would say it's getting better on that side. But also I would say it's not getting better because, you're seeing still that toxicity, and we need to be able to say, no. It's like Sabrina said, we need to call that out and say that's not okay. I want to bring up an example of the Call of Duty creator code. We saw a few days ago that pro players aren't getting these creator codes, whereas some creators that are women are getting these codes, and they're getting harassment. They're getting comments that are like, you only got the code because you're a woman. And that can't be the case anymore. We need to call that out, and we need to be firm in that, just because I'm a woman, I'm not getting the special treatment. I am grinding this game just like everyone else. So, I think it's getting better for women overall, but it's like Heather said, it kind of feels like one step forward, two steps back.
Yeah, agree with that overall sentiment. One step forward, two steps back. I mean, some of the allegations that are coming out are things that some people have known about for years and years and never would have said anything until now, right? It's crazy to be that some women are finally have the strength and or whatever it may have taken, whatever may have happened to have come out with their stories and to say something, and people are supporting them. That's crazy. Like I remember thinking like when some of these women first started coming out, the Me Too allegation weekend when it all started happening, that they were just going to get like bombasted, but it was filled with love and support and openness. And I don't think we would have seen that 5 or 6 years ago. I honestly don't think so. Like people would have been like, you're just trying to ruin Blank's career. You're just trying to do this. You're just trying to do that. And there's still, the anime avies that are just going to say whatever crazy thing they can say. But it's nice to see that there's so many more women and people in the space that are just like, no, like I'm saying my story. There is nothing else to it. This is my story. This is what happened. And it's setting up regulations. It's setting up precedents. I mean, look at Ubisoft. They started these allegations with some like weak statement on black and white and they're, whatever. And now they're actually doing a lot more. They actually have a whole separate HR situation. They're hiring more. They fired a lot of people that just weren't good for the situation. And change is happening. Is it slow? Yes. Will we see a lot of changes in our time? Can happen. I'm looking forward to it. I want to make this better for the women that come after this, like the girls that are watching this that are in college or in high school and are looking into getting into this and they see women representing them. I want them to have a really good time here. So on to the final topic is solutions. How do we get more women into esports? How do we get more people into panels with us and be able to discuss things like this more openly and candidly with a lot of other women as part of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first step is representation, which is what we're all doing here today. Being able to kind of speak on this panel first off has been a really amazing experience. And I think that what means the most when I do educational panels like this is being able to at least even get one person to say like, hey, I can be like them. I could do more. I could, shoot for the stars. And I know that when I was getting started my esports career, it would have meant the world to me to see that there was a path. It felt scary because I didn't have women role models in esports, at that time. I was already impressed to see Trisha actually was a professional player at that time in StarCraft. And at that MLG Anaheim 2013, my friends were like, "Oh, there's a woman who's like," well, they said female because they were 16-year-old boys at the time. But there's a female like StarCraft player. I gotta meet her. Not and they again, in problematic sense, like thought of it, as like, oh, it's a girl like that. But for me, sitting next to them, hearing those words and seeing her play, I thought, this is possible. This is real, and getting more and more into the scene, I've realized that what really inspired me was seeing other people do it. And what I can do at the very least is show that it's possible.
Yeah, I definitely second that. I think like being able to like there are women in the space, right? Like there are like quite a few women in the space. There can always be more, and there needs to be more, but there are women, and I think like women to come out and say, I am here in the space. Look at what I did for this org. I did this event that everyone liked, or I made this content that everyone enjoyed, or this spawned from the seed that I planted in my org. Like those things exist. And I think just, yeah, like being able to expose those and having young women like who are just entering like esports or even just college at a college level, I started doing stuff like this. Seeing the women that are here, it definitely is inspiring. And like, I too like didn't have a lot of women role models. There was one other woman in the entire club, and we were both in the like leadership. She was treasurer, and I did like the marketing media content. And it was just the two of us, and it felt like it was the two of us against the world. And knowing that there are women like you women and so many women that I've worked with and seen and talked to that have done amazing things, I think people just need to see that and see where like those seeds are from. So it is really inspiring because like we like cannot wait for you women who are interested in getting the esports to get here, and we can't wait to work with you, and it's going to be awesome, and just work toward it because we're waiting for you to get here. And I think I can't really promise you that it's going to be easy. I would love to make a better esports world for you, but I would love your help in making that easier for the next generation of women, or the next, or the next.
Yeah, it's super exciting time we're in. And like you said, just to see all of us and to see other women in this space is great. I also think that we as an industry need to do a better job tapping into areas that typically aren't don't really have the same opportunities as certain regions like Los Angeles and others. Like there are very talented people at in different inner cities. There's some talented people in the Midwest. There are talented people who go to HBCUs, and we shouldn't just focus in on the big universities. We should also be focusing on the smaller universities as well. I think that when you diversify the reach, we diversify the talent, and we diversify the women that can be entering to this space. And I think that is super crucial. And so, I think that and it's happening, right? Every single org has been doing outreach programs and outreach initiatives. But I'm always a person, I'm very positive, but I'm always like, we can do more. We can figure out how to do more. And it's been great. I mean, Sabrina, when you guys were doing the resume thing, I thought that was awesome. Like there are so many students who are really good, and there's some people who are really good, but they may not know how to set up their resume. There may be talented broadcasters that just don't know how to set up the right reel. So, it's obviously it's partly everyone's job to kind of, if you're interested, like work hard and find a way to enter in. But it's also our responsibility as people in the industry to help those learn certain basic skill sets, or learn certain skill sets so that they can refine their talent, and then show what they got, and get the opportunity to show what they got as well. And so it's that fine balance of us having to do these outreach and also provide people information that they may not have or know where to start or where to get it. So, but it's happening. I'm excited for it, and I'm also excited for like honestly, if you're a woman, you're watching this, reach out to one of us too. That's another thing too. People in esports are more accessible than they are in any other industry. So always like, don't be afraid to reach out to us as well.
That's definitely what I'm trying to do. You know, be an open book, be that person that people can reach out to, and be approachable. You know, these women that are in collegiate, they don't know how to get involved, and you know, being that person that can help them get involved is definitely very important. And also, like Sabrina said, you know, sharing our knowledge, being on these panels, speaking on these panels, and being approachable, being the people that can help inspire other women to enter the industry is honestly very rewarding, and something that, you know, I look forward to doing more of these panels in the future. And then also specifically teaching, you know, how do you network in this space, and then also how do you network virtually now that everything's going to a virtual landscape in COVID, and making those meaningful and important relationships instead of just like, oh, I'm going to talk to you for 30 minutes. No, like do the follow up, like build those relationships with other people that are working in esports, because ultimately esports is a very small industry, and you're going to run into people several times, whether it's at one org or a next. You're going to see the same people over and over again. And then also, you know, something that I'm constantly doing to get more women involved in esports is when there is a job posting going up, I'm automatically posting in my women in gaming, women in esports communities and discords. And it's like, hey, this job is posted for Ubisoft or the Outlaws or some company, like come apply. Like I can connect you to the right people. I'm constantly looking for those opportunities to reach out to more women that are interested in getting in the space, and kind of like hyping them up to apply for that job. So, you know, I want to see more women in the space, and we are getting there. And also, you know, looking to inspire more women to approach this industry.
I love that. This is great. And honestly, speaking of discords, I have a ton of different discords. Feel free to like join. There's one for safety in case you go to an event and you want other women to reach out to. That there's a ton of women in there who will be able to help you, or at least know the resources that are needed. Some with training actually, which is really great. There's also a Discord where we just talk about makeup for women that work in the industry, about fashion, about lingerie, just everything in there, just for fun, just something different. And then I'm even part of a community that's more focused on the community side called the Gamehers. And all the women that are involved in that community like just love gaming, but they're also mothers, they're also this, they're also that. And they're so multifaceted because being a woman is such a diverse experience, right? It's not just necessarily like we like esports, period, that's it. Like we are multifaceted people, there's a lot more to us, and I love that, and I love having communities centered around those different topics. So absolutely agree with y'all. We are actually pretty short on time, so I'm just going to go to the last question, and I'm going to start it. What orgs are doing it right? And I'm not just saying this because both two people are in these orgs. First off, Ven is doing a lot of amazing things and has such a diverse cast of talent that you see constantly in front of you. Like there's you, there's Jimmy Wong, there's Digon. I'm always seeing a bunch of different people up there. Emily has the coolest hair ever on the planet. Like I'm so jealous. I love what's going on there. And then at EG, like the stance for diversity is so strong. You can see there's a commitment to it, and it's unwavering, and nothing people can say, fans, anime avies, etc., will stop everyone. So those are two orgs I definitely think are doing the right thing in different ways of showing inclusivity, and I love that. What about y'all? What do you think?
Sarah can talk a little bit more about this, but I've been really impressed with what Gen G has been doing actually with their Women in Gaming initiative. I find it very interesting what they've been doing because they've been able to link partners within their campaigns, therefore strengthening it and creating more programs. I actually was on a panel just yesterday with Sarah, and she talked a little bit more about it, so I'll let her go into the details, but that is one organization that I think has been killing it in terms of that.
Yeah, so I would have to say, hands down, Gen G has been some of the leading, just like trailblazers of female empowerment initiatives and diversity initiatives. And then also getting into the collegiate scene more. So specifically, Gen G and Bumble have partnered together to further this female empowerment initiative. They sponsor their female Fortnite team, they empower their female content creators. You know, they are making waves in saying, you know, this toxicity is not okay. and they are 100% backing their supporters and content creators there. And then also, I would have to say that Gen G is doing amazing things with their collegiate partners. So Gen G and EMU actually started a Gamer Girls Getting It Done summer camp, where they held a virtual summer camp in Discord, and they had players from their Fortnite team, from their team Bumble, and their content creators come and speak to these ladies, as well as some of their business staff, and educate these young women on how to get into esports, how to become a professional player, how to become that content creator, and kind of the obstacles that they're facing as women coming into this scene. I also want to highlight, FlyQuest is coming out with a lot of women's apparel. And, I think apparel isn't something we necessarily think about a lot, but I think it brings women to an even playing field of men. It's not just one size fits all unisex. It's actually incorporating women into the equation. And I think that's really important. And then last, I want to highlight Dignitas. They just launched their Faye initiative, which is a community in their own Discord. And it's promoting education, social, and competitive resources to more of a women in gaming community. So I'm really excited to see what develops there and exactly what campaigns they have to kick off.
I was going to say, Alexa, stop. Sorry. Anyway, I was going to also say Gen Z, and I'm so glad you highlighted everything, because I didn't know about the Discord, and it's just amazing thing. When you look at Gen G, there's no denying the women representation there, and I love that. But I also wanted to mention FlyQuest. A quick anecdote is when I worked at Valiant, my boss, who is a male or who is a man, saw that they came out with the athletic clothing wear for women, like a sports bra, and he was so impressed by that, and he loved it, and he wanted to do something like that for the org he was at. And I think just seeing that spark of inspiration, just for some small bit of representation, this piece of apparel that is for women, inspired a man at the company to want to do more. And I think those things just add up, and it really hopefully inspires all these other orgs to do the same thing. And if you are part of an org that you feel can be doing more, say so. Say so, and tell your org I think we could be doing more. Look at what this org is doing, and look how well it is. If you think you could do it better, do it. I think speaking up within the org and making your voice heard within will definitely spark change.
Yeah, 100%. And also, you, even if you're not in the org, you can also have those conversations behind the scenes about what can be better and what can be done. I mean, I definitely have had conversations with various different friends and people from all different orgs about what can be better. And so this one organization that I'm bringing up, obviously they're not as big as all of your guys' organizations, but they've been doing a really, really good job. So there's this org, they're called Community. They're a nonprofit that works to increase participation in esports through STEM and development. And they've been doing things like raising money to provide laptops through K through 12, as well as HBCU students, and also K through 12 in the low income areas to get them laptops to continue their education. They recently are partnering with Twitch to create an actual HBCU esports league. And they've also been utilizing their connections and what they have to work with women and also Black women within the scene. They've been doing some stuff with me, WNBA player Ariel Powers, and a few others. So they've been really focusing on certain cities and certain areas like that don't get as much attention and love. And they also work with Access Replay in Atlanta. And so they've been doing a lot of tremendous things in terms of providing more opportunities, education, and creating a program that helps the youth not only just get into esports, but also give them the necessary skill sets to thrive in life. And so for me, that's the biggest thing. It's great that we can get more people in esports, but the most important thing is that we help give them the necessary tools and information and skill sets so they can just thrive in life, period.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for your opinions. Any last thoughts before we kind of end this panel? Anything that we want to bring up, maybe think about?
Yeah, I want to say that we've mentioned a lot of organizations that have been doing good, and I think that over time we've seen a lot more organizations feel free to feel free to participate in these kinds of topics. And it's important for the fans and I think the community to show their support for these organizations, because I know, from a lens of a organization or a person, that it's hard. It's hard to make those posts and see the responses, because some of them are just not as great as we should. And it's I've taken it upon myself to participate in these communities and make sure people feel supported, and it takes a lot of effort and time. So make sure to appreciate those kinds of things and be genuine supporters within our community to make this greater, bigger, and better for the longevity of esports, and to keep us all employed.
Yeah, my last thing too is for those who are watching, you don't have to figure out what you want to do in life and everything right away, especially in your 20s. Your 20s are meant for you to discover different passions, different interests, and everything. And let me just let you know, even when you get closer to your 30s or in your 30s, and you may still not know, and that's okay. And then also, there's just a fun bit. Just let all the women who are watching, if you're going through anything and if you are dealing with confidence or anything like that, let me just tell you, when you get closer to your 30s, oh, that changes. Like your 30s and getting close to your 30s are pretty much the best years of your life as a woman. So don't worry, things will get better later on. So you don't have to have everything figured out all at once.
Yeah, and just as a final note, all of us, we've said this before, but all of us are on social. All of us are pretty responsive. Like, everybody's here because they want to help other women. We want to do something to make this better. So if you're a younger woman or somebody who's interested in esports and wants to reach out, absolutely feel free. Super open to the conversation. We're all here. All of our Twitters were listed earlier in the panel when we each gave our introductions, but we're all here for you. So again, thank you everyone so much for watching. I'm really happy that we had this panel. It was super exciting to kind of have this panel with everyone here. And thank you so much. I really appreciate you all being a part of this.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game and have a great time at PAX Online.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Story Business, Ins and Outs of a Professional Game Writer. Welcome to PAX Online. We're so happy that you're here, and thank you for joining us. Before we get started, we're going to go around the table here and meet everyone. My name is Carmen Askernes. I'm a game writer and a dungeon master for a tabletop actual play show. Who wants to go next? Why don't we toss it to Milo?
Oh, me? Yeah, I can go for it. So what's up, y'all? My name's Milo Smiley. I'm a game writer and producer. Last summer, I had the good fortune of working with Insomniac Games as a writing intern for the upcoming PS5 game, Spider-Man Miles Morales. It'll be pretty cool. Check it out when it comes out. And then I just finished up a really awesome summer working with Blizzard on some production things for their classic games, as well as some writing for some upcoming Heroes of the Storm content. And yeah, outside of that, I do a bit of indie and student game writing. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Awesome. Kelsey?
I'm Kelsey Beecham. I'm the writer from Outer Wilds, and I'm currently working at Insomniac. And my most recent work has been on the DLC for The Outer Worlds. I know.
So cool. How about you, Lucas?
Yeah, my name is Lucas Laredo, and I'm a writer whose background is mostly in fiction and travel writing, but as of January, I began work as a narrative designer at Wolf Eye Studios, and I'm working on Weird West.
Awesome. And Mallory?
Hey, my name is Mallory Littleton. I'm a staff writer over at Deck 9 Games. We put out Life is Strange Before the Storm a little bit ago, so if you haven't checked that out yet, that's where you can find me.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for being here. Also, to all of you watching, thank you for submitting your questions. We had so many great questions come in, and we'll do our best to address all of them. As you know, we're all adapting to this new normal. And as such, you're going to see us do a little bit of live tech support because I forgot to mention something before we started recording. So if everybody wants to add your pronouns and your Twitter handles to your video, you can do so by clicking on the 3 ellipses in the top of your, in Zoom, in the top right-hand corner of your video box. So if you click on that and select rename, you can add your pronouns and your social handle if you would like. You don't have to, but just if you want to do that. Live tech support, right? You love to see it.
It's much better than dead tech support.
It is. Hey,
too true.
That's you can't go wrong. So as we read the questions out, I'll try to get your usernames right. Forgive me if I mess them up. So our first question is from AF Narratives. They ask, what are good ways to manage multiple projects at once, and what are best practices for prioritizing your projects? So feel free to, whoever would like to jump in.
Well, Carmen, I know that you're doing freelance. I wonder if you have multiple projects. Or Kelsey, I know you two also, were you working on Outer Wilds and the Outer Worlds at the same time?
I was not, no.
So
my background is a little bit weird because I moonlighted as a games writer for a long time while working a day job, and then kind of got into it full time. And then I was actually Insomniac for a while, doing a full-time contract there. And then I was doing full-time, I was doing like bits and pieces. So then I was working on other stuff at the same time. So yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, because apparently I've forgotten my work history.
It all goes together.
So I am weirdly one of those people that really relies on paper planners. I really need a physical reminder, because if I don't see it, it doesn't exist. It's gone. And so I have a strategy where I use, and this sounds very grade school, but I use different colors to denote what project it is that I'm working on. And I visually map out what my deadlines are for each one. Usually I'm not working on too many projects at once, just because personal preference, but usually you kind of have a sense of when things are due. And then if possible, I try to kind of, if nothing else, I impose a deadline on myself so that I'm staggered. I've also found it really helps to build in buffer days if you can. I mean, that's just good scheduling in general. But then that way, if you've got one of your projects has gone a little sideways on you, you have that buffer day in there, so you don't have to go to your other client and say like, hey, so bad news, guys. It's never come up for me, but yeah, building in buffer days has definitely helped prevent that.
Absolutely. I didn't mention this before, but I got my start in games as a streamer, a YouTuber in like 2013. And when I moved into dev and now as a freelancer, I've always worked on multiple projects simultaneously. And it depends on how I manage that. I use a similar system to Kelsey sometimes. I also have a system that I use that is essentially based around deadlines. So whatever's due first or whatever is going to have the highest impact, I'll prioritize that first. And I always work on personal projects outside of work. In those instances, you want to prioritize your paid work first, especially as a freelancer, right? Because you need that paid work to continue being a freelancer to pay your bills. So yeah, finding a system that works best for you. There are tons of tools out there that can help you manage your time, like Trello and a bunch of other scheduling apps that escape my mind at the moment. Also, I use the Notepad and calendar on my phone religiously and set reminders, because I would never remember or get anything done without reminders. Yeah, does anybody have anything else on that before we move on to the next question?
Yeah, I would love to add just one thing, because the question asked is a great one. And I would also say that, you know, another part of that question, I think, too, which feels important to talk about in writing spaces and art spaces in general, is sort of what you have to do to earn your living while you're still trying to get your start in the art worlds. And so for me personally, I was living in New York when I first graduated from college, and I was working as a tutor, and all of the work I was doing to earn my living was after school. And so that meant that my entire morning and my early afternoon I could devote to my own writing projects, which was really, really essential to me getting, developing my craft and getting a sort of like a base of work that I could use as a portfolio. And so, I think along with managing multiple projects at once, I think maybe even a more apropos thing, if people are trying to get into the industry to begin with, is how do you make the work that you have to do to earn your income, how do you make that work with your creative practice and your creative life? And for me, that was, what is the highest hourly rate I can get and the least amount of time I can spend on work that isn't my creative work, so that I have the maximum number of hours during the day when I'm freshest and when I do my best creative work to work on my own personal projects. And that was like 3 or 4 years of my life before I ended up getting a writing fellowship. So I think that's maybe a part of the conversation too that I just wanted to mention.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for your question. So our next question is from Fructose on Twitter. They ask, how do you practice your writing? Yeah, I'll go first. So one thing that I do is, so I have two parts of this. Like, one thing I do is take a lot of classes. And I want to preface that by saying that I'm a person who hates school. And I've been trying to like analyze that about myself recently, because, I've graduated a while ago from graduate school. And I was thinking about like, why do I hate school so much? And what I landed on is I hate school because to me, there was no practical application for it. And I found that when I went to graduate school, which was more specific towards game development and what I wanted to do, I enjoyed it a lot more. And now the classes that I take aren't centered around grades or learning how to pass the class, but learning how to master a particular craft or actually produce something that will be a resume piece or something that you could potentially create as a valuable product. So to me, that had more value than like going to regular school. So that's a long way to say like there are tons of people in the industry that you can learn from, and you're an eternal student, especially as a writer, and especially if you're writing for various mediums.
I'm a big fan of finding sneaky ways to write in the middle of your day. So I like it's an app called the Most Dangerous Writing app, where you have to be typing constantly for 2 minutes or it deletes everything. I use that sometimes if I'm stuck on a line of dialogue at work or I can't figure out how to put this piece of blocking. Sometimes just having to get something down can really help. But as far as practice goes, sometimes it's fun. You can sit down with a movie or a TV show that you really like, a scene that you really like, and particularly one where you have the screenplay available, and get the lines of dialogue memorized, look at the blocking, and sit down and try to write that scene from scratch as if you were writing it yourself. And then once you're done, you can compare it with the original work and compare and contrast and learn interesting tricks that way. I have a lot of these. I could go on for a very long time.
Those are so great. I love
I made
those.
a blog on that. You should do that.
I also love the Most Dangerous Writing app. Oh gosh, the pressure is beautiful. It's amazing. Just blow it all up if you don't write fast enough.
I came up through screenwriting, so a lot of the writing that I go to write and a lot of the writing that I do for work is very similar to screenwriting for film. And I'm also a big fan of taking like one scene or one funny bit from my day and writing that scene as a script and finding ways to punch it up and make it more interesting and just be thinking in that kind of visual space for me in screenwriting or in that narrative space or that fiction space.
Give myself homework, Carmen. I'm so sorry. I love school. I'm a giant nerd. I set aside a little, like a chunk in the morning usually of time where I'm doing abstract stuff because I'm doing this as my day job, which is like, oh, nice, awesome, amazing. But, it takes time to get there. And so I build in like an hour at least in the morning usually. And I give myself little like, just taking like RPG stats and then challenging myself to rename them if I were going to make like a Western. I do a lot of weird, little like genre exercises like that. And I keep a running tally of skills that I want to actively get better at. So I think having kind of a targeted list of things that you want to improve on. I'm not saying don't set aside space for just writing for fun and everything. Definitely do that. But if there's something that you want to work at that you're not particularly good at, that's definitely something I do. And I make a lot of lists. I've got a list going right now of words I am forbidden to type for the next like 48 hours or so, because I've used them too much today in writing. So it's I need the word so badly. But yeah, just giving myself some creative challenges. A really good one I have found is to take something that, like a game that you thought the narrative fell a little bit short on, and kind of give yourself like, all right, if I had X amount of time and Y resources, what would I do to maybe revamp that narrative to tell the story in a more effective way? Because thinking critically about the games you're playing is, I think, hugely, it's just such a central part of what we do for work. So that's a big one.
Yeah, all of those are such good points. Especially, I want to add on to the last one a little bit. Like, it may not seem like practicing writing, but I feel like consuming media outside of writing and learning how to talk about that critically, like you said, is so important for like developing writing skills. Also, because like so much of writing is pitching ideas to people who may not be as passionate about the story as you are. Figuring out how to talk about media is just like such an important skill for practicing your writing, and it'll inform your writing indirectly as well, because you'll be able to see like what devices pieces of media use well, or like how they characterize a certain thing or set up like a world. And I think that's like a really good way to practice if you don't want to just like dive in and do like new original concept every single time.
The other thing I think Kelsey brought up that's really worth talking about is that game writing really runs the gamut from writing full scenes and entire narrative movements to having to come up with the name of the 300th revolver that you can find, and coming up with clever descriptions for that. So I think that's something that's really interesting about games, and something to keep in mind is that someone does have to write all that stuff, and it could be you.
Yeah, I love that point, because I feel like I wrote in a number of different media before I was in games. I was writing a lot of prose, fiction, and nonfiction. I also wrote some plays and some short films, some immersive theater, all sorts of stuff. But I feel like game writing requires the most versatility out of any of the writing that I've done so far. And so I think that's why sort of like all of our suggestions, they sort of run the gamut. And even I think my suggestion, or one of the things that I can add to the great pool already for practicing writing, because I come from a prose background, I would do things like, for me, it was more like getting used to producing volume, because I was working on some longer works, some novel length stuff. And when I first started writing, it was really hard to imagine putting 80,000 words down onto a page, and sort of like learning to turn that inner critic off. I don't know how your relationship with your inner critic. I don't know if it's like way up here or way down here or somewhere in the middle. But I feel like one of the best things that I did in my fiction writing training was sort of like learning how to produce a volume of words and to produce a volume of material that I can sort of shape and sculpt later without being very precious about the material itself. And so the ways that I did that were, I highly suggest if anyone's feeling blocked to either get the Most Dangerous Writing app, because that sounds amazing. And also, I did National Novel Writing Month. So I don't know if people are familiar with this. November is National Novel Writing Month, which is coming up in the not too distant future. And you write 50,000 words in 30 days, which requires 1,600 words every day, 7 days a week for a month. And because you're writing at such an incredible pace, I found it was the perfect thing in my young writing career to get me past the thought of writer's block as a thing that exists. I'm like, I just decided I wasn't going to operate that way. It's like, if I feel blocked, I'm just going to actually write 2,000 words of drivel, because at least the faucet's open and I can sort of write myself into something good maybe eventually, as opposed to just sitting there and looking at the blank page. So for me, I would say in terms of like smaller writing exercises on a daily basis, I mean, for me, for years, I just wrote 1,000 words every day, 1,000 words every day, 5 days a week, like it was my job. And over the years, I feel like that really sort of like trained that muscle of production that's really, really served me well now.
Yes.
Guys, I'm going to be real weird for a minute, but my fan is going like crazy and I'm blinking so much, you're going to start thinking I'm a simulation. So like, I'm going to cross the room and just turn my fan down to a setting that isn't, you know, desert.
That's fair. Thank you all so much for that incredible insight. Thank you for your question. Yes, like everyone said, you know, you just have to be constantly writing. So, yeah, thank you so much. Once Kelsey gets back, we'll jump to our next question. Awesome. So our next question is, what is a good way to break into game writing after college? And this is from Dumari Oliver on Twitter.
Wait, video games. Nailed it. I know that sounds like
That's it, we're done.
It sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm actually not. The best way to find out how to write games and like find out if you like writing video games is to write a video game. You could start with interactive fiction. I recommend Twitch to people all the time if you want to get a feel for that. It's essentially like, at its most basic function, it's kind of like a choose your own adventure novel, and then you can do a ton of stuff with it. It's very cool.
Did you mean Twine?
What did I say?
Twitch. No, it's cool.
Well,
I'll just write on Twine and stream it on Twitch.
Yeah,
stream your writing
write
on
something on
Twitch.
Twine, stream it on Twitch.
It's this new thing. You haven't heard of it. Guys, I'm so sorry. It's been a week. Yes, Twine. Sorry. Twine is brilliant for that. I'm sure you can do things on Twitch too, but that's your prerogative. Also, if you out of college is a little harder, but I spent a few years living in Chicago, and there's a pretty thriving indie dev scene there. So if you can find even just one other person to work with, you'll get that sense right away of, you know, all our teachers harped on it in school, like, oh, you'll have to learn how to work with people in the real world. It's not the same as a group project. When you're working with someone that like really passionately also wants to make a game the same as you, like, oh boy, it's a good time.
I will say, as someone who started off wanting to be a film director, and because I didn't know games was a real option until I graduated school, when I tried to find people to make films, because I was like, oh, if I want to make films, I need to make films. It was so hard to find people to make films and to like stick with it till the end. But with this thing about the gaming industry is like, I think folks are so passionate about it, like Kelsey was saying, that if you search for it, you'll be able to find folks to work with. And, you know, going to game jams, going to conventions are great ways to meet people who you can make prototypes with to start to build a portfolio. And I have a bunch of resources for you. So I hope that you have a pen. Do you have one? I'm going to wait. Okay, you have one now. So Twine, right, like Kelsey mentioned, use that to make stuff. Go to workwithindies.com. There's a lot of freelance work on there. There's a website called Grackle HQ. There are a lot of game development jobs that are posted on there. And as a student out of college, you probably can't qualify for those jobs right now, but you can look at them for things that you're interested in, career aspirations, and find out what you need to, what skill sets you need to build to get to that point. And there are so many opportunities for internships for college graduates. So I would say check Game Dev Map as well. Game Dev Map? Game Dev World? It's Game Dev Map, I think. I haven't been on it in a while. But you can see every registered game studio in the whole world on this website. So go to sites of studios that you enjoy their games every day. And that's not a joke, like go there every day and see what opportunities are available, meet developers and continue to build that portfolio. And, you know, the thing is like getting into games is hard and staying in games is harder. So Signing up for this industry is hard, but it's what you love. And you'll have fun along the way. So just be willing to put in that work, and people will be here to support you. Awesome. Well, if anybody has anything else, go for it. If not, then I'm going to jump to the next question. So our next question comes from Amaya on Twitter. They ask, how do narrative designers and game writers collaborate?
So I can speak to that from my own perspective, working within narrative games and the Life is Strange franchise in particular. And it's a little bit odd in games in that we really start with the story and the writing first when we approach that question. So we sort of take a scene or an episode, let's say, and we understand the arc that we want the characters to go on. We understand the emotional journey we want. We understand how we want to force the player to make hard choices and how those choices will affect the character and therefore the world, right? And once we have our sort of structure for the episode in place, we start looking for ways to let the player through gameplay actually interact with that story and with the emotions and the goings on that are important to our characters. And from that perspective, we say to our design team, okay, so how can we really embody the way that betrayal feels? How do we make anger into gameplay? And that's a little bit kind of odd within the industry, but that's how we approach it, sort of from the narrative angle first, and then we look for gameplay to give the player agency in that story and to let them really embody it in a way that only games can do.
Awesome. Yeah, I just
Probably,
like to. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No, all I was going to say was that the weirdest part, I think, well, I don't know about the weirdest. One of the weirdest parts about our jobs as game writers is that relationship between writer or narrative designer and your other types of designers, your gameplay or area design or what have you, is that it's always going to be different from person to person and from project to project and from studio to studio. Gosh, so there's no one definitive model for what that looks like. And part of the job is kind of learning how to best interact with people in that way. And I think it's actually worth noting that if you're looking for a job at a game studio, try to look for one that has a model for that system that you like. Because ideally, I think the more interaction there is between writing and design, the better. And the more that the more they reflect each other, the more they're happening at the same time and evolving, I think the better your game is going to feel for the most part.
Definitely. I second that big time. And I 1,000,000% second what you said about each level designer. So the game I'm working on right now has a handful of level designers, and you're so right that every relationship is different, and each level designer needs something different from me as the narrative designer and as the writer, and so I think it cannot be overstated how important communication skills are when you are writing for games and when you're a narrative designer or a writer, both, because there's so much communication that needs to happen between so many different departments, and everyone sort of approaches the game with a different language that they're speaking. And so I don't know how it feels for you all, but oftentimes I feel like, at least in narrative design, a big part of my work is translating people's desires to other departments to make sure that we're all on the same page, and trying to keep the overall gameplay and story arc intermeshed, like Mallory was talking about, like this, and making sure that each department that sort of contributes to that we're all working towards that mesh of gameplay and story. So, oh man, so much communication. Please be friends with your designers. Just be best friends. Check in with them every morning. Hey, how you doing? How's the level design coming along? What do you need me for? That sort of stuff. Like, a lot of my job is that. And so I feel like those relationships, when they're strong, the work is so much better because so much of this story and gameplay are so intermeshed, or at least should be, in games, that the more you can be enmeshed with, the more writers can be enmeshed with their designers, the better all of that will be.
Yeah, 100%. All of that, like so much. Like you definitely want to be best friends with like everyone on the team if you can. Just because like I think writing touches every single department before it gets into a game. So it's like you want to make sure everyone is on the same page about what a scene is meant to convey. I also feel like writing is always better when you have like more people who have looked over it before it reaches something. So like, I don't know, you might be surprised. You might get a cool idea for a scene or a situation or a line of dialogue from like the engineering team or like the technical art team. Like I would definitely like keeping those lines of communication open is honestly like so incredibly important, while at the same time recognizing that you're going to be like the key advocate for the story, no matter how narratively intense a game is. And like you're going to be the one who has to convey the story and like what happens in every single beat, making sure you're able to just like show other people that or just like communicate that, I think is like very key to the writer-designer relationship especially.
Absolutely.
All devs are storytellers.
Yeah, they are.
Yes, really good points there.
Thank you all so much for that insight. Thank you for your question. I'm going to go to the next question. Just real quick, can y'all hear my washing machine? No? Okay, good, cool. Because it's like going crazy, and I'm like, ooh, I hope they can't hear that. Anyway, another question from my, actually a couple more. So thank you for all of your questions. We're going to answer all of your questions. And this next question is, are knowing other aspects of game dev, like programming, art, helpful, even if you want to focus on game writing?
Definitely more so if you're working on indie games, but yes, in general. I just asked the art director the other day how a particular thing worked, and I will never be asked to do that thing, even if the entire art team were to be hit by a squadron of buses. I certainly hope that doesn't happen. They're wonderful people. But point being, buses aside, it's useful to know these things for me because then when I am, say, pitching a new quest, or suggesting a particular story arc that's going to require assets from other people, from other departments, then I have a better sense of, am I asking art to do a tremendous amount of work and I just don't realize it? Because sometimes what happens when you're pitching things, you accidentally pitch something where lighting is like, that is a nightmare, why would you say that? And the connecting bit between I have asked them to do something unreasonable and them saying no, sometimes you miss that bit in the middle. A lot of arcs in this meeting, man. Sometimes you miss that middle bit in which art is like, yeah, that here is specifically because they don't know what's in your head, they don't know why you're asking for this, and so sometimes when I pitch an idea, they're looking at the literal idea and they're saying we can't implement that. When I'm actually looking for, I'm trying to accomplish a particular thing, and that is an example. So just having a good sense of that sort of thing can really help. Also, it can help you, narrative design is a discipline where you're telling story through all of these different aspects of the game. It's not just the text. And if you thought it was just the text, oh boy. Sorry, I've had some experiences there. Just, getting a sense of the different colors you're painting with, essentially, I think is always a useful thing, but you don't have to be, a master programmer, no.
It's also useful, particularly in writing, because you are, to a certain extent, creating something that other people are going to work off to create their own work. It's the more you can find out about the way that the other teams in your studio or your partner on your indie project or whatever, the more you understand how they work, the better you can foresee things that may become problematic and solve those problems before they end up costing you a lot of time or money. And that's always tremendously beneficial. And then, like Kelsey said, when you realize that you are asking for something really expensive, you can either decide to not ask for that or decide that it's worth it and know that it's expensive and be prepared to make that case. So yeah, everything that you can learn about the people that you work with will help you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My next question is, any tips for breaking into the industry?
Getting really lucky. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like for breaking into the industry, I feel like what you need, like the key things, is like a solid portfolio of your work, even if it's like less is more. If you have like a few concrete examples of your writing where you show that you understand not only how to write like well and write tightly, but also write with interactivity in mind, I think is super important. Also just like, I think like getting your name out there is really important. Maybe even like applying to positions that you don't have all of the qualifications for, but if you meet all of like the major beats and some of the minor ones, I would say like go for it. Because even if you don't get it, they have your name now on file. And if you apply for something in the future that maybe more closely matches your qualifications, it's like, hey, I remember you. You applied like 3 years ago, and now I got to see you like grow. And also, you're like a person to me now instead of just a piece of paper. Like I think like those are so important. Also, like I would definitely say, like figuring out like if you have like a very specific goal in mind of like somewhere you want to work, maybe understanding like what the narrative is like there on their projects and like how you can best formulate your writing to like match that, to show that not only are you a good writer, but like you also understand how things like work in terms of narrative beats from an outside perspective, and you'd be able to like mesh into that team really smoothly. I think are just a few things you can think about.
I would love to add more to this, but my guess is that other folks on this call, I was going to say had a more traditional route to a game writing job, but there probably are no traditional routes to a game writing job. But it might be useful just for people to hear all the different kinds of routes there are, because I don't think there's any one. For instance, myself, I'm 30, and I got my first game writing job when I was 30. And before then, my whole life had been about writing prose. And then I got my master's degree in creative writing, and I took a game writing course from Susan O'Connor, who's incredible writer, wrote for BioShock and all sorts of stuff. And it was like, I also can't overstate how important personal connections are with people, and trying to meet people, and just, I feel like a face-to-face conversation or even a video conversation with somebody in the industry who works for a studio you're interested in is worth so much. And I feel like asking people for informational interviews, this is something you can do if you get into a dialogue with someone on Twitter or something, and you say, could I have 10 minutes of your time? I'll send you like a gift card for your favorite coffee shop. Can I just talk to you for like 10, 15 minutes and ask you some questions over Zoom or something? I feel like just sort of greasing the wheels in terms of some like momentum and energy, making connections with people. That was the way that I ended up getting a job, was because someone I knew someone who was hiring for a job that wasn't even posted. I got this job and it was never posted. And so I feel like, I'm curious for you all, if you got your jobs, I'm just curious, did you get your jobs through a sort of like cold email for a job that was posted on the internet, or did you know someone who knew someone? What was it like for you guys? Because I feel like I was so atypical.
First job or current job? Because first job was dumb luck, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was working on Outer Wilds, and we got some recognition at IGF in 2015, and I was still working in a completely unrelated field then. So luck is always probably going to play a big part in it, to be honest. And to that end, be ready for it. So have something ready, have samples, have a completed, even if it's just a tiny little game, have something you can show people, and have something you can show them that you know how to finish. Because There are a lot of starters in the world of writing, and there are not as many finishers. But to actually answer your question, I think I applied online, and I applied online for a different position with them, and they held on to my resume. And then when there was an opening, they were like, "Hey, maybe apply to this." So I don't think I knew anyone there. I knew of some people there. I think I was Twitter friends with somebody. But yeah, no, you don't. It's not. Connections are always helpful because then you have people looking out for you and saying, "Hey, maybe apply over here. This seems like it could be a good fit for you." But I think for me, it's always boiled down to, do I have something I can show this person right now to show that I know what I'm doing?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so kind of going off what the other said. Luck is timing and preparation, right? So for myself, it's a long, windy story, and we don't have enough time for me to go in the whole thing. But the short version of how I got my first job is I did what Lucas was talking about, and I set myself up for success because I knew that my portfolio and experience was so different than games, and I didn't feel like I had the skill set to make games because I was like, I don't even know how to do that. And because of the other work that I'd done, and like Kelsey said, being a finisher, I was able to get into this school called FIA, which is the Florida Interactive Entertainment Academy. I mentioned them so much, you might think I'm sponsored by them, but I'm not. And because it was super helpful, right? Like I went there, I learned what it takes to make a game, and all the professors there are former devs, and they have a period during the course of your time there where recruiters come in from various studios and they interview folks, and the process works like only the folks who have been outstanding in their courses and who have made an impression will get the interviews. I was one of those people who got interviews. I didn't get any of those jobs. I beefed all the interviews. They paid for us to go to GDC. I messed all that up just because, and I think that the lesson here is I was going about it thinking that because I had the education or I had the degree or whatever, and I was the project lead for my thesis project, I was like, oh, cool, then I get the job now, right? But that's not how it works for games, because the thing is, you need to constantly be making projects and prototypes, and that was the only game project I had. So I needed to have a wider breadth of stuff on my portfolio. I met some folks who were willing to help me, and I learned how to expand my portfolio, and eventually I started working in the industry professionally. But I guess the lesson and the takeaway from this is breaking in for everyone is different. But the main thing to know is that you need to practice whatever your particular craft is. You don't need to know everything, so you don't need to be every discipline. Just whatever your particular craft is, practice it within the realm of games. So if you're an engineer, then practice building games. If you're an artist, practice concepting or making environment art or character art, whatever it is, for games. Writers for games, same deal. And start to build that portfolio and start to make connections with folks, and it'll happen for you.
I think one of the most fascinating things for me is how diverse games as an industry is as far as career backgrounds, where I have people I work directly with every single day who have backgrounds in teaching, in journalism, in epidemiology, in you name it. And all of those different backgrounds are interesting and they add something new to your perspective. So if you have maybe kind of a not very straight and narrow career path to games, think about ways that you can actually lean into that and utilize that. How could that perspective make you a better dev? And think about that and try to leverage that really to the best of your abilities. I also just kind of want to parrot something that Lucas said about reaching out to folks and asking if they'll sit down and chat with you, because they will. And I would know because I've been on both sides of that call before. So it does happen, and it seems like a scary thing to do, like a crazy thing to do, but give it a shot. You never know.
And also, like, so many people helped me get my job that I feel like forever it is my pleasure to help people do the same thing. And so, I mean, anyone who watches this, send me a message on Twitter and I will be happy to meet with you for a call. I mean, truly, you know, this is, I feel like you will find that, I mean, not everyone, people are busy and whatever, but many people will be generous with their time because so many folks help them get to where they were, that they'll feel happy to sort of pay that back. And I know that I am, for sure.
Please do not send people the message, "What is your secret?" I will reply with a terrible secret. You will not be able to unlearn it. And also, I don't know how to answer that. So it is a little confusing. It might be worth mentioning, since Mallory makes an excellent point about diverse backgrounds, which is one of the very fun things about games, to learn that your coworker has like 12 telescopes in their backyard. And like, yeah, just fun things like that. There's also a lot of direct education. I know people who are brilliant graphics programmers who studied like physics or something, but not like, they didn't go to school for game dev. I have taken, I think, one creative writing class in an academic setting. I don't have an MFA. It sounds really fun, to be honest. I'd love to do that, but you know, don't, I guess, be put off by what you think you should look like as an ideal candidate.
Yes, spot on. Thank you so much for all your insight, everyone, and thank you for that question. So our next question is, so we just talked about that.
Wait, do you mind if I turn the light really quick? I'm
Yeah,
so
go
sorry.
for it. No worries. It is late here for us, y'all. Yeah, bear with us. Okay, so our next question is, does having more experience, even in small indie projects, increase your chances of getting hired for a game writer position or any narrative position? So we touched on this a little bit, but just I guess briefly to be more specific about this question.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps a whole bunch. Like, even if it's not like a resume booster or something you don't want to put on your resume, being able to talk about team experiences that you've had, like good and bad, and how you worked through them and your process will be like so helpful if you get to like that interview phase and they want to hear more about your work. I definitely think it never hurts to like get more experience, even if you're not working on the most narrative heavy game. Like sometimes learning how to write on a game where story isn't the priority is a really important skill to learn and might pop up in your career path sooner than you think. Yeah, I definitely think there's no downer to working on indie games, indie projects, no matter how small the scope is.
Awesome. Okay, and our next question, still from Amaya, is, do writers and level designers collaborate? And if so, how? Yes, they do. And
Nailed it.
All the time, every day, constantly, we're always on a Skype call. I mean, 24/7, I'm working with level designers for sure. Yeah, and I mean, just a little bit more. So, you know, it's the level designers' jobs to create the spaces in the game, and it's the writer's job to. I mean, again, this sort of goes back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of every level designer being different, because I have some level designers I work with who really, really thrive when I give them a lot of ideas for environmental storytelling. So like this space, let's have, you know, these pages scattered on the ground and a blood streak over here. Sorry, I'm working on Weird West. I'm only thinking about blood and werewolves and stuff.
If you don't have blood conversations with your area designer, are you even working in video games?
I don't think you are. Yeah, so, you know, sometimes level designers really, really, really love sort of like as many ideas as possible from me, and then they'll sort of pick what works, what they have the assets for, what sort of makes sense. But other level designers, I could say something like, okay, in this space, we need to communicate, we need to instill a sense of, we want the player to be scared in this space, we want it to be a scary space, and the one prompt is like, something really bad happened here 100 years ago. And some of them really love to come up with their own ideas and brainstorm together with you. So it sort of varies, but yeah, the short answer is yes, definitely all the time. And it's many times a sort of back and forth where the writer is offering lots of ideas for how to bring story through the spaces and the various tools that the level designer has. And then the level designer coming back and saying, well, actually, if we do it this way, the flow of the space is going to be all messed up. There's going to be too many spaces where there's not enough interactivity. So we need some more interactivity. What if we can bring some of these gameplay mechanics in? I really want to use this gameplay mechanic. Can you think of a sort of a narrative around why this gameplay mechanic would be in the space? And it's a sort of back and forth like that.
Especially in your like non-linear spaces. And I think non-linear gets thrown around a little more than maybe it ought, but you know, Outer Wilds is a really good example of this, where we couldn't control what order the found story, all of the little pieces of found text, we couldn't control what order that you encountered them in, but we could influence it. So knowing where things are being placed, how they're being encountered is really important, and you'll work usually with the level designer quite a lot on that.
Awesome. Mallory, were you going to say something?
I have a little brief thing, particularly in the world of adventure games and narrative games. A lot of, like, most of the interaction that your player is getting is through that look verb on various items around the space. And so that comes from your level designers and your environment artists populating a space to look interesting, and the story team can see a piece of GAC and decide that that's interesting and put a story on it. And now you're collaborating with those departments to make that into, like Lucas said, the kind of environmental storytelling. And then finally, that whole process, once everyone's happy with what we're doing, kind of ends with the character saying something. And in that way, you have a lot of departments working together on one tiny piece of the environment to tell a story with one line of VO and just an interesting object. And you're doing that 18, 20, 30 times, depending on how big your space is. So like Lucas said, it's just a constant collaboration. How can we make every little piece of this environment contribute to the game in a meaningful way? And there's just no way to do that without communication.
Absolutely. So keeping with the theme of arcs, rounding out Act 1 of our talk here, the last question from Amaya. What is usually the format chosen when writing a game script? It's a good question. I think we all probably have a
bothered me
different answer.
so much when I was taking my game writing course. All I wanted was to see a game writing script. I'm like, what does it look like? Tell me what it looks like. And no one knows. I think that it's a really interesting, this is a super interesting part of this industry. Like maybe every other form of writing has really established standards. There are books on the standards. Film is the easiest example, where there have been books on how to write an effective screenplay for years and years and years. There are amazing ones. There are some pretty agreed upon standards. Every film script looks exactly the same. I don't know how it is for you all, but in game writing, there are just so many different departments you're working with and so many different needs for what the text you write as a narrative designer that serves as the blueprint for other people to work from. It's because the narrative is non-linear. Sorry, Kelsey. but it is, like you were
Yeah, I
saying, you
hate
sort of,
this. So
yeah,
God.
because it's not, because the player gets to choose how they interact with spaces. It doesn't, the narrative can't go straight down the page like this. It's not linear in space and time in that way. So the truth is, for me, a lot of my narrative design documents are flowcharts. It's a lot of flowcharts. So like, this happens, here's a space, and here's environmental storytelling in this space, and then here's a thing the player has to do to get to this objective. But if they do this, then here's this other thing. So a lot of times I map it out that way. Other times it'll be a straight Word document where I'll describe sort of like chapter of play by chapter of play. Here's the space, and here's a sort of short description of the space. Here are the things that the player can do in this space. Here are the interactable objects. Here are a lot of the verbs we're working with. Here's some of the story flavor of what's happening. And here's the ultimate objective for the space that the player needs to do before moving on to the next space. But I am so curious what everyone else does, because it does not seem like there's an agreed upon standard yet, to my knowledge.
You want to get a good sense of what types, because it's all different types depending on need, basically. I've written essentially film scripts before. I'm guessing Milo probably has too. And I'm working right now in a proprietary editing system that Obsidian has that is dope. And that Carrie Patel and Dave Simchuk have a brilliant GDC talk on, I think from 2019. That's not the point. If you look at writers, a lot of writers for games will have online portfolios. And if you pull those up, you'll get a lot of really good examples of how you might format that information, both not only to convey to, potential employers, but also like that. A lot of that comes from work we've generated during our time on particular games. So I think that's honestly, if you're looking to get a sense of what that might look like, or maybe the best way to format it, because there is no best way to format branching dialogue, I'll tell you that right now. I've used Twine, I've used like Word docs. It just, don't send anyone an XML file if they can't read XML files well. Don't do it. I made that mistake, and it worked out fine. But yeah, you can get a sense of it that way. It really takes a lot of different shapes.
Yeah, like everyone
Sorry,
said.
man, I was having a flashback for a second there.
Oh no, it's all good. It's funny you mentioned to go into people's portfolio sites. Once upon a time in the West, there was this studio that I really loved named Teil, and a mutual friend of ours worked there. And she had a writing sample on her website, and that's how I learned. Well, I assumed that that's what game scripts look like.
What it looked like? I gotta know.
It was actually, honestly, I don't remember. I feel like it looked like a Word doc that had like different choices lined out, and they were all color coded. It was super neat and organized. Way more organized than the stuff.
Friend Mary Kenny.
It was.
She's fabulous.
She's
Actually,
so amazing.
That's now my new advice. I changed my advice to go look at Mary Kenny's writing samples.
Do it, yeah. Like
solid advice.
I don't know if she still has them up there, but at the time she did, and it was so helpful for me. But my experience has been a little different. I've always doubled as a designer. So I started as a designer, and then I actually became a game writer. Like, I wanted to be a game writer from the start, but it wasn't an option. So an opportunity opened up on the team I was on to be a game writer, and they were like, "Hey, we need you to make a story for this game." And I'm like, "Cool, like, shall I use Final Draft, or is that a Word doc?" And I'm like, "I don't know, I'll figure it out." So being doubling as a designer, I also had to program it and put it in the game. So I just wrote the whole story in XML, which, like Kelsey was saying, is a nightmare, because if, like, oh my gosh, if there's syntax errors, it breaks the whole thing, and it's a whole mess.
I made a syntax error once in an XML file that my project director swore killed the player on startup. I'm not convinced this was my fault. Also, the project director was my brother, so like, huh?
It's just sibling rivalry. Yeah.
So some of this could just be me, being difficult, but you can go wrong in a hurry.
Yeah, but like, so yeah, like Lucas was saying, there is no industry standard. But I will say that, like, For a lot of games that I wrote for, and when I was lead writer on The Simpsons, Tapped Out, not the show. I always have to say that because people are like, grew up for the show. I'm like, no, calm down. It was the mobile game, which is still cool. You should play it. But anyway, so we used Excel, and we would use that to write all of our branching dialogue as well as our regular linear scripts. And we just have different tabs within there, and we made a proprietary tool within Excel that could import into the game. So I think that there isn't really a tool like Final Draft that you can learn so that when you get in the industry, you're already prepared for it. I would say the best thing to understand is the structure of story within games and how that interplays with gameplay. And that's the best way to prepare for it, because they can teach you the tools. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your question. And friends, we've come to the end of our panel. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our amazing panelists for being here, sharing your expertise and your time and your experience and thoughts. And we hope that you all have an amazing rest of your time at PAX. Feel free to follow these folks online. Their social handles are on the screen. And thank you so much. We hope to see you around.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
we challenge you to a Swabette showdown!
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurs tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NPC panel here at PAX Online. I am your moderator, Roberto Villegas, and let me go ahead and give everyone their chance to introduce themselves, starting off with the person to my, I have to literally think in my head because I'm watching screen, to my right.
Hi, I am Vincent, known as DJ Rockman, host of Nerdcore Nights. I do Soundtrack Saturdays on Twitch and run actually the panels for the Magfest Jam Space for PAX South.
All right, and to right below him is...
I'm Shubzilla. I am a rapper from Renton, Washington, and also one of the co-hosts for the Seattle edition of the Friday Night Get Down.
That's right, of course. And to my left...
Hello, my name is Creative Mindframe. I have not thought about how I'm going to introduce myself, so all I will tell you is that I make rap songs and just funny songs about things that I find amusing in my life. That's it. That's what you get.
Seems appropriate. And below him is, of course...
Hey, I'm Raheem, a.k.a. Megaran, future rapper, some people say hero, live streamer, and pretty much everything right now. I'm like an octopus of rap these days.
I think that's everybody these days in terms of content creation.
Yeah.
Everybody do the octopus.
Everyone do the octopus. Everybody in chat, feel free to spam with the emotes of octopus. Will be there. And of course, we are all part of the NPC Collective, which is a conglomerate of nerdy people of color that promotes inclusion or marginalized people, traditionally non-diverse nerdy spaces. Basically, where you don't seem to see people with last names like Villegas or skin of a darker tone, we tend to want to have people like us in those spaces. So that way, not only can you see more people like us, but the people who are in the audience that don't tend to see people like themselves on stage, they get that as well. Since this has been a kind of a weird time, because normally at a time like this, most people on this panel would be performing, would be either playing at a PAX or another festival. In fact, I would be potentially helping out with a festival. There's other conventions I would have gone to. And ever since lockdown, and we're just going to leave it like in that description, everything's kind of changed. And I felt it was interesting to have a lot of creatives on this panel to sort of talk about that and go about how this shift has gone. And I guess I should start off with a little bit of a broad question. How have you we'll start with Vincent and then feel free to anyone chime in after that. How is sort of like switching to performing, because I know you, Vincent, have right now at times like these, especially on either Saturday and Sunday, knowing you personally, you'd be DJing right now and like at a club somewhere.
Yeah, that is very true. Especially in the lovely state of Texas. Just there's so many shows I would be doing from literally maybe Thursday till Sunday, and it would be at least 2 shows a day. It has been a dramatic change. But I was streaming and doing DJ sets prior to that, so it hasn't been too bad for me on that end. But the challenge is definitely now there's more DJs jumping into the platform of streaming and trying to like match time frames with other friends or even other members in crews. Like, hey, I don't want to disturb your set if I'm playing here, let's try to keep it balanced. It's a lot. And I just got to work with it the best that I can. But it feels better because now I don't have to deal with drunk people for bad requests that ask for Journey every time. That's what I worry about. So it feels very good to be at home right now for a second and be like, hey, can you play Don't Stop Believing?
I'm surprised you don't get that in your chats. It's like,
better stop believing I'm going to play that.
So what's funny is instead of getting that, what I get is, hey, play this track that I just made. I'm going to send the link to you.
Oh,
so
God.
I have my bot automatically like, no.
That is definitely interesting now that we're kind of in this streaming thing. That now you're having people like here, like you're now having that live experience of somebody handing you the CD or the cassette tape in every stream. What about you, Shubs? How is especially going from being more on the performance side, stage-wise, coming now to doing streaming side of things had worked out for you?
So I'm at home more. Sometimes I don't leave the house, and that's, I guess, okay. So that's one thing that's changed. But I'm finding that I now have more time to play video games. So on my streams, not like on my Shubzilla channel, I'm usually playing through some game, which is really nice because they've been on my bucket list forever. And then when I go over to Bill Beats' house, my partner in crime, we end up doing a lot more music work. So he'll have a night where he's creating multiple beats a session, and then we have our work session where we create a 16-bar song, and then we have our music reviews with the rest of the Noir Grime family. So in some cases, we are definitely very limited. Like, we don't have any live performances. Our entire schedule for that has been shot. But it has offered us some opportunities to get to know some of our fans a lot better, and also reach out to another community that otherwise wouldn't know us.
That's actually been what I've found really cool about a lot of the streaming things is you start to get a little bit more intimate with a certain audience, and you get to see a lot of the mistakes and issues, and people sort of doing things. As I look to my immediate my left at a man whose screen is falling down. But it's interesting because you bring up the idea of seeing communities and things like that, and that's what I have almost found ideal, is because the internet is this worldwide thing, this 24/7, 365, never really shut down type thing. You tend to now see audiences of people who normally wouldn't have gotten to go to a live show.
Yes.
Like I have watched like chiptune acts out of Europe that I've never seen. I have met new artists who I'm like, this is amazing. I've heard all like the people out of Korea, people out of Japan, people I would never see perform. And that being said, also I'm able to see a lot of other artists who I'm like, I've never been introduced because they've never either come to town or no one's ever said, here's this. And I think that's definitely a benefit of streaming. But let's go to Manny, who's finally got everything now set up, creative mind frame. What has been sort of the challenge for you? I mean, I know you at least on the side, you do have a day job, and so you do have other things
on the
to
side.
do.
I know, right?
On the side, on the real, you do have a
Side
day job.
I spend like 12 hours a day working.
But I do know you perform, and you enjoy that, and you wouldn't be doing that without it.
Yeah, I think I've missed out on 3 shows already since COVID. I mean, everything happened at like such an interesting time, because we had COVID hit, then we had, the murder of George Floyd. I don't say killing, I say murder, because it was a murder.
Absolutely.
And it really started having people show their true colors. And so between COVID lockdowns, the murder, and then I started a new job actually about 3 months ago, it was very mentally taxing, right? And if you go and listen to any of my songs, they're all really funny songs. Like, they're very lighthearted, just crack a lot of jokes. And so I probably had until about a week ago, from, would that be March, April, until about a week ago, I didn't make a song. I didn't even really touch anything creative, because it was kind of in this mood where I was like, the world doesn't deserve to laugh. Like, this is what we've become. Like,
I mean,
and so,
yeah.
I mean, as you see now, I've just in a week, I've bounced like back to a lot. I shot a music video last weekend. I finished a music video that I didn't finish after Adam Sandler stole one of my songs. I have a streaming setup now. Like, so it's definitely a pivot, especially like for somebody who my strong suit is definitely not my technical rapping skills. Like, my strong suit is my personality and like how I just genuinely enjoy connecting with people. And so not having conventions is literally like my Achilles heel, because I'm like, well, I can't make a bunch of cool songs. Like, I can make some funny songs, but it's not the same as when you're there in person at a show, or like, we hang out after a show or something. So it's definitely taken a lot of pivoting and like a lot of refocusing to, how can I still capitalize on my strengths, but at a lesser extent.
Well, because I think that's there. As much as I've enjoyed the streaming and things like that, there is a different energy, and I know this from seeing you guys perform live in various functions in various atmospheres, whether it be at a convention, whether it be a show at a bar, et cetera, that there is something that you gain from the live audience that as much as we want that from a streaming, it's just not going to happen. You're not going to get the same emotion. You're going to see people throwing up emotes in a Twitch chat that you are going to see people clapping and responding. And I'm actually curious what Rand has to say, because I know that right now, if everything was appropriate, you'd probably be playing at a PAX right now or something similar in some capacity.
Yeah, I'd be about to play PAX and then about to go overseas. We had a Europe tour planned with Young RJ in Slum Village that was supposed to happen next month. So yeah, it's really difficult. And then the other layer of it, much like what Creative Mindframe said, I pride myself on the interaction portion of my show and just being able to talk to people. I call myself the most huggable rapper, but for crying out loud,
very
in
true.
a post-hug society, I really had to come to a come to Jesus moment. Like, wow, like what are you gonna do now? Like, wait a minute, like so much of, I get fan mail or just supporter emails all the time, or just like, dude, you took an extra 5 minutes to talk to me after a show. You didn't have to do that. You hugged me when you told me, or when I told you, that I had just, gotten some bad news. You were there, and we were able to have a really good connecting moment. And so now without that, it's really forced me to pivot big time to figure out some way to continue that level of interaction. And then also to find a balance of when it's too much interaction, so I feel like now with me going heavy on Twitch, I love it, I enjoy it, but a part of me still thinks like, wait a minute, is this too much exposure? Like, do I leave myself overexposed to the point where now if someone wants to reach me, they can go on Twitch, they don't have to pay any money, and they're able to have a conversation with me. And so how does that inspire someone to cross from there to Patreon or other things that actually do, put money in our pockets? So, it's a really difficult, delicate thing that I've been trying to nurture and just working my way through it slowly but surely. I learned something new literally every day, in this new life. And I can't say that before, where I was literally picking up a new skill or trying a new thing every day. So that part I'm extremely positive about. But yeah, I do wonder, how much interaction is enough and how much is too much. So I don't know. These are things that keep me up at night.
Well, no, that brings up kind of an interesting thing, and we can start with Shubs on this, only because like you bring up sort of like that being an interesting challenge, the idea of how much is too much streaming, how much is too much interactivity, especially in a world where, not because you want that barrier between you and the audience, but because there's a certain, it's this idea of how much time do you give to the audience versus do you give to yourself, and family and anything else like that. Like how, I guess I'll start with Shub. Like, what's been the biggest challenge for you in terms of getting, going from a more live performance based to now a streaming kind of thing?
The biggest challenge is, just as we've discussed, not getting that feedback back, right? So when we're on stage and the four of y'all know that I get a little rowdy, I get a little loud, just a little bit. So missing those folks that come in, they're like, I needed to hear that. I needed to hear that, like right there. I do miss. And at the same time, what is good about what we're doing now is that people that otherwise wouldn't be able to go and see us live if they're out of state, or if they have some anxiety being around crowds, they can come enjoy the fun, and they can be in the show, they can be involved in a safe space for them. Another thing that has been a challenge also is that I have a child who is growing rapidly. So, and she's tall, y'all. She's tall. She's 13 months. She's tall. I'm very proud. But, you know, finding those times that work where we, being myself and my husband, we can find the times to really be present and there for her, and still have the times where he'll game or he'll video edit and I'll stream, or I'll go over to Bill Beats' house to do some work. And what I'm finding is that a lot of times when I'm streaming solo, I'll have to do it a little later at night so that way we get maximum Babby time. And we can still create and cultivate the communities that we're trying to on Twitch, and that we are.
Yeah, no, and I think it's important to have that time. You know, to like it's so hard when in streaming, especially now, because you're literally a click away from broadcasting whatever, from going and saying, you know what, and then you start to look at games differently, where you say, is this a game I could stream? Is this a game I don't stream? Well, if I play this game, am I wasting time when I could be streaming and building up subs and followers and all the stuff I need in playing that game, which is very much a separate game than even music is, and then going, you know, like that, or like, again, like I think a couple nights ago, Rand was streaming him making a track, and, you know, it was interesting to watch the creative process and whatnot, but it's something we never would see. But the question is that too much? Should we be seeing this? Is this something that should have been a mystery? I guess I'll go to Manny next in terms of like that. I know you're starting to enter this streaming thing, but what has been kind of the challenge, especially now pivoting to that?
Oh my gosh. So the biggest challenge with me and streaming, and this is why I've always told people I would never stream, is because I get ultra concentrated, and then I get I can get very competitive and kind of angry.
Salty
games.
Salty.
So yeah, so like these test streams that I've been doing, I've been trying to figure out how to keep my language completely clean, because I curse a lot too when I'm playing.
Just put the mature rating up there. Just put the mature.
I mean, you know, I want to make
same.
it friendly for everyone, and then once it's on the internet, it's on the internet. So you know,
forever.
So I've been testing that, and then I've been testing like, how do I like talk myself down from getting super mad? And I'm not like I'm not like yelling at the mic at people. Like I'm just like yelling out of frustration. So you know, those are the two hardest parts. And then like trying to talk. So I've basically just been like explaining what I did, and like why I did it. So like in Rocket League, I'll be like, oh, I did this because I wanted to redirect so my teammate could get the ball, and I can grab their boost so that I can leave them without boost, like so stuff like that. And then the other hard part was if I don't feel like I want to do something, I just don't do it. That's kind of like, I think that's being the middle child, you know, growing up. Like there wasn't really any push. It was just like, you just do something, and like nobody really catches you doing it. So you just do it until you don't want to do it anymore. And so I never had like a thing that I wanted to do on Twitch. And so then when I had the idea of playing the games that I usually play on Xbox on PlayStation 4, and just like doing a chronicle of the progression of the ranks, you know, from no rank to trying to get to where I am on Xbox, I was like, that sounds like a fun idea. And so, you know, I'll start doing it like probably every Wednesday. We'll see how long wait, does that conflict with anybody's stuff?
I have my podcast, but
I'll move it. No. It's not even set yet.
I want to join you. I want to join you that same time. That's why.
I mean, I just balance of like no one wants no one wants to broadcast when everyone else is broadcasting.
Exactly.
And then you realize everybody's broadcasting at the exact same time anyways, and there's nothing.
Rockman brought that point up, and that's a really big thing for us. Like it almost feels like I think I made a reference to that in the song back in the day, Eyes on Your Own Paper. It's like you fight for everybody in your crew to be able to be to be seen, to be heard, to be respected, to go get gigs. And now you get to the point where we're all competing for the same gigs, you know, which I think is a good thing. You know, it's a good place to be, you know, so ultimately you want that type of good competition. But, but at the same time, like I never want to like step on anybody's toes with broadcast schedules. I'm on every day 3 to 6. And that's usually it, unless I'm feeling like doing a late night thing. And Wednesdays I've been taking off lately, unless I'm doing a specific, random house show where I have a guest and we do some talks and music. But yeah, like that's another thing, like having a schedule, so important, and I think that's the biggest thing I've learned in streaming is like, yo, stick to your schedule because people
it's broadcast. It's like television. As much as we
Yeah.
talk about the time shifting and the ability to like watch things at whatever time, people still like that familiar feeling of, oh, it's 3:00. It's time to watch blah. It's time to look at X, Y, or Z. And
Yeah.
that's being in a schedule like that for the audience is very much important and definitely works into that. But there is that challenge of being like broadcast television, because it's like, again, like TV, in as much as everything is happening at the exact same time and there's nothing you can do about it, and you have to kind of just understand saying, well, I could try to cannibalize this when you're, it all depends on that kind of thing, what game you're, because it's such this like floating thing of like what game you're playing, what you're doing, what category you've marked yourself as. It's all you're now playing an SEO battle that is an entirely different thing than you normally would be when it comes to performing, because you just have a set block. It's like, cool, I play it, at this time frame, and then after that is the next artist and such thing.
Well, see, luckily, a lot of us as a group here, we all have separate time frames, so that makes it a little easier for one to the other. Like that'd be different if we're like, most of us were all in like Texas or like East Coast or something like that, and there's like, oh yeah, it's gonna conflict because everybody's playing at like the same exact time. So like, luckily, for example, like Mondays, I do Mega Mix Mondays, so I play before Rand plays. So then he goes to Monday Night Rand, and so that's just a perfect thing. We don't want to collide like it's WCW versus WWE all over.
Yeah.
I want to have that Monday Night
the counter programming.
That's what I want to see. I want to start
New World Order.
Maybe that's what I should start doing, is just counter programming stream while y'all playing music. I'm like, all right, let's play the really weird indie game right here that no one is going to watch in any capacity. But if you really don't want to watch music, we'll just do this. You'll know I've lost it when I'm like starting to like, let me show you how to make chiptunes. I have no idea what I'm doing. That's when I know it's over in terms of counter.
But there's
that
one
would be
thing about
amazing, though.
It would be great though. I really want to see that.
That would be fire. I would want to see that.
But one good thing that I've learned though is that if you stay dedicated to the thing you do, like you will find your audience.
Yeah.
And there are people who come to Twitch for music. There's some that come for cooking. There's some that come for just chatting. There's some that come for RPGs. There's some that come for retro gaming, speed running. Like there's literally a category for everything. And so that actually can be very, I think, encouraging, because if you stick with what you do, like you'll find the group of people, and there's a community. So you take the time, like anywhere else, like when we were going to shows back in the day. Before I played my first gig, I would go every week. I would support. I would talk to people. I'd shake hands. I'd pass off a CD. So it's the same thing. Go to the streamers you respect, and you hang out, and you're a part of the community, or you're having conversations, and I think from then on you become a part of that, and that will blossom. So it's really kind of the same as going out, in that you still follow a lot of the same order of operations for stuff. But I had a question for you guys, including you, Roberto.
Absolutely.
So in this era of live streaming events and things like that, how do you think, and everyone here can answer, how does that affect the mission of the NPC collective, if any, and how does that affect or how should that affect the everyday operations of a group who is generally trying to expose the world to more diverse people doing cool stuff? So how does that mission change?
I mean, I already have a thought, but if anyone else wants to start first, I'm more than happy to defer time.
I was
go ahead.
going to say maybe we should let him go first, because he's been asking all the questions.
You go first.
Give him the chance to answer first.
Well, what I think, especially the interesting thing about, we've talked about this, the idea of streaming, is that you start to see different people from different areas of the world and different parts of things, especially when you wouldn't see at a convention, you wouldn't see at a show in Texas or a show in Missouri. You start to see people from Japan, people from Korea, people from Europe, people from anywhere in the world. And a lot of the times when I think about diversity and sort of promotion of people of color, a lot of times it's just seeing that they exist. And sometimes that's just as important, if not more important. And I think with streaming, a strategy, especially when it comes to NPC, and that I've appreciated from this idea of having that, is you're now kind of putting these people on the front. You know, you have the ability to, depending on how popular are, whether Twitch approaches you, say, hey, do you want to be on the front page? Or you start to see people start, retweeting stuff, and you start to join things. You have a tendency, if you're streaming now, being kind of remote, that you're a lot easier to say, yeah, I'll be on your set, or I'll be on your show, and that show may be an IGN thing or something way bigger, just because now you're remote, you don't have to really think about the logistics of things and stuff like that. And even more so, you may find artists across the world who are, that, especially like, I've found a while back I posted something on Twitter, because there's certain genres of music I don't see a whole lot of people of color in, one of them being my personal all-time favorite chiptunes. And I posted on Twitter saying, like, hey, what are the people of color that are in chiptunes? Because someone like replied us and helped me kind of get that list. And I got this amazing feed of people doing awesome covers, people doing their own interpretations. I have found, every walk of life in chiptunes because of lockdown, either through a stream or through just a Twitter post. And I think that is where the mission is still the same, because ultimately, at the end of the day, the mission of the NPC is to put people of color in places that you normally don't see them, even though they exist. And I think streaming feeds into that, where you have this, especially like right now, in this little section of PAX, where normally be on stage, we're here at stream kind of live, that all these people are doing that and finding other people. Like when you, like he's not here, but a fellow NPC member, IQ, has always been, like, for his sets, have had people of color on there and have hunted down and looked for and invited them and got them on stream and the stage. And I know everybody here, when they do more of a set, has also had that same approach where, if it's like, oh, I can have a friend on here, I can have, my the usual nerdcore people. But if I see somebody who normally wouldn't be on stage, that they see some kind of talent, there's a lot easier way to say, cool, would you like to be on a set? Because it's a live stream thing and it's not as difficult logistically.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think that it boils down to the why behind our mission statement. And if anybody was at the MagFest panel that we did, the one where Xavier was there, right? Mm-hmm. The biggest push behind that mission statement is really to encourage people to believe or have the confidence in themselves to do something that maybe they think, oh, I can't do that because there aren't people like me who are doing that, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I honestly think that the mission doesn't change, right? We still have to push for that representation.
Yep.
The difference is now that things are moving online and to these different platforms, is we're decentralizing the decision makers, right? Whereas it once was dependent on, maybe 2 or 3 people in a music department making a decision on all of the musical acts to bring, and then maybe 5 or 6 people making a decision for all of the panelists to bring, right? And that would be, those 6 people would determine who potentially 20,000 plus people would be exposed to over the course of the weekend, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And with the push and the move to using platforms like this and doing things on Twitch, Facebook gaming, right? People are seeking out now. It's really what they're looking for. Like Rand said, you will find your community. So people are looking for things they are interested in. And so as long as they find people who intersect with those interests, right? It's not up to 6 people to decide, okay, what are the people who are going to come to this convention over the weekend going to enjoy? Now it's a person going on the internet, and it's literally on a case-by-case basis where, or person-by-person basis, where they can find the right person that they connect with. And we have the opportunity, just by being there, the chances of them stumbling upon us are, 100-fold versus what it would have been 10 years ago at a convention, right?
Yeah. That's true. Because I get to do that every Wednesday when I do my podcast with a comedian buddy, Coach Roberto, Coach. So we do our podcast, Weeba Bros, and we get to introduce like cosplayers, people that work in the gaming industry, that are people of color, and something that you don't get to see on a daily basis in a lot of other podcasts or a lot of shows when you are going to like PAX or any other gaming convention or anime conventions, because they don't want to show that off too much. So it's great that I get to do that at home, and we get to choose who we want. And it's not always just strictly just NPCs, like just people of color. It's like, hey, let's get somebody within this community, but we can focus on the people that don't get that proper attention, because like how you said, Manuel, they get to choose. You get those 6 people, they get to choose whoever, and usually it's not a lot of people of color that they bring out. Here it's a lot easier. We can do what we want, and that includes everything that I do. Like when I do Mega Mix Mondays, I can choose whoever I want to do a full set list of music, because I want to show off those people that don't really get the attention, or get the love that are amazing artists, or when I do my band camp, days where I just show off my entire collection of like, hey, here's these amazing artists that are people of color from around the world. We get to choose that, and we don't get restricted like how I would get restricted if I was doing something else. South by Southwest.
Yeah, it's like
that's
true.
hard. South by. Luckily, I get to run my own showcase, but I get to pick and choose the artists that I feel like, hey, you have potential. You're awesome. You're amazing. I want you here, but South by is not running my event.
Right. But there's also the logistical idea of people having to fly into Austin, and it's
and that's
easy to
true.
say, here's a Zoom link, here's a Discord link, just come in through that way, and we'll stream what you got, or even setting up an art, your own real time, kind of server type thing.
Yeah, and it is a lot. Like I said, it is a lot easier. But it's now you can bring out more than what you used to. Like you can bring out more people or different groups that are like, hey, I know this person from Gearbox. That was an amazing person that, they have some information about the industry, that a woman of color. I had that in my last podcast, and it was a very good conversation. So I enjoy that we can do more here than and less limited than what we are whenever we do cons and events.
That's what I was hoping to get actually out of a lot of the questioning, is that we can do more. Like the sky's the limit almost at this point.
Yeah.
Because and I tell people this all the time. Like I mentor a few younger artists, and I always tell them like, this is the time right now to reach out. If you got any sort of dream collabs in mind or things you want to do with people, everybody's at home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's home. So this will be the time to reach out, go shoot for the stars and see what happens, because, the worst they can say is no. But
Lupe Fiasco, if you're watching.
Hey. He's home. He's home. He hits Instagram Live like every morning, so he's definitely home.
I'm gonna have to hop in the comments.
Hop in the live, man.
Hey, DJ Qbert, can you help me out, bro?
I mean, throw it out there, man. I tell people all the time, like those pie in the sky dreams is the time. It's definitely a time to continue to build skills and learn, but also a time to reach out, because
the worst they can do is say no. That's the worst they can
collaboration
say.
is key, and I think that can help put a whole lot of things into motion and perspective, through collaboration. I've always been a big fan of that.
Yeah.
Well, since we're normally at a panel in real life, we'd be asking the audience some questions and having a bit of a Q&A, but obviously we can't do that because we're recorded and you guys in the chat room. And
you right there. You at your computer. Your question.
Exactly.
You right there.
So I kind of wanted to simulate that a bit. Have it be have it be almost like this is this is not the live audio experience. This is but a simulacrum of what that would be, and really not that great of one. But either way, I asked over Twitter and Facebook for a couple of questions to ask, like what they would ask artists in lockdown, especially with this whole streaming concept. And so I have a couple of questions. From Shnogo on Twitter asks, what have you learned about yourself during this period of social isolation? And it's definitely a broad question, but I felt it was an interesting one to ask. Manny, it sounds like you have something already.
I have so everybody's like, oh, you must be going crazy. I realized how much I love being at home. Like, I apparently am a homebody, and I did not realize it because once I started working, I was traveling so much and I thought I enjoyed it so much. No, I really love being at home, and like apparently I'm not as extroverted as I thought and as everybody else thought I am. And I guess like I'll have to caveat it is I'm married, so I'm here with my wife.
Right.
So I'm spending time with like the person who I said I would spend the rest of my life with and enjoy spending time with. So there's no right. I'm not like completely alone, but I thought I might end up going like kind of stir crazy at some point, but no. Apparently, I just I play video games. I've rewatched the Tournament of Power from Dragon Ball Super yesterday. Like I'm just living my best life.
Bro, just catch up on One Piece, man, please.
No, I just can't.
Oh my
just
God.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too
I
much.
even like skipped and went to the manga, and even that, like, I was like, this is just too much.
Actually, you can finish it in 3 movies.
Now, that's definitely been the thing I've learned about myself is just like I have definitely become, like you talk about anime. I've much like you. I've learned that I'm already new kind of homebody and whatnot, but I have been finding like mangas and new animes to watch and new series to watch, and kind of excited. Usually during this period of time, there wouldn't be like soccer on. I'm definitely a huge English Premier League person, and I already know.
Don't remind me.
Hey, look, Europa League, it happens, man. Man United had to lose, I guess. I know your team.
Do me
Don't
dirty,
get me wrong.
man.
I'm happy Man City lost Champions League. We're talking about sports, so we're gonna leave that there because there's probably like about 5 people in the chat. I'm kidding. There's probably more people in the chat room than European
Sports
soccer
fan.
and football and things like that. But yeah, that's definitely been the thing I've learned about myself is just the kind of content I tend to hunt out. Like I've been watching animes that have just started coming out on Netflix. Like they just started up recently the new Pokemon series, Pokemon Journeys, which is a really interesting take of how they would typically do a Pokemon kind of thing, having 2 lead characters. Beastars, if you haven't watched it on Netflix, is amazing and one of like the more interesting things, especially if you enjoyed things like Zootopia and wondered what would happen if it was animated out, because that's literally what it feels like at times. But I've definitely found that I find myself now figuring out the different pieces of content that I would want to watch, and things I normally wouldn't have watched on in video form. That or rewatching things again, either classic ones. Like the other day, I rewatched one of my all-time favorite movies, Ronin, and I hadn't watched that in such a long time, and I forgot like how well shot, how action-oriented, things like that has been. What about you, Shubs? What have you learned about yourself?
I have a very low threshold for tomfoolery on the internet. I have a very low threshold. So when I'm streaming, for instance, on Twitch, sometimes I'll get creepers. I'll get people that will say unsavory things. And luckily, I have a community of folks there that they'll shut it down, and they'll mock the other person away. But I'm very quick on the ban button, because if I'm playing a video game, I have no time to engage with somebody that wants to try me. So the block button has been a thing. I've unfriended, unfollowed, and blocked people. When I get spam on some of my beauty selfies on Instagram, I start engaging very aggressively with spammers.
Right.
And, I've been seeing a lot of really bad parking that I also post on Instagram.
Still the best. Still the best. That is the
best.
Yeah.
Best.
And even in these trying times, people can't stay within the lines.
Yep. I mean, they can't even put masks on, so
Yeah.
We could
No,
have
that's
what do we
fair.
discussion of what
What
people
do we
can't
expect
do.
from people? Yeah.
Yeah, we could have that giant discussion. Rand, what have you learned about yourself in isolation?
Well, I thought I already knew it, but yeah, I'm kind of the opposite of Emmanuel, where like I really do like traveling and getting out of the house and like moving around, and I really crave human interaction even more than I thought. So
This is a man
sometimes
with
it
a
is.
song dealing with like not going to a party.
Yeah. It's like, okay, if I have the choice, I do great with choices, but I do terrible with no choices. That goes like for anything, like a menu or, at a restaurant, the more choices, the worse I am. I'm just like, ah. But then when it's only one thing, I'm like, but I got to do that again. So, but I've learned a little more about my resolve as well. I feel like right now I probably work 100 times more than I work, 100% more than I was before, and but yet that energizes me. Like I get exhausted at the end of the day, but I feel really good about myself after a good day's work. Whether it's 3 hours streaming, 2 hours prepping a podcast, recording, doing whatever. I feel really good about the work that I put out, and I think that like I feel the pressure of having my back against the wall, and I think that really brings the best out of me. So the stuff I'm writing now, I think is some of my best stuff. Being able to do so many different things now, I feel really proud of what I've been able to just like learn, in the last few months. So yeah, I think overall just learning a lot about my resolve. Like when the chips are down, like I'm gonna make a way, and I'll even surprise myself, with that.
All right, lastly, Vincent, what have you learned about yourself in isolation?
So mine is completely different from everybody because I am an essential worker. So I technically have to be out. So I still get human interaction, but it's literally from a far distance though.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, y'all get away from me. But the thing that helps me a lot now too, though, is I get to work out more. So I've been losing weight. So that's been a very good thing. Lost 30 pounds already, and I need to get more. But it's the biggest change. Like I said before, is just because of me being a DJ, I don't do the clubs, and even if they're asked for like, hey, we're gonna do an event here at the club, I'm like, no, I'm not doing it during the pandemic. I'm just not happening. So I had to push harder to do more on streaming, which I don't mind. Plus, I get to make more Gundams, so I can't complain. So I get to do that now. So
I got my Death Sight custom over there.
Yeah, I'll be doing more streaming of that too. But it's just a little different for me because of me being an essential worker and just I get the interaction, but also where I stay at is not the best place because it's a very heavy, not a lot of black folks spot, and I will see signs of stuff that I'm like, okay, yeah, not fun. So I wish I could just stay at home a little longer. But it's not too bad. I do what I can. Got to pay my bills some way, but I still get to have fun and interact with my community on Twitch, especially because I do very obscure stuff, which is great, especially with like the soundtrack Saturdays. I have a community that's like, oh, I get to hear video game and anime music that I'd never heard of, and it's like, oh yeah, here you go. Like it's really cool stuff that I can do. So it made me dig deeper into my crates. That's what I should say. Like I've been digging like deep into my music, and it's just now I need more space than I needed in my life for music, because I'm literally like, oh, bye. Oh, let me listen to this, and I'll just keep picking up more music. And I think my collection right now in Bandcamp is no less than 2,500 albums.
I don't even want to count mine.
Wow.
Mine is probably scary. That being said, I have found some really interesting chip stuff from around the world, so it's definitely increased the amount. So the other question from John on Facebook, and this is what I thought was just interesting in terms of as we talked about it kind of in the show. His question is, what would it take to make telepresence intimate, like in a show, like a show in a small room? Which I definitely thought was an interesting idea, because like the one thing about a lot of these live streams having sort of a Zoom thing beyond dealing with the idea of like quality audio, whatever, like how would you you take to make that. And I guess I'll start with you, Shubs, if you have a take on this. Like, how do you? Because I know that when it comes to shows that I've seen, there's the difference between playing a giant conference con stage versus say a show like during like South by Southwest during the day shows that Vincent would throw. So how would you approach that, like in the era of telepresence, where anything can happen on this live stream?
Anything at all.
How to make that more
intimate.
engaging?
Yeah,
Okay.
more intimate. Like is it like, imagine the difference between, again, if you're on con, I say like a convention stage because that's usually like the big giant one where you see the crowd of people versus a small bar where you see like maybe 100 people.
Okay, I see. I was gonna say, whoa, do I need to light candles in mine now?
Well, that's a question. That's also part of it.
I'm not lighting candles. There's a lot of fire hazards here.
Hmm.
So one thing I often do is I'll kind of like look at the camera, all that stuff. And if I'm, for instance, gaming, I'll talk to people and just we'll gossip. We'll make fun of the protagonist of the video game. Or if it's something like making a song, one of our 16-bar songs, sometimes before we get started and Bill Beats is creating the beat, I'll just kind of gather some inspiration from the audience and let them know, oh, that's a great idea. We're gonna make the song for you and I. We're gonna write about this right now. And then at the end of the song, it's like, okay, this is for us. Everybody else missed out. They're gonna have to watch the VOD. We got the organic energy. This is our song, So things like that where I declare this is our thing. This is what we do because we're live, we're here, we're interacting online, and this is something just for us. And everybody else can miss out on it now and catch up on it later, but we were here making magic. So that's how I do that.
All right. What about you, Rand? How would you approach sort of making, especially you being an interactive artist? I mean, we all are interactive, but there's call responses, things that are a hallmark of yours. You're I mean, one of your well-known concepts in a show is doing a freestyle where you're looking at objects and generating a rhyme on the fly. How would you approach sort of making this streaming telepresence idea like a way more intimate kind of experience, like a small room?
Well, Shubs is right on with like eye contact. I think is really, really key. Like just giving that camera the eye. The gaze is about as intimate as it can get. When you're looking at a screen and someone's right there looking at you. But yeah, with the freestyle, I like to get people in the chat saying words and moving, and I let that dictate the flow of the song. But I think for future stuff, I feel like maybe they'll at some point. I think when someone gets the perfect live stream concert vehicle going, I think like having an applause button or something for people to be able to like tap to get noise to happen behind you or something, or like a cool meter or something. Also with Zoom, I mean, you're able to bring in people that can have their photos in. So I think having like a cheering section would be a cool idea. I've been thinking about. The NBA's doing that now.
I was just about to say that, like how they have the live stream.
They have a live section.
The Premier League, when they had their Project Restart, they had like the big giant jumbotrons with supporters on there while the games were going on, completely closed stadium. So there've been definitely different ways to give that at least that simulation of still being there in the show.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't want to give too many ideas to the next big thing, but
I think
I feel like
had these ideas.
But I do feel like it's going to happen within the next 5-6 months for sure.
Yeah,
like someone is going to prepare the next evolution of this of live concerts, and it needs to be interactive. Like I just feel like musicians thrive on that live feedback.
Yeah,
and so there has to be some way to capture that, or I feel like these things are going to go the way of the dodo. Like someone's going to watch 2 or 3 of them and be like, yeah, I'm done. Like I can't, not that you need to dictate the action in any way, but I can't feel immersed, you know? And so whether it's VR, I know people have talked about VR ideas. I would love to see that stuff, continue to evolve. But yeah, like I have a bunch of different little things that I think will be cool. So as I go on with performances, I always make sure each one is different. They're themed differently. When I do sets, just like, okay, this one is about me traveling through space, and now in between every song there's a skit about me in space.
Yeah, that's definitely
Or,
been interesting seeing you
just
flex that
trying to be creative.
Like what movie are you channeling this radio announcer from? All these kind of weird things, which have been
Yeah,
very
it's all these
interesting.
different things that have been in my head forever, turn into skits, So even for this past Nerdcore show, like I had an idea, but I stopped it because I was like, okay, I'm going to do it, but not this time. I'll do it next time. So I got some really cool ideas to I'll make sure that every performance feels different in some way. And I think that it's going to take musicians, performers, creators, even public speakers, just being a little more creative with what they're doing, in order to keep stuff like this interesting, by now, I mean, we're probably all exhausted from the thought of a Zoom conference, so let alone wanting to sit and watch one, so I think that it's, like the more we keep our thinking caps on, like we can really evolve this into something really cool. And
So
I think
how about,
someone like us is going to be on the front line of that. It's going to be an indie artist, someone with a lot of like intuition that's going to create the next cool thing.
So we have about 6 minutes left. So Vincent, I think you're gonna have the last word, and that'll be the last question we can take. What is your take on making it, especially being a DJ where you're dealing, like you mentioned, with drunk people during a normal day, where it's like, can you play this silly song? And I can only imagine like now it's can you play Megalovania? Can you play that Megalovania cover?
Yep.
Sorry, I know with the popular songs, there's always a joke in OC Remix that everybody would cover Chrono Trigger's the music that's playing during Zeal, and there's like about 120 different covers of that one song. So I'm well aware of what the video game crowd will ask.
So like to keep it interactive on my end, on my stream, what I usually do is and I just added some other stuff because since I want to lose weight, I'll start mixing and have people make me like do push-ups and stuff or do the Carlton dance because everybody knows I like to do the Carlton dance. Like just stuff that's like it'll keep them focused and going on there. Another great DJ that does a live stream is Illcat. What she does is she lets her chat room, which I've seen this interaction, it's super dope. She's just like, hey, party down. They have edits where like, graffiti and stuff is just falling down randomly in front of her screen, and then like she'll just hit the air horn and everybody just goes crazy, and just like you'll get random emotes going everywhere and people just having a good time. And her, like, she keeps her group just constantly going for almost like a 2-hour set. And we've been in the works of me doing that as well, just so it's keeping the crowd, interested. They don't have to leave, but also just me playing stuff that you usually don't hear keeps a lot of people interested. So like me not playing the same, like, hey, let me play that same Chrono Trigger track that everybody else and their mother been playing. Let me play like Excel Saga's ending song that's a weeping dog singing that he doesn't get eaten. Like just really weird weep stuff, but it works though. It really does. Like when I did that, and then with Jessica Caro, the voice actress for Excel, just came in and she like brought in all her people.
Oh, nice.
Everybody are partying and just having a good time. So it's just you definitely have to find new and intuitive ways to just like keep everybody going. And it is weird just because as a DJ, I don't get that feel either of people like dancing, grooving, having a good time, and then like getting into that mode like, hey, I see all these people, happy with one another. Let me play some slow jams here for the ladies. Let me play some real old school Wu-Tang for the men. And let me play some weeb stuff for my weebs that I see out there. It's just like, I don't get that feeling either because I don't know who's who sometimes in my chat, especially if you're getting a ton of people that are just barely hearing about you. But it's just the way it works. But I do the same thing. Eye contact, joke around. And my favorite thing to do at the end is like Marvel movies, I'll say stay for the credits. So like I'll let the music play and then I'll come out of nowhere and just start doing a goofy dance and then like go back to stream ending. So it makes it interesting. that you don't see that a
we're,
lot.
right now, we'd be definitely getting PAX screaming at us. We have like 4 or 5 minutes left.
Oh,
and
someone will be holding up a sign.
Right.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
basically,
Like,
but I want to make
Five.
sure before all that everybody got the chance to plug their streams. I don't really have a stream to plug, so we'll start with Vincent, then go and follow the same kind of a way we close this whole thing. So Vincent, where can people find you online these days?
At vmoney48 on Instagram and Twitter, and then on Twitch, twitch.tv/DJ Rockman, all lowercase slurs.
Shubs, where can people find you?
All over the internet at Shubzilla, also noirgrime.com, and twitch.tv/Shubzilla and noirgrime.tv.
All right, what about you, Creative Mind Frame?
And sorry, I don't have a hat anymore, as you can tell. I was battling. We had windstorms coming through, and I walked in the backyard, and our umbrellas were torn out of the ground. So that's what I was doing. That's why I ran off abruptly.
Oh, no.
But it's good. We're good. Everything's in the garage. But you can find me at Creative Mind Frame on pretty much everything: Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, SoundCloud, Bandcamp, Twitter, all of those good things. And yeah, so I'll be streaming and all that fun stuff couple times a week. If you like Apex or Rocket League, that's where you'll see me doing.
And what about you, Ran?
Easiest place to get me is probably patreon.com/megaran. I do 2 songs a week on there. We do private streams, Discord chats, all kinds of good stuff. And I am on every weekday on Twitch at twitch.tv/mega_ran.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for joining us here at the NPC panel, and thank you to PAX Online for letting us make a panel here. And that it's definitely a weird way to do a PAX panel, but honestly, this has been a blast. So thank you all for watching, but stay tuned to whatever's next on this channel, because I'm sure the presenter or presenters will be awesome no matter who they are. Bye.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. with detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
see you've decided to join us. Well, you must consider yourself very brave. Don't just stand there. Take a seat. We'll be starting very shortly. We don't have time to waste after all. Not Queen. Lead community manager. Dead by daylight. Airdorf Games, founder and game designer.
Living in the dark puddles.
Cricket, communications manager, Monami Park. Star, communications director, Dread XP. Kate Sanchez. But why though PC, the geek community, co-founder and editor-in-chief.
Genre of film, but it has the lowest percentage right next to comedy of women behind the scenes.
And now, we introduce your moderator, the Siren of Screams, horror streamer and community manager, the smallest bird.
So let's start, right at the beginning. Cricket, we'll start with you. But what was kind of the first step that you took during development? You get on a project, or you're at the start of a marketing campaign, and you have to figure out kind of what your starting strategy is going to be and what's going to develop from that. What are some of the first steps that you take in order to make sure that it's going to be successful, or what are the kind of things that you do to come up with ideas for that?
Sure. So I think the first thing to do is really understand the type of horror that you're working with. What's the genre? Is it a genre that plays off of like religion, for example? Is it like body horror? Is it Lovecraft horror? What genre is it, and who is attracted inherently to that type of horror, and understand where that community base maybe already resides, who makes up that community space, maybe the age range. And I like to try to select platforms that I think is going to be appropriate for them. Now, taking that and translating it into games, I would also think about what platforms right now are up and coming or very relevant to gamers. And the more that you can hone that in specifically to gamers who complement that genre and the platforms that gamers are typically, you can really hone in on what places are going to be more meaningful to them.
When you're kind of starting that and you're looking at like what you said the spaces are, so do you usually go to spaces that you've worked in before, or do you try and maybe look for new places?
I'm a big proponent of novelty in marketing and community management, so I'm always going to ask my dev team to let me experiment and let me explore other spaces as well.
And kind of building off of what Cricket is saying, Queen, if you can kind of jump in here, because with your studio, is it kind of similar where they'll let you kind of experiment with what you want, or is it more they have a plan in place, or is it how have you kind of started your plans with them?
So for me, I jumped on Dead by Daylight 8 months into production, which basically means that everything was already out there. So as a new CM, my role was mostly to like come in and get to know the community where they reside already, and where we can actually get some new grounds. The best example is that community was residing under marketing for the longest time, which is not the case anymore. However, when you come in, you're a new CM, you wear millions of hats. Okay, You're a player support. You're also a graphic designer. You're also the person who does PR at the time, and you're also doing a little bit of marketing. When you wear all the hats, you have to get some buy-in internally for community management. And honestly, I was in a mode where I was looking at my community and learning how they're actually already working, like what the ecosystem already is. And then I started getting buy-in. For example, we did not have a Discord server, an official Discord server, when I joined Dead by Daylight, which was 8 months after release, which was a bit crazy in my mind. And since I got in really late and it was a little bit difficult to get the buy-in for the Discord server, I got the okay to go 1 year after, which is so late. And I was left with the choice, okay, what do I do now? I have an amazing server managed by community members that is doing incredible at the moment, or I'm starting a new one. And I decided to go see those amazing community members and see like, hey, can we have a talk? Let's make this server official if you want to. And then we had this discussion, and the process of, taking over, I don't like to say that, but taking over the server actually went so slow, and we went really, trying to respect the thing that they built up. We always worked in a back-to-back basis, back-to-back discussions. And honestly, like for me, it was to respect the space that the community was already using, and then thinking about going outside of this. I was also hired as a CM for one Steam game, and now we're on 5 platforms, so it went a little bit nuts. And that server today has, or closing on into 150 members, 150K members, sorry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
A lot of
Yeah,
people.
it is insane. We just hired someone from the community that is building a bot for us. I really like to, use what the community is already building by themselves, and then, hiring them and getting them on board. I think it's a really good way to build when you come in a little late on the project. So, yeah.
And now I kind of want to switch gears a little bit. But Star, so you started with the Dread collection from the first collection, and it was this thing where it was completely new. It was something that maybe the horror community hadn't seen yet. What was kind of your starting process for that like, because it was something that was so entirely new?
Well, I have to rewind a little bit. I had a kind of a similar experience. Okay, so I'll just get into it. So it wasn't my idea, it was Ted who hired me, but now we kind of consider each other like business partners. So there's only like 2 full-time people at Dread XP, so we're very tiny still. And I give a ton of credit to Ted and like what he's built. So basically, so what Kate was talking about with the film festivals, we're actually funded by a film company. And then they bought like years ago a media company called Dread Central, which covered like a lot of movies. And then they asked Ted, it was like, do you want to do games? And Ted's like, absolutely, let me do games. So he did Silent Hill, Resident Evil stuff for a while. And then pandemic happened, and they were like, Ted, what do you want to do? He's like, I want my own website. We're going to start making games because I can't film things right now because of the pandemic. So we started because of COVID. So we are actually something positive that came out of that. And that started in April. And then Ted is like, okay, I'm just going to ask Debs if they want to be part of it. Like, I'd like to hear from Airdorf, like how that conversation went, because Ted hired me the day that the first game came out. I'm like, you want me to market a game that just came out today? Like, ow!
Jump on in.
Yeah, they had no public Discord either. It was all private towards devs. And I heard stories from the devs previously, like Airdorf, about how it was like very different than when I came in. I was like, here's structure, here's organization, here's scheduling, here's like design documents, like stuff like that. So it's like, it's good and bad when you have like, it's kind of fun in the beginning when it's all like, oh, we're in this together, just making like weird little horror games, to now where I'm like making it a business. And I will give credit to not only Ted for his amazing patience, and letting the developers do what they want, but also like we're also like providing them a service, because it's really interesting, because in most, like, I would say game jams, you just make a game and it's cool and it's fun, but like we're not really a game jam because we like actually pay our developers and want to make sure we support them. And we give them QA, we give them marketing, we give them like visibility and like all this other stuff besides just money. So we're not just like pushing them out into the cold, like market your own game. So yeah, I'd like to hear from Eridor of like how that conversation was with Ted.
Well, it was on Twitter. I forgot how Ted and I first got into contact, but basically he approached me and he got right to the point. He was like, "Hey, what do you think about a sponsored game jam?" I said, "I like it. We need more of them." And I, like Star said, the big difference between developers who had done it before, like the Haunted PS1 jam, that was a huge bundle that's on itch.io. That was very successful. It got a lot of notoriety. The difference was that DreadXP was actually like contracting developers and paying them for their work. And in the midst of the pandemic, that means a lot, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought it was a great idea. And I gave him some suggestions. I'm not a marketing genius. He asked a lot of questions about what game jams are and how they're structured and stuff, and I gave some answers, and he kind of based it off of that. And really, Ted's vision on the DreadX collection was pretty inspired, and it's led to a really cool experience. I, for one, am extremely proud of the work that I did on Summer Night. Like it's true, we basically finished it in like a week, or I finished it in a week. And the challenge of making a little self-contained experience that was not only going to be in a public game jam, but would be released on Steam for the masses to consume and tear apart and judge was a challenge, but it was pretty dang worthwhile. So not only did I get to have that experience, but I got to network with other indie horror devs, which I'm really, really interested in. I'm interested in cultivating and strengthening the indie horror community. And then there was, I gave some input on the next one, but honestly, Star's done a terrific job on like the marketing and PR side. I've been watching from the sidelines, and super excited to participate in the next one that I can.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, just really quick. I just want to say super quick that we could not do this without the CEO of that film company trusting me and Ted. He's just like, you want money? Here's money, and he just like just do what you want. And if he was to control us. Just like what Not Queen was talking about earlier, how like you worked back and forth with that community. Like same thing with us. He's just like, I trust you, do what you want, And if he had come in and be like, no, do this, and this, we wouldn't be able to do what we do now. So he's very respectful of the artistic integrity of the developers as much as me and Ted.
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry, I'm done.
No, that brings up a really good point, because they're not everyone has that. That kind of freedom in either the company they work in or the organization that they work for, either because of structure or just tradition, things like that. So what would you guys kind of say to companies that are kind of just sticking to, keeping it close to the chest and not really experimenting, especially when starting out with a new game, not just a horror game, but like just in I know this is a horror panel, so it kind of goes against the grain here, but what would you say to those people who are kind of afraid to jump in and take a risk?
If I can take this one, I would say trust us first. Yes, that meme is gonna get a lot of attention, and it's okay if it's a meme. And we know and we speak the language of our players, and we know what's going to happen. And sometimes, I don't know, sometimes maybe our engagement's not going to work as much as we want, but we know the tone, we know what our players want. And it's fun to have fun. Let us have fun. Yeah.
That's a good answer.
I'd like to jump in here and also say that it can be very difficult when a game is your baby and to see it go out in the wild. Not all devs are able to get the really, really hard feedback from gamers. And I think it's really important when you're a community manager in a communications role to really find that person. Maybe it's your producer. Well, oftentimes for me, it's the producer who can take the good and the bad. Now, another thing that's really important to understand when you're a game developer is it's never as good as the players are saying. The really, really, really great feedback. Oh my God, I love it. I got to have more. And it's never as bad as the worst feedback. I find that the truth and the answer usually lies somewhere in the middle. So I think for developers, don't get discouraged when you're getting hard, scary, or weird feedback. That's just lean in, go with it, and you got to keep pushing forward. The worst thing that you can do is clench up and be afraid to keep experimenting and putting yourself out there.
Awesome, thank you.
And I will. I was going to say to that point from the journalist piece, we actually have. It's mandatory at our site that you tag creative, so the studios and stuff like that, in any of the posts if they're positive. If they're not positive, I'm already going to send the review back to the PR studio or to the people who send it to me. I don't need to tag you into that on Twitter and have you deal with that. Like y'all don't got to deal with that. So like what we do on our side is like, if it is neutral to positive, studios get tagged and we encourage conversation. If it's negative, we're like, we have a very strict process is that you rate it low. I need you to give me all of the critique and you need to show a pathway forward. And that's just how we're a small site. So we're able to have that oversight and making sure that when our reviews come out of games that they do look that way. And it's very important to us because we're about building a community and you can't just build a community by ripping stuff apart. It doesn't work that way. It's about respect. But for us, that also translates into how we have our writers interact online as well, at least when it comes to their reviews and their critiques of games that they get. And so that's something I'm at least proud of on our end. And I wish a lot more sites did to take into account like what community managers are going through. Because like we always notice, I mean, and by we, my husband runs the gaming section, so he fields all of the requests for reviews and that kind of stuff. But we always notice when there's like genuine, like how do you explain it? You can tell which accounts actually engage with their communities, and you can tell which accounts are gonna go look at that tweet and gonna go look at that review and go look at those things. So I like to keep it in mind that is, I like to treat it as if everything is gonna be that way. Because I mean, community managers got a rough job. Like we do it on such a small scale for our community. Like I don't even want to imagine how, y'all do so much on the other piece. I at least try to keep it on our site. Like that's our policy. I don't know if that makes sense or connected to things, but that's just what I thought of.
Bless you for doing that. That's awesome.
But that actually, I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but that actually makes me want to segue into something else, Kate. We had a conversation about how difficult it is when you're first starting to build your communities on how it is to kind of break into spaces that are not your immediate spaces. What advice would you give to maybe devs or CMs kind of starting out in that way?
So one of the things that I will say, and a lot of this comes from so a little bit about my site. My site's primary goal is to uplift marginalized voices. So the bulk of us are POC, and if we're not POC, we have other marginalized identities within our community. And that's the meat of what we do. And because of that, we do like to work with game studios, comic creators, anything that really highlights that or shows that they care about us. It kind of feels weird to say that, but if I go and look at your game, and I'm thinking, because I also cover games as well, and they're very few and far between, but I do cover games. If I see that you're working with creators of color, like content creators who are BIPOC, or you're going out of your way to expand your community in that way, I'm going to be like, okay, I may not know what this is, but they're obviously trying to get buy-in from people who look like me. And that means that I'm going to be safe in that space. Because even coming from the horror community more generally, a lot of the way horror gets done, it is very white. And it is because of a lot of the lines that have drawn with genre. Everything that isn't white American horror story ends up getting put into foreign. It's why a lot of Latin American stories are Latin American and not like Latino. And because of that, and horror community for me has been the most accepting, but the media we consume isn't. But because of that, I feel like horror creators need to take note of that and do what they can to actually build out their communities. And that means expanding with the content creators that you're working with, looking at the sites that are covering you. There are so many horror sites out there that have really broad, diverse bases, but they're not necessarily getting they're not getting the shine, right? You can look at things like the Graveyard Sisters and Scream Boutique and like these other like podcast people that started as podcasts and moved into sites and now there is so many more podcasters that are getting into streaming horror games. Like, and it just because it was the natural flow of their conversations and their communities. So do some work into saying, okay, does this podcast actually have a Facebook group? Oh yeah, this podcast does have a Facebook group. They do live streams every Friday in this Facebook group of playing this game. Maybe I should reach out to their community to work there. And it's hard because I feel like a lot of horror, when it comes to community building online, is a lot around film. And sometimes it can feel like you don't necessarily know how to get into that piece. But sometimes it just takes like talking to people. Like actually a really good call out is the Gaily Dreadful. Terry over there is amazing, and it's horror from a queer lens, and he does amazing content. He's also a huge gamer. But like that's not necessarily the first thing you see on his profile. So it would just take like following him, seeing what he's doing, and then like, oh well, maybe I should work with him on, you know, maybe promoting this game or getting something out there. So it's a little bit about getting creative because a lot of people don't necessarily wear horror games on their sleeve. This feels like a ramble, but it's important because like for me, because I've been in horror for so long, if your community looks very homogenous, I am automatically going to nope out. And that's just from a personal perspective. I will still give your game to my writers to like see if they want to cover it, because we do it ad hoc. Our writers only cover things they're interested in. So if you have trailers and stuff like that, like share your trailers everywhere. That's what will 9 times out of 10 get a writer invested in what you're doing. But there have been many times where I've just gotten an email from somebody like, hey, Kate, I saw you tweeting about this. You know, we're mutuals. I have this game coming out, or I have this comic coming out. I'd really love some coverage. Here's our mission statement. Here are our assets. See what you can do. And most of the time, if there's that personal connection, or they've let me know that they like what my community does, I'm going to put that extra push behind either for my writers to pick it up, or I will just pick it up myself. Because somebody has shown that they want to invest in my community, and that right away, I'm going to want to invest in them as well.
And so I've been involved with the DreadX Discord, and something that I really enjoy about your guys' Discord is how welcoming it is to horror content creators, not just developers, but up and coming developers, people with just these starting ideas, people with just a scratch on a paper. Kind of how do you do that? What are the steps that you take to make it so welcoming and so broad?
Oh man, so this really touches my heart. So sorry if I get emotional, but I've been in this industry for almost a decade, and all I wanted was a job that I could help developers, but not just like bigger developers who, have notoriety and like opportunities, but smaller developers too. And then also obviously like the Patrick, the CEO of that film company, and then Ted, we all had this conversation when we started. We're like, we need diversity. So I've asked so many developers. That's why I want to talk to you, Kate. Please send me these horror developers. Like, I'm looking for diversity. I'm looking for women. And our next collection, like, I was gonna have more of that, but it's just not enough. Like, I want more. Like, I want more of this so much. So this is a huge focus of us, because with our business model, we are able to have them not just like here's our game, you work for our game and like our vision. They get to make their own vision, and then they get to work within those parameters that we give them. So oh my goodness, I'm just so excited for like what we're going to do next, and giving these opportunities to so many developers. And we are looking for you if you are a diverse developer, if you do indie, because also what Kate said, I'm hunting, I'm looking for them, and they don't wear it on their sleeve. I'm looking at their Twitters and their I go to like, was it Black Game Devs? Somebody did this website, and I'm like looking through this website, and I'm like, you know, and horror community is not as how do I say this? It doesn't have like an umbrella in it like some other genres do. So like I went to Steam and there's no like genre for horror. It's like a subgenre when you tag games on Steam, and I'm like, where's my main genre of horror? You look at the games that win awards, and even in Hollywood has this too, where Get Out was like a phenomenon, and I'm like, yes, horror movie, like Hereditary, hello, Midsummer, hello, like sorry, I'm distracted by your cat. Not cool.
Yeah.
So
Welcome back,
funny.
Kitty.
Yes. So yeah, it's just like I'm not okay. So here's what we're trying to do at Jet XP. Sorry for I'm just being a little emotional right now because I just released a game and I really care about diversity in the game industry, and where I'm able to have an incubator to be able to help them. So this is like super exciting for me. But yeah, getting these developers, and thank you, Airdorf, so much for joining us, because of its developers like you, Daniel Mullins, who did Pony Island, Steve Gabriel did Sally Phase, David Szymanski, who did Dusk. Like, if you bigger developers join us, it only elevates the smaller developers. And they're like, we get to see like Torval Duke and Chromatose Dev, Akabaka, like them make their games, and then you're helping them. So it's like you're making your own game, but you're also helping other developers at the same time. So it's like all positives. And at the same time,
happy to do it.
Thank you. I want to elevate all of indie horror to showcase that, yes, we are here. We're artistic, we're experimental, it's exciting. And if you're looking for that kind of like new experience, besides Resident like Evil and Silent Hill, like we have them here, and not just from Japan or America, from like all over the world.
And I do want to say too, like one of the things, and I was just thinking about it as you were talking, sometimes communities just become homogenous because they do, and there's really no, like, you don't know how it happened, it just kind of did. So I get asked at our site a lot to kind of like consult and like help people, like, how do we make our site diverse like yours? And I'm like, it happened. It just happened, and it happened because we made a welcoming space right off the bat. And it also happened because I'm a brown woman, so it obvious, like, our leadership is brown and black for the most part, so it's kind of like we're obviously going to cultivate a more diverse space just by being that. But if you're not in that position, it can be very hard to kind of branch out. And the easiest question to ask yourself is, why is my community this way? Like, there is a reason why it is, even if it just happened. So like, do I need to start empowering more people outside of this? Do I need to start working with different creators? Do I need to start putting out different calls? Do I need to start doing different community spotlights? Because nothing is ever going to be 100% homogenous. But a lot of the times, if somebody goes to something, it's like, oh, well, none of these people look like me, I'm just gonna go. Sometimes it helps to highlight people in your community who can show that it isn't that homogenous, and then slowly it'll start changing. But it does take a lot of active, like, it takes a lot of the desire to do that, and two, trying to find out what aspects of my community have made it be 90% this or 90% that. And that's the easiest. That's easy. I use that in quotations. It's not easy, but that's kind of like the easiest starter for how you can start diversifying a platform or a game community and a community in general, is just by asking that question.
I think a really good point here also to add, Kate, if you don't mind, because it was so well put, is it's not on people of color or diverse communities to come to you. You need to be fostering that, and you need to be inviting them. That's part of the developer's responsibility to go out and seek that.
Yeah. I don't want to name them, but I worked at I do a lot of work with a few horror platforms, and one of them had an all native show coming out, and they were like, hey, I looked at my list of contacts that I just sent this PR blast out to, and there are not that many POC. Can you please, like, if you have people that you know in your space who love covering Indigenous stories, or who just who can help me diversify this list, send them my way. I've had that happen with multiple people where they've just been like, hey, we did launch this thing. This was our mistake, but we want to rectify this. Who can I help get a code to? Who can I help, get a screener to? And honestly, I have way more respect for somebody who comes to me as a journalist and is like, yo, I made this mistake. This is our blind spot. Help me rectify it. Than somebody who just says, like, this isn't oh, that happened. We just went for the best creators. It was a meritocracy. It's like you had a blind spot. It's fine. Lead with your blind spot and fix it. So
awesome. Thank you so much,
I
Kate,
have
for that.
suggestions on how a dev team can implement this as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is something that we've been talking about this, I think, a lot on Twitter recently. Mentoring. It's too late when you're gonna launch to start mentoring. Mentor. You have to build that into a routine in your workplace. The games industry is notorious for not wanting to take the time to teach and to mentor people. Internships, mentoring, and hire with the understanding that you are going to be coaching people and training them up into those positions. Representation matters, and it is our responsibility to make sure that we are putting a diverse selection of developers in those leadership positions, and we are helping them get there, because right now systemically they're being blocked out of those positions, or we're scaring them away from our industry spaces. So you have to intentionally build that into your routine processes at work.
I kind of want to throw this question out to Erdorf and Queen specifically. How do you kind of structure branding for yourself? Is it kind of just throw anything at the wall and see what sticks? Do you have kind of a process that you go through, or is it more just a race against the clock?
Sure. Well, I lied. It's actually not just me. My publisher is New Blood Interactive, who they're pretty dang phenomenal when it comes to marketing and PR for their games. They have a branding that is right in line with like how I want to do my branding. They're all about the memes. They're not afraid if their games or portions of their games become memes, because that's I think someone was saying earlier, that's kind of the language of a lot of communities. And they are all about the individual developer, not just the product. So I have felt elevated as a still relatively smaller indie dev since I partnered with New Blood on publishing Faith of the Unholy Trinity. For myself, I pretty much live on Twitter. Just ask Mrs. Erdorf; she'll tell you all about that. But I tried Facebook for a while. They make you pay for exposure, basically, and Twitter sort of does that with like sponsored posts, but I haven't noticed that as much. I want to be the brand that I am searching for is a developer who is personable and approachable. So I made a commitment early on in like my run on Twitter to keep my DMs open no matter what, and so far that hasn't backfired on me. Woo. And in fact, there were times like after, for example, mass shootings and when this pandemic started getting, when we all started realizing that it wasn't going to last just a couple of weeks, and it was affecting our psyches and other events in the past 4 years, it's been affecting people emotionally, and I've made posts where I say, look, if any of y'all need to talk, or if you need someone to talk to, my DMs are open. I'll listen. And a lot of people take me up on that statement whenever I post, but I haven't regretted it. I've gotten a few trolls, and but honestly, it's mostly people in the horror community that just want to ask me a question or have an issue, or just want to rant about something and talk to them. So for one, I love Twitter because it minimizes the distance between people and other people. Like, people can communicate straight to me on Twitter, and that's what I really like about it. So I want to be seen as someone who one can approach and talk to, and a developer that my fans and my players and other members of the horror community can have access to. That's been a huge component of my success with connecting with content creators and influencers to kind of get the word out about my games and kind of get attention on it. Another thing that I do is I try to cultivate friendships with influencers and content creators online. So when it comes time to ask them for favors, like, hey, can I get a retweet on this? Or, hey, here's a Steam key I'd really love for if you streamed or played my game. I try to genuinely, don't be fake about this if you ever try it, because they'll tell. I mean, they can tell. is to just genuinely like ask how they're doing. Like every once in a while, I will reach out to a streamer, or I will reach out to a YouTuber who, you know, and I just ask them, hey, how are you doing in the Corona reality that we're living in? Like, are you staying sane? Like, how's things? And we carry on a conversation. There's a Twitch streamer named GoTeasy that I've become really close friends with, and we've never even met before, but he's really great guy, really great content creator. And the way that we created this relationship was just asking each other how our days went. And so I think, especially during this pandemic, and especially in the current climate, there needs to be an element of friendship. You get people who have a hard time handling the attention of having a personable relationship with someone they admire. And so you just be patient with them and you try to be their friend anyway. So maybe someday that'll bite me in the ass, you know, and I'll be way too friendly and I'll be like, DM's still open, and then, you know, 2,000 DMs that are just a bunch of trolls. But it hasn't happened to me yet. Kind of like what Kate was saying, that the horror community is very accepting and is very friendly. And I'm very happy to be proud of it.
And now I kind of want to throw the question to Queen as well. So you said you started kind of in the middle, and you must have had maybe a little bit of an established brand, but how did you kind of work with that or work off of it, or, you know, in that way?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I really love your approach, Erdorf. I think it's really, really great. And I started like that as well, like really open and having these discussions with the community, direct discussions. And when you say you're scared that one day it's gonna bite you in the ass, that's what happened to me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, so here's the thing. I got hired. We had about like 6K CCU every day on the game, which was the average. It was on Steam only. Everything was kind of like, it was a small-ish game. We were doing good. And then we released on console, and now we have like over 1 million players daily. It is freaking insane, and the word I learned is scalability. There is some things I cannot do. As the lead CM, I cannot answer DMs. I can't do that. If you look at my DMs on Twitter, they are, on Discord, they are open, but I have 15,000 of them that I cannot look at.
Yeah.
It's really about scalability, and, you know, anything that you can think for the future, like, will that be sustainable later? Will I need someone else to take care of this later? Is this program going to be taking too much of my time? Can I template some stuff? Like, when I engage with my community, can I create templates that are going to get me like that really quick asset that I can get really, really quickly out to have that fun interaction without spending too much time on stuff every day? So it's all about like looking at the big picture. Now, it was difficult, and I was alone for a long time on the project, and now there's 15 of us. Obviously, it's crazy, and you think, oh, 15 of you, you're all good to answer everything. Hell no, we're not. Scalability is the best thing that you can think. Project yourself in the future and project yourself in the future for, you know, like winning. I mean, you're doing good, the game grows, and you have to handle your community still. And then you have to think about, where do you talk to them? And who are you targeting with your discussions? So we know for a fact that our more expert players will mostly like stay on, you know, like forums and Reddit and like those really. So we're gonna create those communication for these guys. So when we have to, you know, and the more fun thing is going to be mostly on, you know, so social media. It's going to be a more casual crowd. It's super fun. I like the see what sticks strategy because there's always a big majority that is silent in your communities. And sometimes you'd be surprised about things that actually work, and you're like, how does this work? Well, that silent majority just woke up because you're like, hey, you did that lore post, that one time. And they all went crazy for it because they love it. And you're like, oh, okay, I'm learning new things about my community. I thought, you know, let's just try this and see if it works. And ultimately, wow, okay, they super love lore. I'm saying that because ultimately at the beginning, Dead by Daylight's lore was super short. There was not a lot. And since we added a new thing that's called the archives, that's where you unlock challenges that unlocks bits of lore. And so now we can use that a little bit more with our community, and it's super fun. And we realized like how much people love that. However, it's still new for us. And when it comes to branding, so it's been a really difficult time for the community management team. Being under marketing is a very different approach. You have to really try to explain to the marketing guys like, hey, this is community, this is a little bit different, the way we're talking to people, the tone we're taking, we're not, just trickling down information. This has to be like a little bit closer to our players. And one of my favorite campaign was definitely the so when we released Stranger Things, we also had a cosmetic for Steve that was the Scoop Boys cosmetic. And our marketing team had this elaborate fancy 3D thing to showcase the outfit, and we were like, hey, how about we drop in him a locker with one outfit and he goes out with another one, and he's just like, yeah, here I am. And that was one of the things that actually, like, Netflix went nuts about it. They were like, hey, we want to share this is super fun. And this is one, at the time, one of our engagement that actually got the most, feedback, and people were super hyped with it. And it was so simple, and sometimes not going with the, the fancy thing, and just trying to aim your communication to your community when you know what they want. And that's the most important thing, I think.
Yeah, what's that phrase? It's like, keep it simple, stupid, or something like that?
Yep.
Yeah. It's like that methodology.
Yeah, we do both. We keep it simple and stupid sometimes. Otherwise, it's not fun, One of our latest thing that worked the most was just retweeting a meme made by someone in the community, and people went crazy on it. So yeah. Otherwise, I really like very big campaigns that are, a little bit like just to have fun, like the Discord campaign for their 200,000 followers. It was just like, hey, here's a rock with 200,000 written on it. Like, you can win the rock if you like and retweet. That's it. That was it. It was just as simple as that, and it got so much traction. And I thought that's the kind of thing I'm looking at. We're in games. We need to have fun.
But I'm gonna go ahead and just open the floor. I think we have about 5 minutes left. If anybody just has any last thoughts or things they want to add, the floor is open.
So my main thing is, we want to cover games as journalists, as outlets, especially the smaller ones, especially to be frank, if you are an outlet that is that consists of majority marginalized folks, we literally have to work 2 or 3 times as harder as other outlets. It's just how it is. It's how I've known everything to be. It's how everything has been. Access is extremely hard for us. Getting people to pay attention to us is really hard, even when we have analytics that match some of the other sites. But because we look a little bit different, a lot of the times we don't get prioritized, or I get said that I don't have a lot of engagement on my Twitter, or, stuff like that. It's just what happens. It's implicit biases that a lot of people need to get over, but, But what you can do as a community manager, as a dev, as a marketing manager, as a PR person, whatever, whoever's listening to this, find who we are, send us your stuff. Even if it's just us posting a press release, even if it's just us making that initial connection, we want to work with people. We want to highlight great games. We want to know that you want to broaden your community and that you see value in us. So reach out to sites like mine, and it doesn't have to be mine. Reach out to other sites. Reach out to sites that have value, or you can see having value, and we'll bring that value to you. So never be afraid about reaching out to a site. Seriously, like, half the time, like I said, especially if they're a marginalized group, we're already hustling hard to get any sort of attention. So send some our way. We'll take care of you too. You can find me on Twitter at ohmymythrandier, and you can find But Why Though at But Why Though PC on everything social media.
Not Clean was talking about sharing a meme that someone in the community had posted, and being the facilitator of sharing fan created content, I think, is also really important. And an idea that Dave had at New Blood when we were ramping up for PAX East was to do the Faith fan art contest, and that was hugely successful. I'm always looking into like overlapping with other communities, like the art communities, like Trevor Henderson and other artists are some that have like expressed interest in my work and me with them, and so there's been a lot of overlap. And having the fan art contest and then making it a paid fan art contest was a big deal because it rewarded creators who wanted to make fan art on the Faith series, and it also created a lot of overlap. So because of the contest and because of the rewards, but also because it was a game they were passionate about, there was a lot of overlap and a lot of exposure to the game in the artist communities, and so it helped everyone. And then they got to be, we had posters made and they were shown at PAX East, and we also got PAX East attendees to vote on which artwork they thought was their favorite. So involving the community like that and like exciting stuff like that is something that I'm interested in doing in the future. I did like a design your own demon contest when I did chapter 2, but I kind of went about it the wrong way, and I want to try again sometime with something similar.
And you know what's crazy? That's it's the exact thing about scalability. Okay,
That's right.
You have amazing content about your game or about your work out there, and people love your stuff. Show it to other people, and then on your side, you can be alone on the project, and it's still easy to hit that retweet, tell the person like, hey, by the way, I'm retweeting you